Hello, you amazing people. I know it's not usually this early that I'm here, so people are not prepared. I'm fully aware of that. I am trying. Hold on. Oh boy. So so there was a medical emergency during waiting for the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. It was supposed to start at 10. It hasn't because there was a medical emergency and somebody passed out, and now they're refusing medical care. So they have to sign with the EMTs. They don't need medical care. Bottom line is, I'm trying to figure out how the hell I'm going to simulcast this on both two. I really need two ways to share a screen is what I really need. I'm trying to see. If I can. Good morning, everybody. Get both screens up. And I don't think it will. Hold on. No, it wants me to stop sharing that one before I share this one. Motherfucker. I might have to use my phone for one and then actually, you know what? I got an idea. Nope, that's not gonna work either. Shit. Hold on, guys. It hasn't started yet anyway because of this. So, you know, we're attempting to. It should have already started, but because of the person passing out at the courthouse, it hasn't. What in the actual fuck is going on here? The sandwich is upset, guys. All right. The sandwich is quite upset. So, good morning. By the time I got off here with you guys and we did spaces, Ray, okay, there you are. I was trying to figure out how to do two screens here, but I'm like, even if I sent you a link, actually, I could do it that way. I could send you, Deidre, a link. No, I don't need you to do separate spaces. I got an idea. This should work. I can't share two screens. That's so but I think I found a workaround. So I can send you a link as oh fuck, but you'd have to have two devices as a guest basically, and you could let us hear the spaces, and then I could put the Zoom on the screen. That would work. I think. But I think you could shut the camera off and just use your audio. Okay, all right. Okay, so that'll work. Let me send you a link to your email here for that part. I feel like that's the fastest workaround for this, and I probably should have stayed awake a little longer trying to figure this out last night, but I was exhausted by that point, and I was fading fast. God damn it. Text me your email because why it isn't popping up, I don't really know. But text it to me so I can pop it into this thing. And we'll get this thing going here. It's obnoxious when you stream because you have to have a thumbnail and you gotta put a description, and so that takes a minute to do all that, and okay, good. Let me see. I got this. Oh, there. Now it pops up. Motherfucker. Okay, I sent it to you. So there's that portion of it. Have the Zoom on this side. Oh God, I'm so old and I'm tired. I feel like I'm 95 years old because I'm so tired. Fine. Join from browser. Please join. What do you mean meeting link is invalid? You motherfuckers. Let's try this again. Maybe they changed the meeting link or maybe it's not up yet. For the love of God. I wonder if other people are having this much of a problem with what's going on or if they just didn't do it yet. Like they just didn't. Let's try this again. Fine, open it here. I don't care. Just give me the thing. Nope, invalid meeting ID. FML. FML. Hold on. I have an idea. I'm sorry, guys. But while I'm figuring this portion out, okay. I'm sorry. It's okay. Well, the meeting ID isn't working.
Am I up, Elise?
Yeah, you're up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so the meeting ID is not working. That's what it's saying at the moment, that it's invalid. So I'm gonna shoot a message over to someone I know who might be able to help in this scenario.
Okay. Did you talk about the medical emergency that caused the delay?
Yeah, I told them that it was supposed to start at 10, but someone passed out and it was a medical emergency. Right? Sparkly Sparkly said that then they say technology is supposed to make things easier. Sometimes it gives me a headache at the way that they do this shit. I'm asking someone else if it's working for them.
Oh no, that sucks. Did you do the pound sign at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, poopy.
You don't have to put in the passcode, just the meeting ID. And then like half the time, then it asks for it doesn't ask for both right away. It just asks for the meeting ID first. And then if you need a passcode to get in, it'll ask you for the passcode. And if you don't, it'll just let you in. But it's saying that the ID itself is, so it could be that they just didn't set it up yet, or it could be that they changed it, or who fucking knows? It could be one of a billion different things. But I just, okay, hold on. I might be getting a response here in a second. Now my phone got an update, and so now I can see when people are typing, and before on my Android, I could not see when people were typing before. I just had to wait for a response. Now it'll actually say, like, typing, like the person's typing. Some of the person's saying, like, probably because it's delayed.
The update on the medical emergency was the paramedics left and the patient refused transport. And it was somebody unrelated to a Fitzsimmons case.
Yeah, which is sad. I'm just making sure they didn't change the ID. Because God knows if too many people called to, like, get it, then they, might have been like, oh, well, we're going to change it. Hey, Natalie. So I'll give you guys at least you guys, a fun update on what happened yesterday, because I was on Spaces. I wasn't live anymore when this was going down. But yesterday on X, all of a sudden we see that Lisa and Jen Altman have both been sent these absurd, ridiculous whatchamajiggots, these notices of like preservation, basically, that this insane lawyer from Florida decided she was going to send to Lisa in Connecticut, Jen Altman from Massachusetts, and also try to represent Ray, who is in Texas. She has no license to practice in any of those states. It's not even on a company letterhead. She's not no pro hoc vice to have any authority to practice. That's called unauthorized practice of law. You can lose your law license for that. So I don't know why she is like so dead set on like, I'm an attorney, so I'll just, practice all over the country and it's fine. Like that, and it's an email nonetheless, right? An order usually gets sent like, certified mail. Like it's a joke. It's not worth the finger banging it took to type it. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? Well, that was it. No pool camera. All done. Not they set a date to hear the recusal March 9th. That's why the fucking meeting ID isn't working, because they just that was it. That was it. 5 seconds. Literally 2 minutes. No wonder why the Zoom wasn't working, because they're not giving it to us. Well, that's just anticlimactic.
Jesus Cristo.
Right? Anti-fucking climactic, man. That's
Oh
it.
gosh.
So March 9th, either 10 or 12. Like, and you want to probably know why? Because Mr. Brittle decided to file things last minute like he always fucking does. Didn't Koala and JFK get them? I don't know. I went to sleep last night, so if they got them like after I went to sleep, I wouldn't be shocked. But I did check my email, because it appears as if this woman's just sending them to anybody who said that they talked to Alex, and like that's just absurd. Anybody who talked to Alex is not like, there's no, like, first of all, you can't send a preservation order, has to be signed by a judge, number one. Number two, like an attorney can send whatever they want, but you also have to be able to practice in the state, and you have to be able to actually represent your client. A attorney from Florida cannot represent a client in Texas unless she is got a license in Texas or is practicing under someone else's license, which she's not currently doing. So it's literally a joke at this point.
Hey, Elise,
Mhm.
you didn't see JFK last night?
I saw some of it this morning.
Did you see Corey?
I did. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was watching that this morning while I was trying to get this stuff going. So I'm like, that doesn't shock me, right? Another family member came on and talked about all of this, and it again, it didn't shock me, some of the stuff. And you have to remember, he's a family member, so he's probably friends with both parties. And Ray made this ridiculous video with, of course, no face, just his voice, basically saying like, nobody in my family even considers him family, which the family member then completely debunked and said, everybody considers him family. They grew up together. Like, so Ray saying he doesn't, like, barely knows him or whatever is just not true, Well, that's the other thing. Legally, you can't just file shit either unless you actually have the intent to sue. If you do it maliciously just to like try to scare people, you can get in big trouble for that as well. So I absolutely zero people should take this wacky lady from Florida serious. It's unauthorized. Like, you can't practice. It's unauthorized practice of law. Like, you can lose your goddamn fucking license for that shit. And there's a reason why she didn't put it on her company letterhead. On purpose. That's why her her company letterhead and her law office is not on those emails. So that she can feign ignorance later on and be like, I did it in my personal capacity. Okay, cool. Even if you did it in your personal capacity as a lawyer, because it says of counsel on the bottom, because you're a fucking idiot. You can lose your law license because you can't represent somebody in Texas if you don't have a license to practice in Texas. Never mind the fact that you're sending these ridiculous emails to people in Connecticut and Massachusetts. It means nothing to them. Not a single thing. He said they went out to another bar after that one closed. He left with the bartender. The glare left with the bar. Who the fuck would leave with him? That's sad. Hello, Grammy Cheryl. That's sad. Hold on. I think Mike made a post too about it. Oh, he's live.
So Julie said that this is going to be the final pretrial hearing on the 12th, and that trial will start on the 23rd.
Of March, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. No worries, dude. I'm okay. I'm here. So, shout out to Lena Lee. How are you doing? Regarding the Omni Hotel, supposedly the glare left with the bartender, Peggy said. That doesn't shock me. You know? He said they went to another bar after that one closed. Wowza. Doesn't she have to have a contract with RFD instead of just acting as a threatening presence? Yes, she does. She has to be able to practice, though. That's the thing. You can't represent someone in another state if you're not practicing pro hoc vice under another attorney's license who is licensed in that state, which she's currently not doing. So there's no indication she is practicing pro hoc vice in Texas. She is a Florida attorney. So essentially, she needs to allegedly stop hitting the fucking Tito's and, calm it the fuck down about 10 notches. I don't know what she's actually fucking doing because she's making an absolute buffoon fool out of herself on the internet. It's amazing to me that she actually thought that, sending one of those to Jen Altman or Lisa was somehow going to do something, as if those people would magically say, you have any authority. Oh, I think people already did, as I was told yesterday, right, Deidre? On the spaces, people had said, they had already called, the bar in her state, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. Are we simulcasting or no?
Not yet. You're not on spaces yet, are you?
No, I didn't know if you wanted me to do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
When you hop on spaces, then I can pull it onto the screen. Because you're
okay.
a guest, so now I can put the third screen is I'm only allowed to share one screen, but I can have, multiple guests. So I can share the screen for the spaces, but I can't do, I can't share two screens. Yeah, I think they said they had already called, some people had already called her law office, I think. I think Haley, I think I saw a post, said that she sent, posts and, the stuff that she's been doing to her employer or whatever. And it's you can't, hello, Steve. You can't say that you're working as an attorney. Oh shit. I got to take this call. Hold on.
Okay. I guess I'm talking to y'all, but I'm trying to get my spaces started at the same time. So let's see. Okay. So I'm going to be talking to my spaces. If anybody is listening, we're simulcasting with Elise on Twisted
Sorry.
Trees,
And guys.
And she's back now. Okay. I'm live. Do you need me to send you the link or what do you need?
No, I got it.
Okay. Haley's up. She'll probably be joining soon.
No, I think I got it. Hold on. I'm just, I can hear there's something in the background here. I'm trying to get rid of whatever the background noise that was. So sorry, I had to take that call because that was about my new place. And so I couldn't, about the paperwork and stuff. So I had to take it. What is happening? Why?
Is it my spaces?
No. It's my computer. I have open tabs. And because I have open tabs, it's giving me no.
I wonder, should I turn my microphone off on my phone?
Maybe.
So, okay.
Yeah, probably. Well, yeah, try that.
Okay, how's that? Is it better? Can you guys on Spaces hear me? Please give me a thumbs up.
Hold on. Okay, that's what's happening. It's doubling. All right. So I haven't. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. Now I don't have to use 2 screens anymore because the Kelsey thing's not happening. So I can drop you off here and just put the spaces up like we did yesterday and have the spaces on, and so everyone can hear everyone and we won't have an echo.
Do you have an echo? Because I turned my mic off.
I did have an echo. What's gone now, though? But I think we might have a double echo.
We're trying to figure out the Spaces. Hold on, guys, because I may be shutting this down and going on to one with Elise that she's doing on her end.
Well, do you guys see this? Did anybody just see that? Y'all see that? This is Dora. Okay.
Dora the Explorer.
Yeah. See her? She jumped up on my desk and this is her first time on camera. Dora, say hi to the peoples.
Wow.
Yeah, say hi to the peoples. Hi.
Hi, kitty, kitty.
So nice.
Is she talking?
Yeah, she's meowing.
Oh, okay. Aw. So should I end my Spaces?
Can't hear you on Spaces when you turn. Okay, so this is the fix. The fix is we drop you off here and I just play the space on here so we can hear you on Spaces, and then I join the Spaces on this side. No. End your being here.
Mine. End my Spaces, and then you're gonna.
No. Don't end the Spaces. Leave the Spaces.
Okay. I'm doing it.
No. Don't end the Spaces.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
I'm going to pull you down from being on the screen, and I'm going to join you on Spaces. Then I'm going to simulcast the Spaces to the stream like I did yesterday. So I don't need to put you on the screen here as a guest because I'm getting the double from the Spaces.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to drop you from the screen here and join you on Spaces while I'm also streaming. Make sense?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Right. I figured it out. Hold on. Let's see. All right, hold on. Now I can add myself.
So like 2 minutes.
Yes. Okay, that's perfect. So what was happening is there's a lag. There's an actual like 10-second lag between Spaces and my stream. So I was like hearing you and then hearing it all again twice in my ear. You guys probably didn't on the screen, but I could hear it here.
Why is this still playing on?
Or maybe that's why.
Can you take me down?
I did take you off, but you're still up backstage. Let me hold on. I think I can kick it. Hold on. There it is.
There. Oh my God. God.
Yeah, perfect. All right, we fixed it. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
I know, right? While we figure this shit out. Well, we were being prepared to like do the Kelsey thing, all right? And then they didn't do it, and they just for 10 seconds we're like, okay, since we're not going to do this whole thing today, we're going to do it March 9th instead. Bye, have a nice day. Like, so obviously that's why Zoom didn't work, because they weren't doing it. So, gee, thanks, guys. Appreciate you. That's a good thing, though, because now I have my phone opened I'm waiting for money paperwork from my apartment, and that's what they just called about. They were going to send me paperwork, so I'm like, need to have the phone open to be able to like okay the paperwork. So no,
just for people who were joining, the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing today lasted maybe 2 minutes at the most. They reset a hearing about the judge being recused for March 9th. Was it March 9th?
March 9th, I believe. Yeah, I think it was. Let me look. Let me see what Julie said,
Yeah,
I believe
it's
March.
March
Yeah,
9th.
March 9th.
And then March 12th is the final pretrial, and March 23rd the trial will begin. So it was a big fat waste of time.
Right. So unfortunately, that's it didn't happen, but whatever. We were prepared. We were prepared to simulcast it one way or another, and it didn't happen. So unfortunately, my title doesn't really matter right now, does it? Thank you, New Hampshire, dude. Yeah, it's a lot of weight off my back to know like I'll be moving on the 15th, and like I don't have to deal with this fucking looking at 1,700 apartments and talking to 1,700 landlords and doing all of the extra nonsense.
I'm so happy for you.
Oh my God, me too. I'm just like, thank the fucking Lord Jesus. It's a lot to deal with, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, moving sucks.
It fucking so sucks. It sucks so bad. And that's the other thing. So I was just thinking about this yesterday, and I was talking to MLF, and she was like, "Did you hit the goal?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did." But what I didn't think about is like, how am I moving my stuff? I gotta get a damn U-Haul. And I know they're not like a huge amount of money. It's probably be like, I think they hold like $300 on your card, and then like it's like $80 or something like that. So it'll probably be like 380 or something like that, but I have time to make that amount between now and the 15th, you know what I mean, from my stream. So it's like I didn't think of that when I was doing the security deposit, like, you know what I mean, because I was solely focused on like that needs to be paid to them so I can like all the paperwork can be done, you know what I mean. That was my sole goal.
Well, maybe some donations will still come in.
Well, like I said, I still have my show, so like I'm hoping I can just use whatever I get from the show and do it that way.
Yeah.
Because I have time. I mean, today's the 9th, so I still have, a little bit of time before I have to move.
Well, I'm kind of moving. We have to keep moving furniture around on the first floor to accommodate the what am I doing? Remodeling that we're doing.
Oh yeah.
So
How's that going anyway?
Slowly, but got most of the flooring. We have the flooring. Well, the master bedroom's all done.
Good.
The master hall and the half bath are done. The foyer is done. We're gonna start on the living room tomorrow.
Well, see, it's moving along, but like you said, everything. I feel like it's like when you're remodeling and doing something like that, like it's always slow going. There's always going to be like a problem. And they're going to be like, "Oh, well, we thought it was going to be done in a week, but actually, it's going to be 3 or 4." Like,
oh, it's been that way forever, but
exactly.
It's moving along.
So I'm like, thank God. Yeah, it is stressful. Moving is stressful. I think like what stresses me out is like I'm on the 2nd floor right now, which isn't too bad, but the 3rd. So like I'm starting to think about things like how the fuck I'm gonna get the furniture up to this floor. And I'm pretty useless when it comes to going up and down and up and down and up and down stairs. Like I'm pretty much useless. My husband's kind of spring chickeny. He's very athletic, so he's got a lot more stamina when it comes to that shit than I do. That's for sure.
Yeah,
but he can't do it either. So
we have to move furniture out of the living room. Well, half of
the floors, yeah.
And then I have to put felt on everything because we used to have carpet and now we have wood. So I have to felt everything tonight.
That's the other thing. Everything's going to be wood now, and everything here, except obviously the kitchen and the bathroom, is carpet. So it's like FML, bro, with the everything being wood, because it's like you said, you're going to have to use like, little felt things underneath the furniture so it doesn't scratch around and move around, and it's going to be a pain in the freaking ass. Also, I have to get a shower curtain. I found one though that matches because right now I have a sliding glass door, so we don't need a shower curtain.
Yeah.
But I'm going to need one because this next place doesn't have the sliding glass door. So, but I actually found one. So I had a rug that someone got me a while ago on my wish list, and it's like cherries and it's like pink, but it has cherries on it and it's got like the leaves.
Oh, that's cute.
So, but I found a shower curtain that matches it on Amazon last night, and I was like, that's the one. I think it was like, I don't know, $15 or something like that. And I was like, well, that's the one because it's going to match this the rug I already have for the bathroom.
Oh, that's cute.
So I was like, yeah, that's going to be the one I get. And then the hooks, it's like a 12-pack of hooks, and they're like have the little cherries dangling on them, to match, obviously. You have to
Oh,
match.
that's
Yeah.
really cute.
You have to match. Like, hello, der. But I was
Of
just thinking
course.
about like the things that I might need there that I didn't have here. You know what I mean? Things like the shower curtain. Like, I didn't need a shower curtain here because we have the sliding glass door. There's no need for a shower curtain.
Yeah.
So it's like, fuck. Like,
But the blessing though of when you put felt on under your furniture is if you have anything heavy, you can move it so easily after that. So it's
right.
kind of like a twofer. It protects your floor and you can move
And you
stick
can
around.
move it. Right. Exactly. It's almost like the
Yep.
tennis balls people put on the bottom of their walkers so they don't scratch the floor. The tennis ball, cut the tennis ball. As long as you don't have a dog that's trying to eat them.
Yeah.
Dora, where'd you go? You made your debut and then you left. What happened? That's the first time she's jumped up during a stream. Usually she comes down near my legs and like sits under my feet, but that was the first time she decided she wanted to be seen on camera, you guys.
Yeah.
She jumped right up. Huh? Where you at? Usually she talks back. She's very vocal, my cat.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say her name, she meows back.
Oh.
Dora. She's like, no, F
My
you.
boys are still passed out next to me.
Aww.
It's only 8:00 here, so
That's what I mean. Like, she wakes up at the time that I wake my little up for school. And so if it's like 5 minutes past the time that I normally wake my little up for school, she's meowing at the bed. Meow, meow, meow. Like, hello, you guys are already supposed to be up. What's happening right now? Like, get up. Like, she knows what time it's going to be, to the point where my little sometimes be like, oh, give me 5 minutes, Dora. And I'm like, she wants you to pat her, dude. She knows what time you get up and usually do it. Like, she's looking for your love.
yeah.
That's what she's looking for. I cannot believe they did that. They took 2 seconds, literal 2 seconds for that hearing. Like, thanks a lot, judge. All right. Thanks a lot. I'm going to have to change my, wait, can I do it right now? Will it let me? I don't think it'll let me change nope, it won't change my title right now. Motherfuckers.
You can change it on Spaces.
Yeah, on Spaces you can, but you can't do it on the stream. I want to try to actually, you know what we should show them, since we're like over here on X. We should show them these stupid emails that this lady thought was like such a brilliant idea in her allegedly drunken stupor.
Yeah.
Like, who in the actual hell does this is what I want to know. All right. So, oh yeah, I forgot about this too. Lisa also made a statement about what that message was that she was trying to read on his stream, but didn't read. Okay. Because he like overtalked her and clearly did not want her to read it. So I guess what had happened was he had done numerous like raffles for some of the like tickets to the Wilbur. And so because he did numerous raffles, like she entered some of those raffles to get, better seats or whatever. So that's great and all. But he I guess said that he was going to give these closer seats away, and then people, got money for them. And I remember people being like, when's the raffle? When's the drawing? When's the drawing? I remember seeing people like, say it and keep saying it, and just nothing ever happened. And so Lisa's like, shows the text messages, some of the text messages. She's like, he probably should have talked about it on his own terms, but no, playing fucking games win some bad prizes. So here's the story I said I wasn't going to talk about, but I'm going to do it anyway. Before the Wilbur, someone donated VIP seats after already having done multiple giveaways before for the less expensive seats upstairs, in which I could not use. I was excited to get a chance to sit on the floor so I could be comfortable and go to the show. I put in for multiple drawings. So like someone else put a picture and was like, see, your name's on the wheel. Aiden put a picture of like, oh, your name's on the wheel. Yeah, she entered multiple drawings before this one. Like, as I know others did. I waited and waited for the drawing. There never was a drawing like the other times. Then the next day, bragging, he said he gave those tickets to the Canadians who asked for them on the live before the giveaway started. Said he was sorry I'd like to explain it to me, but at this point, there's no fucking explanation necessary. You frauded people. You're a fraud. You disappointed me more than my own children could. I don't know how that's possible, but you were able to pull it off. You should feel shame, but I'm sure that you don't. I like to think you were never this way, but the more I look, the more I think you always were. And I overlook too much. I overlook things because you did that story and saved that little girl, but saving the little girl is not enough to overcome all the bad shit you've been doing to a lot of people. I'm ashamed of you, Aiden. Ashamed, she said. Let me explain to you what happened last night. I wasn't planning on calling in, but when you were trying to call Jason to be a cock and couldn't get through, I decided I needed to call because someone needed to advocate for Alex. You thought you were going to destroy me. I saw it differently. A battle. I have fought many times before. I'm the cat, you're the mouse, but you're the mouse that thinks it's the cat just long enough to get caught. You showed who you were. You'll have to live with that, and you'll have to explain that to your kids someday, especially your daughter. I'm so disappointed and ashamed of you. I thought you had so much potential to do so much good, and you just keep fucking it up over and over again with your little band of misfits fucking it up with you. I will be filing a complaint against you tomorrow with the state of Massachusetts for fraud. I have the receipts. I have your messages. You should have been nicer. And so there's multiple messages. So these are like Aiden's trying to play the game of like only showing certain ones, of course, because that's what he does, but she has all of them, right? So this is him from the other day. You focus on, but if you are feeling better on another day, I would love to speak with you. I don't know why your opinion matters to me so much. Perhaps it's because you're motherly and do seem to genuinely care about me. So it bothers me that I think you've gotten the wrong impression of who I am and why I've said and done certain things over the last few months. Now, let me just point out that this is often a thing that Aiden says is, you've gotten the wrong impression. Let me explain it to you on the phone. And what he does is he gaslights someone on the phone into oblivion. He knows that if he puts it in writing, you can't twist those words. They're there, right? That's why he often will be like, well, let me just call you so he can talk his way out of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he wants to do, talk his way out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, it's unfortunate, really. It's unfortunate. Let me see what this says. Hold on. This is the paperwork I was waiting for, so give me 1 second. Where is, I'm so confused. Where is it? Why is there 3 of them? I'm confused on why she sent me 3 of like the same thing. Like, why are we doing that? Sorry, I was like super confused. Like, what in the fucking fuck are you talking about? So that's what he says. He does this whole like, oh, you just misjudged me or you just don't know me, right? So he says, it so bothers me that I think you've gotten the wrong impression of who I am and why I've said and done certain things over the last few months. Mostly, I'm sorry about the Wilbur thing. That was completely my fault and I feel horrible. So he acknowledges, like, he knows exactly what the hell she's talking about, right? And here, I'm not giving you a public apology because you entered a raffle and didn't win, Aiden said. Do you have any grandchildren who can help you navigate the internet? Because he's being an asshole. Okay, but he was saying, oh, it was a giveaway. It wasn't a raffle. She's like, oh, so it was a raffle. Thanks. Like, he can't keep his own lies straight. Not that he ever could. But that this is, who he is, this is who he is. She said, I don't have a guilty conscience. I gave him the opportunity last night to talk about it. He quickly cut me off. No, I won't. I don't want to talk about that. But I did. I wanted to clear the air. I wanted an apology, not just for me, but the other people involved. He was too busy, though, trying to make people think a potential victim couldn't possibly be because of his past. That's, that's Aiden's bullshit. You know what I mean? Was there a no purchase necessary disclaimer? I didn't see one of those. Just how much it costs per chance. that would fall under gambling in the state of Massachusetts? No? Yes, it would. I'm going to tell you right now, though, like, they're not going to do shit about a raffle. They're just not, unfortunately. You're allowed to. I mean, Little League places and all these other things do it to, like, do money, giveaways and things like that. He likes to say it's a quote giveaway now, right? It's not a giveaway if you're asking people to buy chances. That's a raffle, Nonetheless, I remember when I did a raffle, I did one raffle way back, and it was the dispatcher that won it. And a mutual friend of ours picked it up for her and brought it to her. But I remember him trying to claim like that raffle was probably a fraud. No one actually won, blah, 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 and do this whole shit to the point where the dispatcher in the Reed matter that happened before, like she ran the plate for Aiden way back when, had to like publicly come out and be like, I got it. I have it. Like, what the fuck are you talking? You know what I mean? But it's like, even after she came out, though, it's like, how many people did he lie to before that happened? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I love the way that he tries to make everyone else out to be some bad villain person that and say they did things wrong that he knows they didn't do. He just needs to say it to make them bad. And then he wants to blatantly lie about this. Like, Lisa has the receipts, bro. Like, she's got the receipts. Okay. And I remember many other people asking about like, when's this raffle drawing or whatever. And so he gave it to those people who were asking for the tickets. And it's like, you could have given them regular tickets. His justification I saw this morning was that he gave them the VIP tickets, the Canadians, and then he took their regular tickets and raffled those. And it's like, but that's not what you told people you were going to raffle them. They wouldn't have bought tickets to ones on the mezzanine regular level, like mezzanine level. They wanted the VIP ones. That's why they put in for it. Like, you fucking buffoon. Like,
when you do stuff like that, you have to be very specific about what you're doing, and then you have to follow through with how you say you're going to do it. You can't just change the rules and whatever.
Right.
Anytime you feel like it.
Exactly.
Called fraud. Fraud in the inducement.
Yes. Yep. And it's just like, instead of just being like, you know what, yeah, I fucked up, like he did in the text message to Lisa, I feel bad about it. Like, he's got to double down on the lie. And it's like, at what point does he take any responsibility for himself and his own fucking behaviors? Because I just don't think he ever will, really.
Well, it's going to be actually 1 week to the day of never.
Right. Like, what the actual hell? Oh my God. Haley, she the koala now has a card. Did you see the koala card?
No.
Oh my God, hold on. Let me pull it up. It's hilarious.
Like a baseball card kind of
No,
thing?
like a lawyer card, like a fake lawyer card. Like, yeah, business card.
I'm a lawyer, you're a lawyer, he's a lawyer, she's a lawyer.
I gotta find it because Haley put it up. Actually, I think originally it was what's her name? Gray, Earl Grey. But oh wait, you know what? I got an idea. Well, that's why I'm not looking in the right place. Oh wait, yeah, I am. What's happening here? Let's see. We'll do Chris the koala, and then you can. He probably reposted it, I'm guessing, because it's his card now. Like, hello. Oh, there it is. Ready? This is the koala at law. Cease and desist experts. Koala International Law Firm. Chris Koala, Juan Esquire. Friggin' hilarious. Oh my God. Frickin' hilarious. I can't.
Oh my gosh. That dude, man.
Oh, amazing. And yeah, Aiden did get hardcore ratioed on his own shit. Holy fucking ratio, said Sanchez. 200 and
what is that?
So he like made it, like, as you can see, I haven't blocked, so I have to hit the view button, but he made this stupid thing, right, where he like said something to Lisa after she wrote that. He said, I was busy watching the Super Bowl and having a life. Yeah, and being a fucking mess, dude. Apparently he was like fucking wasted last night. So I didn't see your post. I see you received a preservation letter. It's not a preservation letter, bro. It's an email from a lawyer in Florida that cannot practice on the behalf of Ray because she does not have a fucking license in Texas, you fucking buffoon. So I had nothing to do with that. Do we really think that, like, he had nothing to do with that? I mean, let's be honest here. Let's be really honest here. Do we actually think he had nothing to fucking do with that? Please, for the love of God. I know nobody thinks that you had nothing to do with that. Like, knock it off. Last night, you voluntarily made yourself part of the story by calling me in the middle of a show while you knew I was live. Okay, and you were calling other people in the middle of your show while you knew it was live, Aiden. Like, she was trying to educate you at the very least, you know? I agreed to have you on and let you say your piece. No, you agreed to just be a dick. Like, I felt bad for you because you're clearly being conned by a career criminal who beats up women and the elderly, which clearly you are okay with. You know what I find funny is Aiden has his own charges, but he wants to go on and on and on about everyone else's charges.
Yeah.
Everyone else's criminal record, everyone else's charges. Like, are we for real right now? The people that listen to him are supposed to believe that Alex has got a criminal record, therefore he could not have been sexually assaulted as a child. Get the actual fuck out of here with that nonsense. Get the actual F out of here with that fucking nonsense. Never mind the fact that Aiden has his own goddamn criminal record that he keeps racking up charges in multiple states for. So, I mean, he should take several fucking seats. Again, at the back of the DMV. All right? Because it's the most painful. No one wants to be at the Department of, motor vehicles. So take your several seats at the back of the fucking DMV. I mean, tell me it's not the most painful place to be on planet Earth. It is.
Oh man, I have to see when my driver's license expires.
Speaking of which.
Thanks for the reminder.
Speaking of which. Like, what in the actual, like, look at this whole nonsensical post that he posted, like that comment that he posted. Like, this is ridiculous. That's the other thing. Like, there's plenty of Texas lawyers, of course. He chose the lady who allegedly had too much Cheetos.
Oh, it does. It expires on my birthday this year.
Yeah, I think I was going to say, at least in my state, I know that it expires on your birthday after, I don't know if it's 4 or 6 years, something like
that. The DMV here, you can just like reuse your photograph.
Yeah, you can here too until you're 21. Then you have to get a new one, and then again when you're 30.
My picture is from when I was 40 or something.
So my last picture before this one that's on there now was from when I was like 19, I think. Back when they made you do it like every 2 years. And so the picture looks like me, but it's like a very young me. Like, I remember one singular time a cop saying it's not me, and I'm like, buddy, look at the picture and look at me. You're gonna tell me it's not me? It's absolutely fucking me. It's not like I had blonde hair or a different color hair or anything. Same color hair. It's me. Like, what the actual fuck are you talking about, guy? He asked me like a million questions that I answered correctly, and I'm like, you can keep claiming it's not me until the cows come home, bud. Doesn't make it true. Just answered all your questions.
I think my passport expires next year, but I should check that too.
I don't have a passport, but I probably should have one. DMV, hell on earth. It really is, Kathy. It is. That's why when I tell people to take their several seats, I tell them to take it at the back of the DMV. Literally. Like, take them all the way in the back of the DMV, please. In New Hampshire, it's on your birthday every 5 years. So she doesn't have to go until 2029. Yeah, see, I don't think I have to go until next year, 2027, I believe. Oh, now he's saying he gave them out of the kindness of his heart. I donated to the 2 women. And they were not raffled off. Those were given to me separately. And instead of raffling them off and making more money off of them, I gave them to the Canadian women. But this doesn't make sense. That whole sentence doesn't make sense. Those were given to me separately. And instead of raffling them off and making more money off of them, so you admit that you made money off of them already. Like, that's... I fucking can't. I literally can't with this guy.
He admitted he got money for stuff that he was supposed to give away to other people.
The fuck? I just gave them to
raffled
the Canadian women. I gave them to them out of the kindness of my own heart. That is false, sir. You do not have a heart, okay? Nor do you have kindness. You do not possess either one of those things. So you are a fucking liar. Oh my God. He made it even more extra. Oh my God. He made even more gaslighting happen here because they flew across the continent to watch me. Sir, do you know where we are in Massachusetts? Do you know where they are in Canada? They flew across the continent. Like, sir, knock it off. Knock it the fuck off. I literally can't. Apparently you felt entitled to those seats and my kindness to them upset you. Like, the gaslighting there is amazing to me. She's not upset about you fucking giving them to someone. She's upset that you took money before that for those fucking seats, you scumbag. Money that she gave you of her own, because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out of here. I can't.
He's hilarious, though, telling on himself. Like, that is the funniest freaking thing.
I can't. I literally can't. And what he doesn't
Lisa,
realize is he lies here, right? Like, he says, not that it's any of your business, but the tickets I donated to 2 women from Winnipeg were not raffled off. They were. Those were specifically said to were going to be raffled off. Like, and then you gave them to them instead. But people had already bought things to get those. Like, so it's like, then he goes on to say those were given to me separately. And instead of raffling them off and making more money off of them, like, what? I just gave them to the Canadian women. Like, guy, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Of course, he wants to say, like, that's why you didn't get the floor. Like, you didn't win. That's why you didn't get the floor seats. Just like Alex, you're not a victim. Like, Aiden, stop it. You're a perpetual fake victim yourself, sir. You need to stop telling actual victims that they're not victims because you want to be a perpetual fake victim. It's ridiculous at this point. You know? I did indeed say sorry to you the other day, but that's because you had a health issue that prevented you from purchasing seats in the upper balcony. And I was sorry you couldn't attend. That's not what he said at all. Not even close to what he said in those text messages. Not even a little bit. So the way that he tries to gaslight people and spin every fucking thing is so annoying, dude. Because the people actually will buy this bullshit from him. And it's so fucking crazy. It's so actually fucking crazy to me that anyone buys what the fuck he's selling at this point. Now he wants to call her creepy because she kept referring to herself as a motherly figure, except he also referred to her as a motherly figure to him. So I find it funny that now he wants to call that creepy. Is that the same way that he called it creepy when Lindsay sent flowers to his mother after his mother called him a narcissist? And they got in a fight. So Lindsay sent her flowers and set up a day for him to take her to lunch to like smooth it over. But she sent the flowers as if they were for Aiden to like smooth it over with his mother for him. Like, and then, he was so happy about it at the time. But then afterwards, it was creepy, right? You know, Meredith buys Christmas gifts as ornaments, which I thought was a nice gift. I thought it was a cute gift. That's a really cute idea. It's a very thoughtful idea, right? But instead, it's creepy afterwards. It's nice at the time, but it's creepy afterwards. Like, get the actual fuck out of here with this nonsense. Like, stop it. Stop it. I can't.
You know what's so funny is any judge would be like, okay, show me the proof of this or that he's done. And the prosecutor could just say, okay, hold on. Let me play this video of him saying it straight out of his mouth.
Right. Like, what does he think is going to happen here? Honestly. Like, what the fuck? Like, he claims he was nothing but kind and respectful to Lisa when she was on. Bro, we all watched you. No, you weren't. You were anything but.
Exactly.
Anything but. You were condescending. You were a fucking smartass. And you couldn't even take one iota of education she was trying to give you as someone who is a victim. But of course, he'll probably pretend all of us who are victims aren't victims either, because we dared to come out and say that we were, you know? God, how dare we do such a thing? It's like, then he calls her a degenerate lowlife for mentioning his kids. Like, bro, you mention everyone's kids under planet Earth, and you do one day have to explain to your kids why you're a piece of shit. And not for nothing, I'll refer back to that fucking wiretapped audio of your ex-wife, who you wiretapped illegally, sir. Okay? You, no one else, you degenerate piece of shit. Okay? You wiretapped your ex-wife, and what she said in that, which was, You are everything everyone says you are. I can't. Everyone, oh yeah, she's mentally unbalanced and blah, 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 blah. Like all this attention seeking, all the same shit he says to pretty much anyone else. You know? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. This is when Haley said something. Good for you, Haley. So she said, so wait, so your kids are off limits, but everyone else is a free game? If you can criticize the parenting of others, why can't we critique you? And she's right. He has no problem going after other people's kids, but the second anyone even mentions that he even has kids, he has a fucking meltdown. You know what I mean? Like, come on, stop it. And then, of course, this is his gaslighting back. The difference between me and you when it comes to parenting is I don't film myself swearing around my young children as I make them content on my show. No, instead, you film them in the bathtub and try to send it to a, quote, hacker and then try to have them fake charged with kiddie porn. Or take videos of your children having fucking tantrums and sending those to other people to humiliate them. No. You know, swearing is definitely much worse, let me tell you. Like, what in the actual fucking gaslighting am I reading?
I was going to say the same thing about the bathtub thing.
What the fuck? What am I reading right now? Like, this is the worst gaslighting I have ever read in my entire life. And the fact that anyone takes this fucking idiotic little midget seriously pisses me off. If you don't like me, it means I'm doing something right. No, Aiden. No, I don't think you're understanding. People cannot like anyone. That's not the problem. The problem is you are just a giant piece of human garbage. You are a waste of fucking oxygen. And I would ask that you please stop sucking off my oxygen. Okay? You're stealing oxygen from the rest of us decent humans. And I would like you to stop. Thank you. Stop stealing my oxygen. You fucking oxygen stealer. Not only are you a giveaway thief, but you're also an oxygen thief. Energy vampire. That's a good one. Energy vampire. I'm going to see how he's going to blame Meredith for this one. Like, I can't.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
That he's going to, you know what I mean? Like, that's what he's going to do. Like, realistically.
I bet these days Sean is going, because he used to get the blame for everything. But since they broke up, now it's Meredith.
Yeah. Klaus said the Wilbur gives an entire row or section of seats to the performer. I've been to a few shows, and it's the upper right section. So those seats were free when Machado and Bradle were sitting. Oh, of course they were. You think they paid for those? Fuck out of here. Of course not. They didn't pay for those. No way. No way. So I did make a post this morning about the other oxygen stealing, allegedly Tito drinking lawyer from Florida. And I said, let me comment on the Ray/Aiden, as Aiden is clearly using this misfit too. Fake Timu lawyer who lives in Florida and isn't licensed in Texas, Connecticut, or Massachusetts. Where she is sending these ridiculous preservation emails, not on a company letterhead, and that's for a reason. It is unauthorized practice of law. She can't represent them unless she's pro hoc vice under someone else's license. Her emails are a joke, and she may want to stop allegedly hitting the Tito so hard she thinks she can practice all over America. Those emails legally mean nothing. She can be fired and lose her license for an unauthorized practice of law. What an actual fucking idiot, and absolutely zero people should take her seriously.
Yeah.
And I meant every motherfucking word of it.
Again, the Aiden effect. Another attorney doing something stupid.
How dumb.
Everybody who comes into his orbit screws themselves.
Yep. That's exactly it. It's like, bro, why? Why do you people want to keep losing your licenses and your jobs and your like stuff? Why? For the love of God, why? Someone tell me why anyone would want to do that for him. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't seem like it's a smart fucking idea. You know?
So he's got Linda Bangs Baden, Mike, whatever his last name is,
Maza.
Rancid Cupcakes.
Yeah, rancid
And,
cupcakes. Food poisoning, you know.
Florida Faker. Betero. I can't even come up with a name for him. And Bradle. That's 6 attorneys that are dumbasses.
More than 6. Jess called me a loser this morning. Oh, that's hilarious. Jess should really speak for her fucking self and not me, considering she's never met me, doesn't know a thing about me. I don't argue with my husband on live streams, and I certainly don't give my entire address and email and phone number out to the entire internet. Just saying. So who's calling who a fucking loser at this point is what I would like to know. Just wondering. I'm just wondering. Just asking for a friend here. Just take several seats, bro. Go get a fucking bagel. You're just mad that Aiden's imploding, and you'll implode with him too, because make no mistake about it, darling, he will burn you just like he burns everyone else. He doesn't have boundaries, Freeze. He doesn't know how to have boundaries, whether they're personal or professional, because narcissists cannot have that. They don't know how. They literally do not have that chip in their brain. I have a severe case of MDS, Meredith Derangement Syndrome. Oh my fucking God. Hilarious.
When everything's his, there is no boundaries. Like, he is entitled to everything. He's the coveter in chief.
That's
it's all
just
for him.
Funny. That is
funny. Usually when you're a decent human being, you want to see other people succeed, and you're happy when they do. And he is the exact opposite of that.
Wait, did he? Whoa, hold on a second here. Hold the fuck up. Hold the actual phone here. Hold on. I'm trying. This. I cannot. I just got something and I need to check real quick, because if he really did what I think that he just did.
If I had to guess, I would say yes.
Oh, motherfucker. So, looks like this is a clip from... Hold on. We'll just play the damn clip. That's what the fuck we'll do here. This is just annoying. He is so fucking annoying. Like, I just can't. Like, I can't. Like, he is so... I can't. I literally can't. Like, it's just like, he's just something else, this motherfucker, bro. All right. Hold on. Here it is, right here. This creep show, bro.
In dirt, he couldn't breathe. Jennifer Altman. Oh, I haven't even started. I haven't even begun to bury Jennifer Altman and Steve Libby yet. Oh, I haven't.
You know what I find funny about that is, if Jen really wanted, she could bury him 7 ways from Sunday. Why pick a fight with someone you know could bury you 7 ways from Sunday? Why do it? And I will explain that, because people in his orbit are like, well, why would he pick a fight with someone who can bury him? I mean, he did the same thing to Meredith, okay? Make no mistake about it. It's because she clearly doesn't support his bullshit anymore, okay? Let's just throw that out there. So because she doesn't simply support his bullshit anymore, she doesn't have to say anything publicly. She doesn't have to do anything. Simply because she doesn't support his bullshit anymore, all right? This is the behavior, right? Drag her boyfriend or husband into it. You know, drag her into it. Like, oh, I haven't even begun. Oh, Aiden, I really hope that you buckle up, Buttercup, because if she burns it all down and drops a Hiroshima bomb on you, I don't want to hear you crying like the baby back bitch that you are.
Even started, Jennifer. You don't even know. You lying piece of garbage. You don't even know. You don't even know. Jennifer Altman is going to be a 1 seed in Ratchet Madness next year. Like Jennifer Altman. It's coming. You want it? You want this? Let's go, Jen.
So scary.
Let's go. But we'll deal with that another day. Tonight we win the Super Bowl. How about that?
Oh, everyone's so scared of being in your ridiculous ratchet madness because it means anything in real life. Ooh. Ooh. No, but I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess that it's probably that he's gone over the line for whatever line. Like everyone has a line, right? So I'm assuming, I guess, that whatever line he crossed at that point, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, eventually he does it to everyone, you know? That's just I mean, Jess has nothing to say about me because she doesn't fucking know me. So she gets all of her information from a sewer turtle who doesn't know me. So, I mean, yeah, look at your source in that. Your source of information is a sewer turtle and a woman who has had multiple restraining orders put on her from members of her own fucking of the public community in her own goddamn area. Yeah, we're definitely should listen to those people. 100%. 100%. Yep. They're not insane at all and calling everyone else insane and everyone else is a criminal and a grifter and a liar. Right. It's just everyone else but them. Sure. Sure thing. Sure fucking thing. I bangs. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot about her. She does. Also, like, her husband's a smart cookie. I just don't, like, agree with people who say that, like, "Oh, she's smart." No, no, her husband is that doesn't make her a smart cookie. Her husband is a smart cookie, you know? It's just bonkers, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, she was a supporter of his. He's turning on her now because she's no longer a supporter of his. That's clear, at this point. And so, of course, if you bother to not support him anymore, then you are the devil, okay? That means you're the devil. That's what it means. Revenge! I feel like that's what he says every time he, like, starts tweeting and finger banging, like, revenge! Yeah, he entered the chat. How many, finger banging twits do you think he gave today in his tweeter, in his Twitter account? 72 fin Hi. How are you, ma'am? You just come in meowing? Like we're supposed Oh, okay. Okay. You wanna come say hi to the people or you just wanna meow from down there? Hello? Yeah, you. Yeah, you wanna say hi to the people? Well, come on. Alright, well then don't. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. She's just gonna sit at my feet and whine instead. That's alright, she just wanted to meow, so it's fine. Of bangs. Oh my god, the cat is literally fighting her own shadow right now. Like, I'm not kidding. She's attacking her own paw shadow. That's hilarious. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, ready, people? This is what it looks like. I can't get it close enough. The bangs. It's just the bangs for me, alright? I would never look good with curtain bangs. You could not put them on me. I would look like a fucking buffoon, alright? There's there's a reason why I don't cut my hair. Too short. I can't do it. I can't. I fucking can't. I can't. I can't. I fucking can't. We're gonna have to have our own ratchet attorney add bangs there to it. Sia wins. Sia wins. Yeah, that's Dora. She's exploring right now. So where'd she go? Where are you? Not under my feet now. I can't. The medium. Oh, Teresa, the lady from I like that lady from oh god. Long Island, right? She's from Long Island. Oh, the JFK interview. You mean with the cousin? I talked a little bit about that in the beginning of the stream. I like Teresa the Medium. Oh my God. Those shorts have been, oh my God. Have you seen those shorts, Deidre, with the people who are like doing the bang cutting? Have you seen these? Oh my God. Dude, I really peed myself laughing at one of them the other day. Like it's like they are like pulling pieces down and like, you know, pulling them this way and then cutting across to try to do like a side sweep bang. And it's just coming out like all fucked up. Like, dude, you should probably not try that in real life. Don't do it. Put the scissors down.
Away.
Back away. Put the scissors down and back away. Dora's the cat. Yep, Dora's the cat. Dora is the cat. She's exploring over here. She was meowing for all of you. That was listen, in the beginning of the show was the first time she's ever jumped up on my desk to say hi to you guys. So, I mean, there's a first for everything. Right? Go to Supercuts at least. Like, fuck, man. What in the actual fuck? I fucking can't. I can't. I fucking can't. Danielle, these are my teeth. See them, darling? Here they are. Right here. See them? Fuck, dude. Oh. You must be a cultist, darling. I think Cult HQ is calling. You might need to go back there. They might need you. They might need you. I love when people come and run their fucking out the side of their necks. Like, dude, run back to the cult. Nobody cares what you have to say. Nobody cares. Nobody likes you. The cult does. And nothing you say matters. Like, how long do you think it took poor Danielle there to finger bang that? That zinger that she thought she was going to make. Hilarious. Da, 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 da.
What did you think though of Alex? I mean, not Alex.
The cousin?
Yeah, Corey.
So what it at least seemed like to me was that that he knew both parties. And he knew both parties.
Right.
So, oh, Danielle, you follow me? You poor cultist. That's really sad. I don't want your hate follow. Bye now. Take your hate follow back, darling. You can join the block party. See you later. I love when people hate follow me. The first thing I see in her replies is, I had to call into James Jackson because I was so upset with how they run this. Please don't speak for victims like myself. Go fuck yourself. They didn't run with anything. It was brought to them. They gave it a platform, which I absolutely would have fucking done.
But they say, don't speak for victims like me.
I said, don't speak for victims like me. She was mad because James Jackson, she was so angry, so upset that she had to call into James Jackson because she's claiming that they, quote, ran with it. Like, ran with what? With Alex's story, with his truth, with his pain? Like, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Take your weird ass shit somewhere else. Go back to the cult. Nobody wants you. And also, just remember this: when you come out of the cult, please don't contact me. You're a fucking horrible person.
I'm so upset. I gotta call James and tell him I'm so upset.
I'm so angry. I'm a Stuart Turtle. Please, guys, don't steal my glasses. I'm a Stuart Turtle. I'm very serious. I'm a serious guy. I'm a very serious man. Like, bro, you care that much to call James Jackson and cry and whine because you don't like that he brought a childhood sexual assault victim and gave him a platform? Like, sit the actual fuck down, dude. People like you do not speak for victims like me or Alex, okay? We speak for ourselves. We use our own fucking voices. Shut the actual fuck up. I'm a little spicy today. I was also a little spicy yesterday. I think I got delirious yesterday. I was quite tired. So by the end of my spaces, I was a little bit off the chains.
You're spicy.
I'm spicy. A little spicy, sorry. A bit spicy. I apologize. No, you don't. Sorry, not motherfucking sorry. The
We
fact
need to do a spaces where we only talk like this.
Oh my god, hilarious. Spaces are getting the word out. You're totally right, Peggy. Oh, Jesse didn't realize we were doing a spaces too. Yeah, we were. So what we were actually trying to do, Jesse, is I got up early for this. And fuck, dude. Like I got up early for this because I don't usually, as you guys know, I was just gonna do like the Kelsey stuff and then do my regular stream like later, but we got all set up to do the simulcast for the hearing and they fucking shit on the hearing. Like they completely were like, yeah, no, we didn't. They went in and then there was like a medical emergency and someone passed out. And so after that, there was no like point. You know what I mean? They literally did nothing. They did nothing. They essentially did nothing. Nothing but say they were coming back March 9th. So it was literally a 2-second hearing. And so the Zoom information wasn't working. And that's probably why, because they had no intent to do that. They just did the whole like, oh, okay, well, we're going to do it March 9th. See you later. Bye. So unfortunately, we didn't get to do it because that's what the judge did. So
the most exciting thing was the lady that passed out.
Yeah, right. I will go over the motion to recuse the judge. I mean, Bradel put it in the last minute on purpose because he's a fucking buffoon, per usual. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And making changes is right. What's the difference between Alex going on the YouTube channel or going on 20 or 60 minutes, other than the fact that they're not going to let him tell his whole story on 60 minutes or 20? They're going to cut it down to a 10-minute segment where he gets to say 3 fucking things that they allow him to say after they cut the rest out. At least on YouTube, he can tell what parts of his story he wants to talk about and the parts that he doesn't want to talk about, and not use mainstream media who is going to cut it down to whatever they're going to cut it down to. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I mean, I honestly think using YouTube is a little bit better if you're trying to bring awareness for something like that, because you can't have an hour on 2020 or 60 minutes. They're going to give you a short segment that they cut, you know? It's sad.
JFK did a really good job with his questions. I have to say, he was very journalistic, unlike some other people. But he did a really good job.
Asking those very sexual questions, like that's something that you, as a victim, you don't even want to tell the cops. Never mind some fucking wackadoodle that just wrote an entire article about you because you have a criminal record. Like, what the actual hell? That's just crazy. Yeah, let me get the motion. Hold on.
I love the way Alex shut Aiden down by saying, you already made up your mind about me.
And and he's right. He's 100% right on that. I love the way he did that. You're right. Like, that's exactly what happened. Aiden had already made up his mind. He was there to make a fool of Alex. He wasn't there to hear his story. Let's be real. Like I told you guys yesterday, when I spoke with Alex yesterday, like, he was still like, you know, keep your head up, like keep doing what you're doing. Like that just speaks volumes of his character in general. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Okay, I got to call myself out. I was being sexist. It wasn't a woman that passed out. It was a man.
Was it? I would have assumed it was a woman too, to be fair. Poor guy. Probably had like low blood sugar or something, you know, which is probably why he refused the. All right, let's see. Choose one. Which court system? Blah, 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 blah. Superior Court. She's Suffolk County, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, Suffolk, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are, Dora. Now you want to say hi to the people? Okay, well, listen. I'm not telling you what to, I'm not telling you what to do, girl. You do whatever you want to do, all right? Right? You do it. She's very vocal. She likes to talk. If you talk to her, she will talk back. She also likes the window that's right here, so you can see her tail going because she wants the window.
Yeah.
Hi, baby. Hello. Yeah, hi. You say hi to the peoples? Say hi, peoples. My name is Dora. I'm exploring. Huh. Yes. She was yesterday. I was trying to work. And she was stepping all over my keyboard. All over the I'm like, what are we doing right now? You could be stepping on my keyboard, girl. Like, I'm trying to type here. Crazy. Thought she came up to try to catch the mouse or something, you know? Like, it's not a real mouse. It's just called that. All right.
My boys always step on the remote right when there's something about to happen.
Yeah. See, now she's like rubbing up against me, like, hey, you stop patting me. You can't do that, Mom. That's not a thing. You cannot stop patting me. Like, ma'am, I'm working here. I'm working here. Trying to get the motion up. Why do they make it so fucking difficult, dude? I really hate the system that we have here for paperwork, because if they don't scan it in, you got to go all the way down there and get it. Like, ugh. She was helping me stream. That's what she was doing.
Which motion are you looking for?
Bradles to recuse.
Recuse?
Yeah. Do you have it? No.
No.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I usually can get it on the system, but it looks like it's not. Let me in there.
We don't like you, so we don't want you to be the judge.
Right? Like, that's not how it works, you fucking buffoon. But I mean, to be fair, Bradles tried to recuse a million judges. Like, that's just his thing. Like, oh, one time at band camp, I saw you at this dinner, so you can't be the judge. Like, yeah, that's not how it works, bud. It's not how it works there, buddy. What the?
Okay, I think Julie is.
Let her up. I'll ask Mike to send me the motion.
Can you hear me, Julie?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We good? Okay. I'm not blowing anybody's ears out, right?
Nope.
Okay. Yay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ben Rosa. Oh, boy. I almost did a 107 on 107 because 107 goes right by the courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
I did get coffee, though.
See, I didn't even do that yet. Didn't even do that yet.
No coffee? Well,
Nope.
I mean, I woke up at, according to me, it's the after crack of dawn, which was, I think, 7:38? I was like, oh, do I have to do this?
I don't wanna.
Yeah, I don't want. Well, it's because it's cold. Like, it's not like the actual temperature isn't that cold, but the wind gets you. And like we were standing outside, it's like, well, let's not make the court upset. And it's like, okay, that's fair. Let's go outside. And like all of a sudden the wind picked up and I was like, ooh, just cuts right through you. But anyways, yeah, wasn't court exciting? We got all the color play-by-play of the stuff that happened outside of the court, and then court happened, and I mean, there was some stuff. I mean, like I can imagine that a lot of people tried to get on because like you could hear the Zoom, like the not the Zoom, the phone feed. And
Yeah.
like I'm not gonna like yell like what Melanie does, like everybody shut up and make sure you mute so I don't look bad. But like like anybody out there who's listening to this stuff, just mute, because people in the audio, what is it? The people, the audience.
I always
Studio audience,
before I go in.
round of applause.
Always.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured, you know what, it might have been somebody on the South Coast, but I'm not gonna point fingers or name names who was home and didn't come here this morning. But maybe this is why. Like there were some people there. There were supporters.
Like, I'm on the South Coast. If I had a car, I would have happily gone, you know? Fuck.
Well, yeah, but that's a ways. Like this Thursday, the Row and Co stuff is back in Dedham. And like I'm not a fan of like going around there because of, well, just the stuff that went on during like Karen Reed stuff and the Trump stuff and whatever it is. But like that would be something to see because I love Row so much.
Right.
And she is spectacular. And yeah, like they were off for I think like 2 months. So I mean that's gonna happen this Thursday. But yeah, I mean court today, like we got dates, which I think we already had. Like I thought I thought today was happening on the 9th, but apparently not. Like they must have switched. I thought they nixed this date and went for the 9th because that's why that date was still open. Like that was supposed to be the final pre-trial hearing, but I think that was the 12th. I just swapped my dates. But anyways, so yeah, so the motion to recuse the judge, that's going to be held on the 9th. he said that he filed papers, yesterday or this morning, like they went in, so like they should be on the docket, or like they should be with the court. Like I think her docket number has a little bit of a lag because I have a hard time getting stuff. Like, but again, I'm a novice. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So that's on the 9th. I don't know if it's going to be 9, 10, or 12, but those are usually the times that stuff like that happens. Then there's a 12th for the final pretrial hearing, and then trial starts the 23rd of March. Now, I'm uploading the video. Like, they didn't say too much after court, but Tim Bradel said that Charlie McKenna asked, or I think it's Charlie McKenna or the mother-daughter team were there too, asked if, because of the motion to recuse the judge, if this was going to kind of like hold things up, and he said no, we want this to go as fast as possible because we waited, we're all basically ready to go. There was an issue, so I don't know if you guys heard the actual like what happened in court. So the judge asked prosecution if their obligation for discovery was in, and they said, yeah, we filed a motion, or we filed, I guess, a certificate of completion for all this stuff, but they said we forgot one thing that's outstanding, and we'll get to it today. So that's basically all wrapped up. So everything from the prosecution side is basically, and then they asked Tim Bradel, and I forget exactly what he said, but like he did it in his like Tim Bradel way, be like, Your Honor. But so he said that he was expecting more, because again, after court in the interview, he said well, I don't foresee any issues once we get everything in, and we don't have to give anything to the prosecution until they meet their obligation to us. So I think they're waiting for something else, but I guess they're going to work that out behind the scenes. So we shall see. So yeah, so that's basically what happened. Yeah, like the most exciting thing was like, like we were getting like Tim Bradel came in like just about like right at 10. It was like, okay, let's go. And then they came out and they're like, nope, emergency in the court. Because like right before that happened, the court officer from downstairs came bombing down the hallway.
Yep.
I was like, oh, what happened? And yeah, they came out like, oh, emergency, and like they closed everything down. Like I don't know if they must have shut down the court audio or something, because when it started back up, like they cleared the courtroom, and then the person that passed out and the paramedics came out. We walked back in, and like they must have turned the system on, because like you can hear it like dialing in, and like there was a loud noise. It was like, oh, I hope nobody who was listening at home heard that, because that was
It wouldn't
harsh
let
here.
us. It wouldn't let me in. Just kept saying like incorrect ID number. So I don't think they even like opened up the Zoom for that specific courtroom or for that hearing.
Yeah. See, like I'm wondering if it was shut down, and because I think they called 2 other cases. Like the judge came up, like the judge came back on the bench. Like as soon as they cleared out, we walked in, and like within, I think it was less than 5 minutes, the judge came back on the bench. And they called 2 cases that were like pretty quick. It's like, okay, do you have updates? No, okay, bye. Okay, like, are you here?
Yep.
Okay, no, bye. Okay, bye. And then they came up. So like I don't know if like everything was operational or whatever it was.
Nope.
But
we got nothing. We got nada.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That was. Yes, yeah. So that was basically it. There was I think there was the female prosecutor that was there. I didn't see I forget the guy's name. He's an Italian guy. The guy who's prosecuting this. It's not La Macchia. That's the one that's dealing with the Rowanco stuff, with the federal stuff. What is his name? Panatosi, something like that. Well, anyway,
maybe.
yeah, Gubatosi. It's something like that. That's the guy who's going to prosecute this case, and I forget her name, but she's usually there with him. But like she came up and was like, "Yep, we've met our obligation, except for this one thing that we'll get like we'll either get today or tomorrow, so that should be taken care of." And then the defense said, "No, we still have some stuff that I want. We'll work it out." I think he said ballistics and something, and I think like service records for one of the officers. So like they're still working stuff out. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me check my fancy notes. Let's see. Yeah, final pretrial, 12th. I said that right. Yeah, 9th, 12th, and 23rd.
Yep.
Right.
He said not. Yeah, Bradel not there with discovery. Then they're going to do that, and that was it. Yep. Very, very, very excited. Yeah, and then they spoke after court. I mean,
outside.
Right there. What's up?
Was it outside?
Oh yeah, outside. Yeah, because they said like they didn't want to do it inside. Like with turtles, they did it inside because number 1, it was cold, and number 2, like there was an elevator bank, so it was kind of closed off. And I think they might have asked like, hey, can we do this here? Or maybe they just did it, but I don't know.
Yeah, who fucking knows with them, dude? I'm not shocked that Bradel did a thing.
Did they say anything interesting this morning?
As far as what, like things that happened in the courtroom? I mean,
no, after.
After. Well, I mean, they kind of basically did the same thing where, I mean, it's uploading. The guy from he's Mass Live, is it Charlie McKenna. I think that's him. He was there. He was at Turtles. He's been at these, following this for a while. It was, I think it was him and another person. I don't know if she's like establishment media or what do you want to call it? And then there was me, and then there was the mother daughter team. But yeah, like he basically asked the question, saying like, like, hey, like, do you want this to go to trial? What's going on with discovery? What about the recusal? Oh yeah, that was the thing that the Brado kept saying. It was like, well, and like I didn't quite understand. So like I was more focused on like, okay, let me make sure that like I'm not shaking the camera all over the place, because it was hard to see. So he said something about we have to recuse this judge because there's a conflict of interest, and like something else that was like,
Apparently he had an ex parte communication with the probation officer.
Oh, is that what the issue is?
I guess so, but I don't think that the judge is going to recuse for that though, because like probation officers and the judges see each other all the damn time. I highly doubt he's going to, you have to remember the judge has to be the one that like decides his own damn bias, basically. Like, so the judge, right. Yes, I'm showing a bias by saying anything to the probation officer or having an ex parte meeting. So it's like, it depends on how far that meeting went. If it was just like a few words or like whatever, you know what I mean? Like, to me, I don't know if I don't know. I just don't think a judge is going to recuse for that. They work with probation officers all the goddamn time. And he probably said, like, he probably asked the probation officer, like, why he agreed with Bradel and, like, about the scram is what I'm guessing. That's
oh, yeah, that's right, too. Yeah, because that was that issue, too. So, yeah. I mean, yeah. And
doesn't like, really make you biased if you're just simply, like, you know what I mean? Like, but again, it would have to be the context of it, but.
Right. Yeah. Plus that was the issue that came up with with her with her going into out in Chicopee, because it's like, okay, what's the issue? And then to have the probation officer say like, like, well, she tried and we didn't fail her for that. And then to have the judge turn around and say like, well, wait a minute, you didn't fail her for complying when she could have been out here, drinking and causing an issue. Like maybe they had a conversation about that and be like, hey, is this like a normal practice? Like does this need to be looked into a little bit more? Because like, like this case, aside the point, like what about everybody else out here? Like, like people are supposed to be on monitors with this, like if they're not complying, they're like, it's fine, you'll get it the next time. Like you need to know, like for the safety of the public around here.
Yep.
And that's so, like, I wonder if that's the issue.
That's how it works. You know what I mean? Like people are like all mad at the judge, but like if you're being let out on bail with bail conditions,
right? Yeah.
Then you have to follow those bail conditions,
Right. Plus, not to mention, she was deemed, she was still deemed dangerous. Now again, like you look at it and like, like listen to what you said about this, and like we kind of sort of agree. But like, yeah, like the main issue in this case is like, like, okay, like, like she pulled a firearm and she was shot. Like, okay, like, like what do you expect? But like the other part was like, number one, why wasn't she sectioned? Because the threshold is so friggin' low that like it's become like a joke of like a Section 12 party. Anyways, like it's so low.
Not a thing.
Oh, good. I don't know. Some person on the internet says no. Anyways, but like the threshold is so low, and like the way that the 209A order was written, like they should have looked, and it's like, oh, if there's like any whiff of a threat, like nope, we're gonna take you, and like that didn't happen. And then the other stuff behind the scenes with like like you said, like okay, if there is a legitimate threat, like yeah, you want her away, but it does seem like there's something else going there, because it does seem like everything else, like they want her to be the craziest person on earth, and it's like, okay, I'm just not seeing it. But she was, because of all of that, she was deemed dangerous, and like those, like those conditions were put there. It's like, hey, I don't want you to drink your face off, because like in the 209A report, it came up that he's reporting that like you have issues drinking, and again, that wasn't brought in front of the court. Like this happened way before that, so like she was still deemed like dangerous. So like, yeah, like of course you're gonna do that, and like the judge is looking at it, it's like, hey, if you're giving her a pass, she is still considered dangerous. what are you doing to the community? Like, what are you doing to, like, you know, the
Exactly.
people, like, of, like, Essex County? And, like, you can look and say, like, oh, she's getting a raw deal with some of the stuff. And, like, yeah, like me personally, I think she is getting a raw deal with, like, the family stuff. But, like, the other stuff, like, you still need to comply. What are you doing?
You
And, like,
do.
if you let this one go, who else do you let go? And, like, could that be an issue? So, like, maybe that's the issue. But
Yep.
it'll be interesting to see what he writes.
That's exactly it, though. That's exactly it. You have to treat everybody fairly. You can't, like, you know what I
Right.
mean? If you let this
Yep.
one go, then you have to let all of them go, you know? Like, that's
Yeah.
the bottom line. And, what the fuck? Why does my fucking Facebook keep doing this? I don't go on Facebook that much. My Facebook's giving me a hard time here, and Mike's trying to give me the damn thing here, so. Oh my God. No, I don't want to play this game, Facebook. I would like to not do this. Thanks. I appreciate the nonsense. Like, the Young Thug trial was different, though. That was that was an ex parte communication with the prosecution, not a probation officer. That's a big
Yeah.
no. Like, those are two different things. Probation officer versus prosecution are two very largely different things.
I saw that part of it, and when they put the defense attorney in jail and stuff, it was quite a thing.
Yeah, you can't do all that. That's not, you know. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Bradel at all. In general, he's just, in my opinion, not a great, you know, defense attorney at all. Not
Julie,
even a little bit.
Who did he just take on? He took on another client.
Oh,
Did
yeah,
he?
down in yeah, that's what that's what Jess said, that there was a case in dude, that was one that I was telling you about, where the guy shot the mother and son, I think it was, and was only charged with, I think, battery. And was like, that's kind of weird. Yeah, he took he's representing that person because Jess said that she went to that one because that's in, I believe, Fall River. Is that the Fall River in New Bedford? It's down by
yeah.
her.
It's near her, though. Yeah, each one of
Yeah.
those are near her. Both of them are near her. Both of those
Yeah. Yep.
ones are near her.
Yeah. So she's taking that on, and she's like, oh, well, you know, don't jump to conclusions yet, because, like, there's something weird about this. And I was like, yeah, like I think Fox 25 had it, or NBC 10 or Boston.com, or one of them had it.
Right.
I looked and I was like, that's weird. Like, they were like he, you know, shot them and killed them, and he was he was only charged with battery, and I was like, that's weird. But then I talked to Dieter about that, and she's like, no, like you can, you know, like, upcharge, you know, as things come in. Like, maybe, you know, they thought that it was, you know, like, self-defense, or, you know, whatever the case may be. So, like, lower threshold.
They could
But,
have,
like,
yeah.
I know, like, but, like, I know, like, around here, like, it's like very, very, very common to, like, charge you, like, throw the whole entire book and then some at you. Like, there was I think there was I don't know if it was a hit and run or something happened. It was in that was in Norfolk County too, where, like, they charged the guy with everything under the sun. I think they charged him with second degree murder, manslaughter. Yeah, like, more like they charged him with absolutely everything. It's like, wow, I didn't think that was possible, but okay.
See, that's the thing,
like,
right?
yeah,
Norfolk County
yeah.
is like that. They'll throw all these charges at all these different people, but why not Aiden? That's the one thing that starts to. I grew up in Norfolk County, okay? Believe me,
Yeah.
I know how easy it is for them to charge people with shit. The amount of crimes that have actually been reported to the police when it comes to him, they could have charged him 17 times over already. So why are you refusing? Why does he
Not
need to,
to
like, stab
mention-
someone to have it happen? You know what I mean?
Not to mention, he should have been had his bail revoked how many times?
Yeah, quite a few by now. You know, again, I don't know if it's like Cosgrove is just old, or like they're, you know, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office is like, well, we don't want to charge him with anything else. And it's like, you don't have, like, in my opinion, you don't have that option, because if it was anyone else, no, you wouldn't have done it. You would not. You would have charged me if it was me. You would have charged anyone else if it was anyone else. What's the difference? What's the damn difference?
Yeah, like, Boston's like that too. Like, I know Middlesex, Essex, like, you know, like, pretty much like all of, like, Eastern Massachusetts, it's like that too, where it's like, we're gonna charge you with everything, and then some. And then when you don't then we'll offer you a quaff or it's like some sort of like plea, like plea agreement or something. And if you
Right.
don't, we're gonna make your life holy hell and drag this out for as long as possible. Like that's what it looks like to me, because it seems like like the cases that are going on like with the Miles King and the Proctor stuff, like it seems like things are just taking like forever and ever and ever, like 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Like there was another one actually before one of the hearings for that. I think Roe was walking up and the judge said like I think they made a comment where it's just like, like, oh, how long, like I think I got like talking to the clerk or something like that, and it was like, oh, how long is this? And it was like, oh, since 2019. It was like, wait a minute, 6 years? You've been doing this for 6 years and you still don't have this like completed? That was in like a place like completely separate or a case completely separate from like the Ronco stuff. But like if that's the type of stuff that goes on here, and like like I know like in Suffolk and Essex, it takes forever and ever. It's like, what are you doing? Just get the stuff, go to trial, let the jury see it, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that so hard?
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
really not. You know what I mean? It's not hard. It's not hard at all. But to me,
Yeah,
it's just
like
bonkers. Like,
just fight fair. Like just like just fight fair, and that way like the people who who do bad stuff go away, and like I don't know, maybe society
right.
gets better. I don't know. But yeah, like the stuff with like the stuff with Turtle, like I don't understand. Like he just keeps going and going and going. It's like, what are you doing?
It's bonkers at
Like
this
just in
point.
like in general, and then like what happened on Saturday, like like we were watching it and like kept pausing to scream. Like is this actually happening? Like are you for real, for real, for real?
Yeah. Well, yeah, Bradel has tried what do you mean? For Aiden, he's recused, I think 2 or 3 judges, like, but those judges actually like had like real big conflicts. Like either they knew Bradel or they had a conflict with Aiden. So like there have been, those already.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Courtney and Tina are the quote paralegals working for Bradel.
Yes.
Yep.
And were they unpaid volunteers at the time that he was in jail?
Yeah.
Are they paid now?
I don't know. That's a good question, but Courtney doesn't even know what a fucking paralegal is, nor know how to be one. Secondly, she's an actual insane person. So I don't know why anyone on any planet would allow her to do any fucking thing.
And is it true that Courtney is pretty much by Kelsey's side on the phone or in person every day?
Who knows?
Yes.
Probably. I mean,
Yeah,
that doesn't.
and
I mean,
actually
we're
Jess
talking
said
about the
that
same
too.
one who
Sorry.
you called my mods on the phone and said she's known me for 25 years and I haven't seen and viewers of mine, and I hadn't seen her since I was 19. Like, I mean, I do not. Thank you. Leah knows her too. Like, Courtney is a fake it till you make it stalking asshole. Like, she's an actual insane person. Like, an actual insane person. Is it common to ask for another judge? No, not really. No.
With the at least with Courtney, Jess actually said this morning too, and like I could back her up. Well, at least like from what I've seen going to this, because I think this is my 4th time in Salem for Kelsey. What was I going to say? Like at all times, it's like there Kelsey goes, and there's Courtney. And Jess said the same thing too, saying that Courtney is by her side, morning and night. And like I've seen her in chats, like when she was in Chicopee, I've seen her in chats where like you see Courtney's name, and actually Melanie brought it up a couple times when she was going over documents. She's like, "Oh, just let everybody know Kelsey's here. She's on the phone with Courtney. She, they'll relay the chat to her and like listen to like, hey, we're gonna listen to you talking about the case of in the papers or whatever it is, and like they'll relay like the chat to her."
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's nice. I mean,
somebody's asking if like they're certified paralegals or just volunteers to assist. The only thing that Courtney is fucking certified in is being certifiably fucking insane. All right. Like, that's the only thing she's certified in. I do have the motion right here. Mike kindly told me where I can download it.
Oh, nice.
Is that the motion to recuse? Fantastic.
Yeah, it's right here. I'm gonna read it because
I want to hear that.
Can't put it on the screen because I have you guys on, but I can read it. It's right in front of me. So, Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, defendant's motion to recuse Judge Kathleen McCarthy, Naaman, and request for evidentiary hearing. And let's get real, they just don't like the judge really because she sent her back to jail. But nonetheless, they can try it. They can. Now comes the defense, and that's again, like, this is, you have to remember, like, whatever the hell Bradel is alleging, it doesn't mean that what he's alleging is true. Let's all fucking remember that. All right. Like, let's remember that he can allege that the sky is fucking purple. As we've known with Mr. Bradel and Betterow, they oftentimes write in crayon and just say shit for funsies. So let's just throw that out there before we read this fucking nonsense that he wrote. All right, let's see. I had one best friend in my life, Magic. She passed away in 2014, and she can never be replaced. She was like my left leg. Wherever I went, she was. Wherever she was, I went. Might as well sewed us to each other like Siamese twins. All right. Introduction. Now comes the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, by and through counsel, and hereby files the instant motion to recuse Judge Kathleen McCarthy Naiman. As grounds, it is apparent that a reasonable disinterested observer, wait a second, a reasonable disinterested observer, being apprised of the facts of the judge's involvement in the case, would conclude there's a lack of impartiality, or at a bare minimum, an appearance that the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. Oh boy. The instant motion is made pursuant to the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, Article 29 of the Massachusetts Constitution, Declaration of Rights, the provisions of the Supreme Judicial Court's Code of Judicial Conduct, and applicable case law, all of which mandate disqualification when a judge cannot be fair or impartial, or where her impartiality might be reasonably questioned by a disinterested third party. You're not a disinterested third party, though. Like he basically, it has to be like somebody who didn't really give a fuck would say that was bias. Like that's essentially what that means. You know, someone who wasn't following this and didn't give a shit about this would say, oh yeah, that's probably bias for that judge. Reasonably would think that, you know. Here, the record demonstrates multiple grounds. Oh boy. Each independently sufficient and collectively dispositive requiring recusal. Oh boy. Request for evidentiary hearing, as the body of evidence required to be amassed in support of the motion likely includes, but is not limited to, probation officials, municipal third-party records, social media information, and the like. An evidentiary hearing and its attendant subpoena power is necessary to introduce the evidence and make sure the record is clear. So basically, he wants to rehash people's opinions on the internet, just FYI. Applicable standard. A judge must disqualify himself in any proceeding in which a reasonable person, knowing all the circumstances, would question the judge's impartiality. The inquiry does not turn on the judge's subjective belief in his own neutrality, nor does it require a showing of actual bias. The principle of impartial justice is enshrined in Article 29 of Massachusetts Constitution, Declaration of Rights. Oh my God, he just goes on and on about how essential it is to the preservation of rights of every individual, life, liberty, property, character, that there will be an impartial interpretation of the law and administration of justice, and it's the right of every citizen to be tried by judges as free, impartial, and independent. Oh my God.
It's enshrined in your ass.
Yeah, like, I mean, basically, he just goes on and on and on about why this is so important, basically. Like, why your right to impartiality is so fucking important. Like, that's basically what he's bitching and whining about at the moment.
That's what I would say. I would say it's enshrined in your ass.
Right? Like, shut the fuck up. Procedural background relative to recusal. All right, let's read this part, because this is the part that's going to, like, actually say what his actual fucking argument might be. Miss Fitzsimmons is before the Essex Superior Court, sitting at Salem, in a one-count prosecution charging assault by means of dangerous weapon. Judge McCarthy Naiman presided on the case on August 14th, 2025, for a bail petition in Essex Superior Court. On August 28th, for arraignment, September 9th, for a bail hearing, and September 11th for an emergency motion for immediate relief from Scram. On both August 14th and on August 28th, Judge McCarthy Naiman was assigned to Salem Civil A, Courtroom H, handling civil business in the Salem Superior Court. See Judicial Assignment Sheet for August attached as Exhibit 1. Is he really going to so what this reads to me like is he's going to claim, well, she was assigned to the civil stuff. Why was she even on this stuff anyway? She put herself on it. That's what he's going to bitch and whine about. But if she is the judge of the deciding up there, she gets to do that. So like, that's not a bias. That's just what she gets to decide to fucking do. So, but I can already tell where he's attempting to go with this, and pissing off the judge once again. Lawyering 101, dude. Like, don't piss off the judge for no real fucking reason. So it says, nonetheless, here we go. She appeared and handled both the bail petition and the arraignment in the criminal session without any verbal or written explanation in court or on the docket. She doesn't have to give any explanation to you on why she's there. You know? She doesn't have to be like, Mr. Bradle, I'm now not doing civil because this happened and this happened, so I'm going to do this. She doesn't owe him an explanation. So I love that he even puts that in there, you know? The assignment sheet for September 2025, as attached as Exhibit 2, also reflects her assignment to the same civil session. Nonetheless, she continued to leave the civil session and handle criminal business in Miss Fitzsimmons' case, still without explanation. Once again, she doesn't have to fucking give it. Without notice to the parties or the public, it appears she has specially assigned herself to this case. Oh my God. Bev assigns herself to cases too because she's the head judge, so she's allowed to fucking do that. Oh, I can't. A 1-count simple 2 or 3 day trial where a conviction warrants only a sentencing guideline sentence of straight probation. The assignment seems inexplicable on the merits of the case and raises questions about the motive of the court so as to undermine the public confidence in the ongoing adjudication. So basically he's bitching and whining that like, because she pulled a gun and an officer shot her, that's why they're doing all this extra shit. Except there's nothing extra that they've done that I've seen that's grounds for that. At all.
Right.
So grounds for recusal. And I don't want her in jail. You know what I mean? I don't think she belongs in jail. I think she needs mental health help, but I don't think she belongs in jail, you know? But you pulled a gun.
Here.
What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
Whether you were going to hurt yourself or an officer, pulling a gun with officers there, you 100% would know as an officer yourself, you're going to get shot. Bottom line.
Yep.
Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Grounds for recusal. Prejudgment reflected in dangerousness finding and other pretrial matters. Oh, I literally can't. In upholding prior dangerousness findings and herself finding Miss Fitzsimmons dangerous, I mean, to be fair, she pulled a gun. That would warrant a dangerousness hearing and would also warrant the judge to hold her for dangerousness.
That's literally what
it is.
Like I just said,
58A.
like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Like
58A.
Like that's like that happened in I think this happened June 28th, June 30th, something like that. She had like dangerousness hearings in the middle of August because that's like a completely separate issue. Like another judge handled that, and like they're like, yep, I think it was 58A. Like, yep,
58A, yes,
dangerous because she was a danger to herself according to
others,
according to the ex-fiance. Yeah,
yep. And that's exactly how that operates. There's nothing weird about that. There's nothing weird about how it happened. That's exactly how it works. So then it says the judge has been privy to and has adopted as fact evidence that would not come into a trial of the underlying charge. That's irrelevant to a dangerousness hearing, and he knows that. Dangerousness is something completely separate and apart from the trial itself. There are different factors you have to consider whether someone's dangerous or not. And some of those might not play into the trial. That has nothing to do with the dangerousness hearing. I mean, he knows that, though, so he just sounds like a fucking idiot. The court has made a subjective personal finding. Oh, my God, that Miss Fitzsimmons is a dangerous person. I fucking can't. He didn't actually say this. Oh, I fucking can't. I like, whoa. Who allows this man to practice? He sounds like an idiot, okay? And all you're doing in this is pissing off a judge. Literally pissing off a judge.
Yeah, he pissed off the court a bunch. I mean,
because he's an idiot. He wants to scream narrative. That's why.
Yeah. Did you ever read the appeal that went up to I think it was
he lost that appeal, and I knew he would, and I commented on that, and I said he will lose that appeal.
Oh well, yeah, of course. Like she was absolutely in the right because she asked him, I think like 2 or 3 times, like directly, like, are you going to comply? And he was like,
Yep.
not like this. Well,
Right.
if I can't make adjustments, then no. But like, well, what the frig did you expect to happen? But no,
Exactly.
but in the appeal, he like it was bad. Like he basically like called her out like by name and was like, she's taking this personal and she has personal attacks against me and blah 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 blah. And she's
Please.
so impersonal. It was harsh.
Yeah.
Very, very, very harsh.
And the
He was
court,
like, wow.
this SJC slapped it down and said, fuck
Oh, yeah.
yourself.
Yeah. Well, I think that was so. I don't know if that went up to the Supreme Judicial Court. I remember it went to the appellate court because that was like the first thing that I remember hearing because Melanie had it. And
Well,
it was
his
like, all right, let
argument
me
for the
listen.
SJC was essentially the same, which was like the judge
Was
is
the same?
biased
Okay.
and put my client in jail, and she belongs not in jail, and the judge shouldn't have done that legally. And the SJC was like, yes, she should have. You lose.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
1000% her power. It's like, all right, show me a way in which she's not, because I can show you like 7 ways in which like that's what she does. You said no. What do you expect is going to happen?
it's just fucking bonkers to me. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, so he says she has repeatedly referenced her belief, necessarily by clear and convincing evidence, that Miss Fitzsimmons is an ongoing and present danger to her assailant, Officer Noonan, who needs the
belief?
protection of a dangerousness finding from her. Yeah, that's how it works. That's exactly how the
was
court
found.
works.
Oh my God.
She pulled a gun with him there. So yes, yes, that's dangerous.
And was found. Yeah, and was found. She had the 58A hearing, and
Yep.
like like you said, like like well, attorneys like what's her face, Catherine Loftus. Her note my objection.
Yep.
She's been following this for a while, and like she went through. She's like, this is a dangerousness hearing. She was found dangerous.
Correct.
She, like the 58A here, like went through. She is still dangerous until she is no longer found dangerous, and
Correct.
she is still that. So she needs to comply.
Correct.
Yeah, so like this is grasping it. I don't even know what.
This is throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping that any of it sticks.
Yep.
The court has
I mean,
also gone so far as to explicably prevent any potentially favorable family court custody or visitation orders by prohibiting Miss Fitzsimmons from seeing her infant child, regardless of any custody determinations in that court. So here's the thing, right? If you are found dangerous in Massachusetts, they can intervene when it comes to custody matters and say you're still not allowed around that child, even if the family court says that you are, because you're dealing with an ongoing indictment. They found you dangerous, right? So no, you're still not allowed. So he's bitching about something that the court 100% allows. What?
Yeah.
He said this is a highly unusual finding, unprecedented in undersigned
No.
counsel's experience. No, it's not.
Very
No, it is not.
Yeah. Deirdre, what were you saying?
I forgot.
It said that a superior, it's an highly unusual finding, unprecedented in undersigned counsel's experience, that a superior court judge would impair the family court in performing its own core function of determining custody and visitation in the first instance. No, it's not. I've seen it happen many, many, many fucking times. It is not rare. It is not unusual. It has happened a million fucking times. Like, I don't know why he would ever say this. I don't even know why he would say half of this, to be honest with you. I'm still waiting to get to the part where like maybe something can be said about like a bias and be recused. Like, but all of this that I've read thus far is just fodder.
Yeah.
It's just to fill in the blanks. Like, it's just to fill in paper. That's it. It's just to put words on a piece of it. He finger banged this. Okay. All right. He did a lot of finger banging. Like,
finger bang,
Yep.
bang, bang,
Words
like in
salad.
South Park.
he typed real hard for this. All right. All right, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. The court has gone far out of its lane in an effort to keep Miss Fitzsimmons from her infant. No, they haven't. They've done this a million times. The court's findings in those areas amount to an expression of her opinion on the character and guilt of the defendant. Stop it. He's essentially saying that because the judge is stopping her in some way, shape, or form from being around a child while she's been found to be dangerous, that that amounts to the judge giving her own personal opinion, which is not even close to true. Not even close.
It's called a ruling.
Thank you. Like, no, that's not giving her expression or her opinion on the character or guilt of the defendant. It's following under the fact that she was found dangerous. Dumbass. There are several relevant legal guideposts for the proposition that a judge who makes adverse pretrial findings on a case should avoid sitting as the trial judge. He cites a case in 1992, Supra, right? The trial court's findings that the defendant was untruthful in the past and its failure to recuse at the jury trial was found to be an abuse of discretion by the appeals court. Abuse of discretion is something a judge can file. A lot of the times it gets filed in like family cases where they think a judge is like overstepping their authority on something. But the case that he's citing, see, he does this a lot. He cites like one portion of the case, but he doesn't cite the rest of the case, which goes against everything that he's claiming. He's done this in Aiden's a few times. You know? Right. She was literally found dangerous at that time. Like this is all absolutely unnecessary nonsense, right? Like, so he's saying the appeals court found his actions constituted error. Yes, error, not bias, error. There's a big difference between error and bias there, bud. Because if applying the two-part test of SJC, a judge finds that he should disqualify himself either under either part, he must allow the motion. Possible consequences of his recusal on the commencement of the trial are immaterial. Again, there's a big difference between making an error, right, on something and being completely biased on something. Nothing that he has said thus far makes her biased. That's all of that stuff is stuff that happens every day in fucking court. So it says further, a judge cannot partially recuse himself. Yes, they can. They absolutely can. Just like the cops can from certain things. But like, what do you mean, guy? They can't. They could recuse themselves from like this thing and that thing and have nothing to do with this thing and that thing, but like do the rest. Most of the time that doesn't happen though. Most of the time they're just like, no, I'm not recusing myself. Go fuck yourself. Like, says once a judge concludes that there are grounds for recusal, he must completely dissociate himself from participating in the case. Ordering a jury trial, as the judge did here, does not substitute for allowance of a recusal motion. Even if he or is not the fact finder, a judge presiding in a jury trial performs important functions. He just wants a different judge. Let's be honest here. All right. The judge's role at any trial is to be the directing, controlling mind at the trial, not a mere functionary to preserve order and lend ceremonial dignity to the proceedings. Obviously, during the course of a jury trial, a judge is, by exercising his discretion on various matters, makes important decisions which may affect the verdicts returned by the jury. Therefore, a courtroom has no place for a judge whose impartiality in a matter may be reasonably questioned, even if he is not the fact finder. We vacate the judgments and remand the case to the housing court for a new trial. That was what, that was for a different case. So he's citing this parent to super case. The court's pretrial findings regarding untruthfulness of a party were dispositive for recusal from the motion. The selection of a jury trial was not a remedy. Okay, but this has nothing to do with selection of a jury trial being a remedy. It's not a remedy. So this is my point. Like, he is throwing a case out there that has way different parameters than this one and citing it as like it's going to be, match up to this, and it just doesn't. And on its face is honestly just filling in pages with words. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. The foregoing findings against Ms. Fitzsimmons are equally dispositive for recusal and are further supported by the present court's comments against counsel. What? Here, in its order dated September 16th, document number 19, the court has alleged that defense counsel did not transparently provide information resulting in a manipulation of the court relative to defendant's physical condition. But he did. That's exactly what he did. So he's bitching because the court called him out, right? And let's be honest, if you even go back to the Karen Reed trial, okay? If you go back to the Reed trial and you go back to what Alan Jackson and crew did in that case, even Judge Beverly Cannoni said, like, you were untruthful to the court, you lied to the court, like, that's like not okay. This is essentially the exact same thing. The judge is saying that Mr. Brittle was being manipulative, right? He did not work transparently to provide information to the court, right? There is nothing biased about saying that.
No, actually, she called him out on that beforehand too. In her response to
that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Yeah. Is he's saying like in the response she's saying this, so that means that she's like, come on.
She's being mean. But well, I mean, you do have a track record, so I mean, like, that's like, again, like, like let's be adults. Like, that's on record, and like that's what's dealing with the BBO, which I think there's gonna be an update second Monday, right? Yeah, second Monday today. It's gonna be an update at 5 to see if anything comes out. So
she's being mean.
Yeah, she's being a meanie.
Shut up.
Hold on a second. I just got sent something I need to read. Hold on.
Should we talk amongst ourselves?
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll
for a
give
second,
ourselves
yeah.
a topic.
I mean, I'm almost done with this document. Let me just, I mean, it's 15 pages. He made 15 pages. Like,
I've got a topic.
What's the topic?
The topic is Section 12
I
parties.
was, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say the exact same thing. All right, Elise, I got to ask you that question afterwards, but.
What about Section 12s?
Well,
Section
okay.
12 parties.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So somebody said that I was a gullible dumbass for believing this, but like, okay, like the threshold for like having somebody sectioned is so low in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and like, okay, there's stories where it's like, like there are people like people like like abuse stuff, like like with like warrants or whatever it is, like they'll say like, hey, this person's bothering me, and they have a track record of like having to go to the hospital or whatever this is. Why don't we call them in, say like, oh my God, they're gonna hurt themselves and whatever it is, and have them be taken away for 24, 48, 72 hours.
Yeah.
And then while they're away, the house is free or the apartment's free. Like let's invite everybody over. Like
I mean, it
I've heard of
happens.
that so many times.
It
Yeah,
happens.
sorry, go ahead. What's up?
It definitely happens. It definitely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had something crazy in my ear. Could you say that a little louder so they hear it in Washington?
It does happen, but Massachusetts is so fucking weird. Like, it's so weird because the problem with a Section 12 though is somebody actually has to say like they want to hurt themselves or others.
Yes.
Right. And if the cops come and they go, I didn't say that, then they're not going to Section 12 them. It's that simple. A Section 35, on the other hand, that's like for drugs and alcohol. And I've seen people be sectioned who didn't need a section simply because a spouse wanted them out of the house, or because someone wanted custody of a kid, or because you didn't let them borrow $20. Like, so I've seen those instances, right? Because Section 35s are more than a few hours, a few days. And most of the time Section 12s, they let you go before the 24 hours even up. As long as that when the doctor comes in and goes, do you want to hurt yourself and others? And you go, no, I just said that because I was mad. That's instant. You're like, that's it. You're leaving. Like that's, you're no longer held. So
okay,
thank you, Elise.
No, yes, wait, no. She totally shaded that question because Little Miss Suburbs was told that in inner city, it's a thing to do Section 12 parties. So kids report their parents to get them out of the house so they can have a party.
Yeah,
that
I said, happen. Kids reporting parents is not a thing.
I said no. And here's one of the biggest reasons why. No. Cops don't like to take reports if they don't have to.
Nope. It's a civil matter. See you later.
If they notice a pattern and a kid calls and says some crap to get their parents out of the house, they're going to know because they talk to each other like, hey, this is kind of a thing that's starting up, like they have roll call, and
but again, to get them out of the house, the parent would actually have to say like, well, yeah, I'm going to hurt this fucking kid or you or myself. Like, you know what I mean?
So when she was telling me this, I busted out laughing. Like that is not
Section 35 is more often used for things that like that to get someone out of the house for a month. Like, you know what I mean? Like to take custody or because you pissed them off and they just want what you have in the house and like whatever. Like I've seen that one used quite a bit, but not by children. You know what I mean? Not by kids to their parents.
Well, no. All right. When I say children, like I don't mean like 9-year-olds to be like, take my mommy away so I can have a party. No, not like that. Like if there are like adult children or like adults, like not anybody under the age of 18, because like what Deirdre was saying is like, yeah, like they'll look and they're like, okay, you're gonna go away for the week and now we need to stick you somewhere. Like they're not gonna do that. But like I'm talking about like like if somebody fights me, like F you, oh yeah, well here's this, and they call them like, hi, this person here said they want to hurt themselves, and they're like, okay, like take me away because yeah, like if God forbid like anything were to like actually happen, like better be safe than sorry. Yeah. And yeah, like you go away overnight or whatever it is, and it's like, okay, great, wonderful. Here we go.
Right.
Close, easy peasy. But,
well, that that doesn't usually happen. And more often than not, what's used is Section 35, not Section 12. Section 12, like somebody has to say they're going to hurt themselves or someone else for them to keep someone for that. Half
Julie, it's an urban legend. Face
Okay.
it, it's an urban legend.
Somebody probably just said section 12 when they really meant section 25 for drugs and alcohol, because all they have to say is that person is a fucking knockdown, drag out drunk who passes out and is a danger to themselves and others. And the judge is like, okay, cool, we can't test for you to have alcohol in your system from 3 days ago, but we believe this person, section 35, good for you. So off you go to the section 35 locked facility. And that could be up to 30 days or more. Usually they let you out within the up till usually it's around like the 21st to like 28th day that they let you out. But that one has been used quite a bit to do dumbass shit like that.
Yeah, like I know it's just like section where it's just like, oh, have them sectioned or like have them locked up for the weekend. Where it's like,
well, there's two sections in Massachusetts, section 12 and section 35. So you sectioned or
yes, I didn't know that one. That's like I know that's an issue, but also
so when someone says section, like that's why you have to differentiate, because there's the mental health section, and then there is the drug and alcohol one, and the drug and alcohol one can go past 30. It can go up to 90 days now. It used to be only 30. It can go up to 90. They never hold you for that long, but it can go up to 90. And so like they use that one quite a bit for that kind of shit. Section 12, not so much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, also I was told that the East Boston is the suburbs. So I didn't know that City Boston was the suburbs. So
Eastie, yeah, that's that. If you're talking about East Boston, they're definitely talking about drugs and alcohol section. They are not talking about section 12. Eastie has a lot of, drug activity, and also they have a few like halfway houses and stuff over in Eastie. So
they have a lot more than that. I think it's short plot. No.
Who knows at this point? All right.
Yeah,
Let's see the rest of this fucking stupid motion here. It's dumbass shit. Okay, here we go. Blah, 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 fucking blah. 58A. Adverse findings in a 58A context involve the same negative connotations as partiality against defense counsel, plea or settlement discussions, and should be included in the same. Like, he's essentially arguing like things that normally happen are just like bad because they told him he was being manipulative. Like, you were, and you did. Like, that's exactly what happened, and anybody could watch it for themselves. Like, you're not winning here with that, Then it's similarly the reporter notes to Mass Criminal Procedure 30 relating to post-conviction relief address whether the trial judge who presided over a defendant's conviction should continue on the matter. When in the first instance, the case should start with the trial judge. The trial judge may bring to the hearing a prejudice that another judge would not have. Well, that's ridiculous because, as we could see, Bev went all the way through. Like, that happens all the time. All the time. All the way through. From, like, before trial all the way to the end of trial. Like, I don't know what he's arguing here, honestly. Like, recusal of the trial judge should thus be liberally exercised, particularly where it is requested by the moving party. Like, stop it. This is reporter notes, okay? The rule recognizes that prior findings and proceedings can't taint objectivity, and that recusal should be liberally exercised, especially when the moving party requests it. Yeah, in similar situations, not in this situation. Like, I can't. Finally, now he says, finally he says the court's demeanor is a problem. This is his final argument. It says, finally, the court's demeanor and actions at the September 11th, 2025 pretrial hearing provide ample grounds for recusal. Rule 2.3 of the Code of Judicial Conduct, Comment 1, provides a judge who manifests bias or prejudice or engages in harassment in a proceeding, impairs the fairness of the proceeding, and brings the judiciary into disrepute. A judge may avoid words or conduct that may reasonably be perceived as manifesting bias or prejudice or engaging in harassment. The recording of the hearing accurately preserves and demonstrates the court's prejudiced demeanor, and action should be grounds enough for the court to step off the case on appearance grounds. The defense would admit a copy of the recording at the recusal hearing. Actually, what the hearing shows is you being a douche nozzle and not being prepared for your client, and the judge asking you several times to try to deal with it, and you just being another douche nozzle.
But, Your Honor, the Eighth Amendment.
Right. But, Your Honor, cruel and unusual punishment, ma'am. Like, what?
God.
He goes on about how the legislature has recognized through General Law 218, Section 26A, that a judge who considers prior adverse findings against a defendant through a plea negotiation should not sit on a trial for that same litigant. All of his arguments really go under the basis that there's not she has an actual bias, but that there's a appearance of bias because he got yelled at and he's mad about it.
Yep.
Yep. Like
She
that's
was mean. It's snarky.
Yeah, like
he got his fifis hurt.
That's happened. That's exactly what he's whining about. His fifis got hurt.
Hey, Elise, can you post that recusal?
Yeah, I'm scanning it just to see if there's anything else in here that like, oh my God, he did not. Miss Fitzsimmons fought for her life for 53 days in Massachusetts General Hospital. The case involves only 2 officers. I can't with him. Like, dude, stop it. She wouldn't have fought for her life. She didn't pull a gun, sir. Knock it off. Knock it off. She was an officer. She knows not to pull a fucking gun. She pulled the gun. What did she think was going to happen? They were going to tickle her? The fuck? Yeah, they're going to tickle you when you pull a gun. Yep. That's what they're going to do. You fucking buffoon. Here's the ex parte communications with probation concerning a pending matter. Okay, cool. Let's see.
Yeah.
Undersigned counsel has recently been informed that, okay, but who have you been informed by? Because this is the problem, right? Is he can say that a little birdie flew on his shoulder and told him this happened. Doesn't mean it did. Right? So he says, undersigned counsel has recently been informed that Judge McCarthy Naiman had an ex parte and undisclosed conversation with Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January on September 10th, 2025. This conversation occurred the day before the court sua sponte revoked Miss Fitzsimmons' bail and returned her to custody. Cut off defense counsel, invited objections from the Commonwealth, walked off the bench when counsel was addressing the court. No, she already ruled. You weren't addressing the court anymore. She had already ruled, and that's exactly why she walked off the bench, because she had already ruled and given you several chances to give her what she was asking for. You chose not to. Stop it.
She sure did. Yeah.
Vilified
He
ACP.
came unprepared.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Vilified.
big time. And it was his own motion.
Yeah, he's saying that the judge vilified the chief probation officer in open court and was visibly shaking and angry. Counsel was informed that the probation officer January and his attorney, that Judge McCarthy Naiman, came to his office unannounced the day prior to the hearing. She sought to investigate the status of Ms. Fitzsimmons' compliance with probation terms, which she's allowed to do, and was informed by ACPO January that there was no violation. ACPO January recalls that he discussed the fact he had an email communication with counsel, which appeared to upset Judge McCarthy Naiman. When the probation officer January mentioned that his emails favorable to the defense were likely attached to the motion filed for relief, McCarthy Naiman abruptly left his office. There was no legal justification for the court visiting his office and conducting its own investigation outside the presence of defense counsel, off the record and without subsequent disclosure to the defense.
Was it related? I don't think so. I think she
asked if
like,
basically
hey,
she was in
like,
compliance, which they're allowed to fucking do. You're on probation of the court. They're allowed to ask if you're in compliance of the court.
Wow.
These ex parte communications concern matters bearing directly on the defendant's liberty, which was at stake, unbeknownst to the defendant, the very next day. Well, no,
her lawyer should have told her that. What the frig?
Thank you. Not only should her lawyer, should have told her that, but he is the one who tried to remove 2 out of the 3 bail conditions the 3rd day she was out. The 2nd and 3rd day she was out. That is on him and no one else. Not the judge.
Nope.
Him. You tried to remove the bail conditions. Like, the fuck out of here.
He literally agreed to them 3 days prior and was like, I can't agree to these anymore. I was like, well, then what did you do?
Exactly.
Why did you sign? And then makes the argument where it's like, oh, it's so obvious to anybody. Well, was it obvious to you when you agreed to it? Because it doesn't sound like it. Like
just
this
sounds
poor
ridiculous.
girl, like this poor thing. Like,
like what in the actual fuck, dude? Such conduct directly violates the rules, blah, 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 where a judge receives information outside the adversarial process and then presides over related proceedings, the appearance. So let me just tell you, when judges are doing drug court, they all the time ask the probation officers, are they in compliance? Like they're allowed to say, are they in compliance? They don't need to call you for that. Like that's not... That's different than going in there and having a meeting about fucking this, that, and the other thing. Like that's not, you're really stretching it, bro. Like you're really fucking stretching it at this point, you know? Liquidly says, I'm a teacher and Turtle strikes me as a wannabe bully. No, he's not a wannabe bully. He is a bully. Like, he wanted to be a bully, but he wasn't bold enough. Well, maybe that's it. Like, he wanted to be a bully in person, but he wasn't enough, so he used the internet instead. That's kind of, that's kind of what happened. Like, Kathy said, if I pulled a gun on a cop, I would guarantee they'd shoot me first. Seriously, Bradle. Good afternoon, Pam. I don't think this should even be a case, but damn, Bradle always finds a way to make it worse for his client. I don't know why she hasn't fired him by now, to be honest with you. This is a disaster.
I said that back in September when this first came out. Like, I heard that hearing. I think just put it up, and I heard it, and then I heard it the second time, and it was like, oh my god! Immediately, but like as they were being cuffed, be like you're fired, you're done.
So what it looks like here is that the probation officer was mad because they didn't take his recommendation, and he is now giving, working with Mr. Bradle to be like, I'm mad they didn't take my recommendation to help you. So when the judge asked me a question, that's ex parte communication. Like, I don't think this is going to go where he thinks it's going to. And as a matter of fact, I would be shocked if this judge didn't give him a fucking dressing down for this.
I'm sure that's coming.
I would be shocked. I literally would be shocked if she did not dress his ass down for this. Like, he's essentially saying, like, because she hurt my fifis by calling me out on my bad behavior, that, like, she's biased, and how dare she ask if my client is in compliance. Oh my God. Then he's saying, oh, there's all these questions that have been raised to create a scenario where the judge might their impartiality might reasonably question. Answers require an evidentiary hearing to obtain facts that would likely show her impartiality is compromised. The questions are included, but not limited to the following. Is the judge related to Patrick McCarthy Noonan? What? What? Now he's asking, is the judge related to the ex-boyfriend? Like, I mean, that's fucking wild, and a wild assertion to make with zero evidence that that's true.
That's literally like an internet rumor that came out. It's like, oh, everybody's in cahoots. This one knows this one, and this one knows this one. Like,
that's why I said earlier, like, he basically wrote in the thing that he wants to, like, rehash shit that's on Twitter of people's opinions. That's not evidence. That's third party, and it's people's opinions, and it's people's speculations. It doesn't belong in the court, and it's not going to be in the court. Like, then the second question is, why is the judge covering every hearing on this case through the trial? Is there a written order to that effect? There doesn't need to be a written order. There doesn't have to be. Why did she repeatedly leave a civil session to cover this matter? The fact that he actually thinks that she needs to answer to him for that is bonkers. The fact that he would ever actually type this up is bonkers. Like, you think the judge answers to you, sir? The fuck? Oh, yeah, you're right. That's the cop, not the ex-boyfriend. The cop. Noonan's the cop. You're right. That's the cop. So why would she be related to the cop? Stop it. Knock it off. Like, stop the nonsense, dude. Then why'd she repeatedly leave a civil session? That's none of your business. What specifically is in her complaint to the probation department concerning... Wait a second. She made a complaint about the probation officer? Oh, that's why you guys are so mad. I get it.
Oh, did she? I mean, she was in. She had a good reason to. During that hearing on was it the 8th, the 10th? I forget when it was in September when she went back to jail. Yeah, or she went to jail. She asked, and she's like, "Wait a minute, she wasn't in compliance and failed, and therefore you let it go." Like she made a point to ask. It's like, wait a minute, what is this? It's like, oh, I bet that she's gonna ream him out or write him up to say like, hey, can we question your methods? Yeah.
Yep.
If that happened, then
so the fourth question he writes is, what specifically is in her complaint to the probation department concerning probation officer January's actions, which means she made a complaint, obviously. So that's clearly why you so mad, right? Why didn't the judge disclose the existence of a probation complaint involving the defense on Miss Fitzsimmons' own criminal matter? Because that's not part of a criminal matter, you fucking buffoon. Like, that has nothing to do with the criminal matter. That's why she doesn't have to. Why did the court have an ex parte meeting with a CPO January in his office? That's not a meeting. Stop it. Asking a single question is not a fucking meeting. It's not an ex parte. Knock it off. That's just, it's like so out of the realm of like true. It's ridiculous. Why didn't the judge disclose the meeting and comply with the Code of Judicial Conduct? Did the judge use any inside information obtained against Ms. Fitzsimmons? Is he for real? Why is defense counsel's advocacy perceived by the court as manipulation? There's no advocacy happening. You can't, That's not a thing, bro. Stop it. You did manipulate the fucking court, bro. We all watched it. Or collusion. Why is the court using such descriptives which are indicative of bias? They're not indicative of bias. You did exactly that. And you've been manipulative in all of your other cases, including Aiden's. Stop it. You have a bad fucking habit, Mr. Bradel. You're a snake. What can we say? You know? Fuck. So then he goes off to say, like, the SJC has repeatedly emphasized that recusal analysis must consider the totality of the circumstances. Yeah, it does, but it doesn't, include circumstances that you made up, that you spun narrative on, like Aiden. It doesn't include things that you make up out of thin air and say, I don't like this. That's not how it works, sir. Here, the combination of negative pretrial findings. Oh, he didn't like the negative findings. He didn't like the rulings from the court. A personal economic interest, ex parte communications, that's what he says, against defendant and counsel, prejudicial findings, and personal entanglements with probation and counsel would lead to any reasonable member of the... No, you made those personal entanglements when you and the probation officer acted out of fucking pocket. You created those. The judge did not create those. She just responded to them, which is in her capacity to do.
Yeah, for the public safety.
Correct.
That's
For fairness, number one, she can't just allow them to lie and manipulate the court and then do nothing. She has a duty.
Yep. Unreal.
So, like, this whole, like, wipe your ass with this fucking motion, dude, okay? Like, in my opinion. Once again, who am I, though? I don't know shit. Who am I? I know nothing. I'm just an idiot.
Yep.
I'm just a dummy. What do I know? Now let me try to download the fucking stupid file here. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just can't believe, like, the amount of gaslighting that fucking he does is just as bad as his goddamn client. Like, really? Honestly. Like, what in the actual hell are we doing here? I just cannot believe that this is, like, real life here.
I mean, this is getting awfully bold. That
is.
I mean, it's getting to this point. I mean, back in September when like all like the nexus of all this happened, where it was like the parole officer and everything else, and it's like, well, they surprised her, all this stuff, and it's like, well, no, this, like, he was the one who filed this motion to say, like, oh, we need to reconsider these conditions that you literally just signed, whatever it was. But like when this first happened, I was elsewhere on the internet, and I said, it was like, because somebody asked her, like, well, you just don't like Bradel because he's Turtle's attorney. It was like, no,
no, he sucks as an attorney.
Right.
Like, he just sucks as an attorney. Like, listen, I don't give a shit whose attorney was. If he was actually decent, I'd be like, all right, those are some good arguments. Like, that's a pretty good argument. Like, he just sucks. He's not good. He's not fucking good. It's not.
Like, disclaimer, like, I'm a fan of David and Eddie. I'm a fan of Rosemary Scapiccio.
That's okay.
If either one of those two, like, if I were on trial, like if I were in Kelsey's shoes and I had either David or Roe, and they did the exact same thing that Tim Bradel did, I would have turned around and was like, are you guys okay? Like, do you have low blood sugar? Like, is something going on personally? Because, like, this is so out of character for those people. Like even if they did it, I would have called them out, and I was like, what the frig is going on? Like,
yep.
Like, are you all right? You good?
Yep. That's what I mean.
It's not just him. It's just this motion. And it's absurd.
It's not just one thing with him. It's not just one or even two things with him. Like, this with him is an ongoing thing with multiple clients of his. Like, I don't know why anybody hires his ass. I honestly don't know at this point.
Cut rate
is hiring his dumb ass. I don't get it. I do not fucking understand. For the love of God, I would definitely, if I was her, fire him. But it's like the gaslighting. It's constant gaslighting. Constant gaslighting.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not just him. Like, Martha Coakley's there too. And I know that when she was Attorney General of the Commonwealth, she, she was very much she was law and order for the Democrat type things. But she always, backed police. It was like, oh, good. Like, when she came on, I was like, oh, good. She'll be in good hands. And it's like, do you see what he's doing? Like, do you say anything? Like, do you speak?
Right. I mean, to me,
Say
it's just
something.
bonkers. Oh my God. Someone should speak to Amy Amelia this morning. That's that crazy attorney lady from fucking Florida. Dunzo, she says. Oh, okay. Lady, you need help. You need to seek help immediately.
What
Update
happened?
just as how Jimmy's in. Oh, I can't. Some of the stuff these people put on Twitter is just like, I can't. It's hilarious. I can't.
She was referring to the attorney that was writing the preservation letters without legal authority.
Yeah. Unauthorized practice of law. Yeah, that.
Who was doing that?
That attorney from Florida who's trying to take up for Ray from Dallas, but has no authority to do so.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I have a good name for her. I just made up.
Has anybody
What's that?
requested get supervised visits with her baby? I'm sure she has in family court, but the problem is she was found dangerous under the dangerousness statute. So the criminal court can say that's a no-go because of that.
I would call her
Answer
a
your question.
dingle twit.
A dingle twit.
I'm gonna call her a fucking putt knocker because that's what I think she is.
A dingle twit.
She's a goddamn motherfucking putt knocker.
It just came to me. I think
That
Elise
one
and I
came to me many
thinking
moons
of
ago,
her.
and I was pissed off about something, and I couldn't think of a word good enough, and so out came putt knocker, and people looked at me like I was crazy. They're like, "What? What did you just say?" I said, "You're a fucking putt knocker." What the fuck is a putt knocker? I said, "I don't know, but it sounded good."
Just
Sounded
tell them
good,
it's real to Google it.
right?
what
I
I-
don't know. It sounded good. Now it needs to be in the Urban Dictionary. Somebody put it there. Somebody go
It's a
put
thing,
putt
Google it.
knocker in the Urban Dictionary. Like, come on now. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Martha Coakley. I wasn't a huge fan of her when she was Attorney General either, to be fair.
Mhm.
Her office didn't really do much of fucking anything for anyone here in Massachusetts that contacted them for actual real matters. So someone said, but Martha Coakley is on this case too. Comment on that, please. This wasn't written by Martha Coakley, though, really. This was
No.
clearly written
No.
by Bradel and not
Yeah.
Martha Coakley, because I don't think she would have written that the way it's written. But I'm not a huge fan of hers anyway. I never really have been. She's an okay attorney. She's not anything spectacular, and not the shittiest of shitty. Like, she's just meh, you know, meh. Like, just okay. Like, I'm just, you know what I mean? That's, I don't even know why she jumped on this other than, like, there was a camera, to be honest with you. That is my thought.
Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out where she came from too. It was like, oh, that's random. Like all of a sudden, it's like, oh my God, that's Martha Coakley.
Yeah.
Like out of the clear blue sky.
Yeah. To me, it was weird. It was fucking weird. And I don't think she's doing any favors for anybody by doing it, being on there, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's, and I mean, she was there bright and early. I mean, I walked in at like 10 of 10.
And I
like,
bet she didn't
was
say
awake,
anything, right? She sat there, let Bradel talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the last. Actually, I don't even think I've seen her. I think like she might have stood up once just to say like one thing, but the rest of the time it just Tim Bradel.
Yeah. I mean, that's
making the bulk of it. Yeah.
it's kind of exactly why, like, I have no care about Martha Coakley, because she's not really doing much when it comes to this case other than having her name on it, you know?
Yeah,
That's it.
And I mean, it's too bad. I mean, like again, like I thought Tim Bradel, like again, like I'm used to him with the turtle, and like again, I watched those the BBO hearings and was like, oh, this isn't good. And then like I saw Martha Coakley and was like, oh, good. Like I like vaguely remember, but like yeah, like that's like like that's like when Mara Healy, like not to get too political, but like that was when like Mara Healy was Attorney General. It's like,
Yeah, and also not a fan of her either. So you know,
oh yeah, oh
not
God,
a fan of
Mara
any of
Healy.
these people.
Look, I'm petting a beaver. Yeah.
Yeah, not a fan of any of them. I mean, Coakley
With
might
her
know the
dumb
law,
Queens
but once
commercial. Did you ever
again,
see that
Bradel
one?
wrote
Oh,
that.
very good.
She might know the law, but that's not she's the secondary attorney on this case. This isn't her case. This is Bradel's case. So if he wants to write a motion like this, she's not going to be like, "No, Mr. Bradel, don't do that." You know what I mean? Like, she's the secondary attorney on this. Like, she's not going to stop him from writing his own motion. If it was her case, I don't think you would have seen that motion. You know, she did prosecute Louise Woodward, but now that we know, by the way, that shaking baby syndrome is actually junk fucking science, you have to question whether Louise Woodward should have actually gone to jail or not.
Oh, really? She did?
Well, she got time served, but like essentially she got jail time. She was in jail, and then by the time trial happened, she got like time served and went back to England. But we like over the past decade, they've let out 33 people in cases with shaken baby syndrome because they used to say that the brainstem part that would have the bleeding from it could only happen from shaking baby syndrome. And so they would attribute that injury to anyone to shaken baby syndrome. And now we know that happens literally at birth and can stay there for up to 30 days and also can happen from many other medical things that go unknown until the baby dies. So you got to question that case now. You know?
Wow. I had no idea. Look at that. I learned something.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep up with the medical science on it. And they found like the shaken baby medical science is junk science. Same way that they said that forensic odontology is junk science.
You learned two things, Julie, that Section 12 parties is not a thing.
Poor Julie.
No, okay, no, not a Section 12 party, a section party. You keep putting Section 12 party with like you are cordially invited to.
You
Section
keep
35 party.
You keep changing your story.
Oh, I'm fucking dead. I can't. There's two sections in our state, Section 12, Section 35. And
well,
Section
see, that's
35.
what I learned. I didn't know that there was another section. So
yeah. Section 35 is the ones that's used for that kind of shit, dude. People are very manipulative.
Yeah. Yep. Sure are.
I mean, what in the hell? Oh, I will. I will not. I will not. I would not. Yeah, I would not public consume that. Don't worry. I skimmed it. I skimmed it for a second, and I'm just like at a loss for words on that text. So I got to think about it more.
Yeah, same.
Before I reply to you, because like I'm a little gobstopped at that. Right? They're not going to show compassion or rally behind. I'm just reading comments from people from the spaces, and Lana Amber said they're sure as fuck not going to show compassion or pray for him on mainstream media. Like things that people do need when they face their trauma. And it's like, I don't know why anybody thought that, you know, that he should go on mainstream media and tell his story of sexual assault as a child. Like, no, I think he did it in the right place. You know, I absolutely think that he did it in the right place. You know, I do. He got that support and now he knows it exists, you know? Let's see. I'm just I'm bad at these comments usually, so. But I also haven't even had coffee yet. So like my functionality at the moment, actually, you know what? I'm going to go
running
pee.
On fumes.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to go pee and then I'm going to get coffee. So you guys do this thing for a minute.
Talk amongst ourselves.
Okay, Julie can tell us all about Section 12 parties.
Okay, there is okay, all right, okay. When we were talking about this, I said like no, like they like it's not like a thing. Like again, the threshold is so low that like again, like anything else, like it gets abused. Like, you know, like people take advantage. Like, well, you know, like they're, you know, low for a reason. Like case in point, like with this trial, with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial, and again, like attorney Catherine Loftus, she was a public defender in Suffolk County, which is Boston. And now I think she's in private practice doing something else. But anyways, she said like she went over and was like, well, it seems like a low standard to get a restraining order because her fiance got a restraining order. You know, saying like, well, you know, we were at the like his and hers bachelorette party, and you know, we got into a fight. She, you know, started drinking, and like he said, you know, that she was going to take the baby away from him, and you know, he got concerned that like, you know, she was getting violent, and that he was going to hurt the baby. And she was like, no, we want standards like that to be low so that it's easy until you can get in front of a judge and kind of like plead your case. Now again, that makes sense. Like you want that to happen because God forbid like something does happen, you don't want say like, well, let's make it hard. And then God forbid something happens. Like now, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now, what's done is done. It's permanent. They're never coming back. But then on the other hand, you get people like, just like with anything else, like what Turtle keeps talking about, like, oh, the food stamp, this and that. Like, people do take advantage, like, like it's there for people who need it. But again, like people, human beings, they're gonna, people take advantage. And the same thing with like, like again, like calling in warrants, calling in like child support, calling in whatever it is. Like people will, call something in, like basically just to be assholes. And like that's the same thing. It's like, oh, this person's bothering me, or like, oh, they took, like they took my car away. I'll show them. I'll do, a wellness check and have them, hauled away.
Okay,
It's not
Julie,
actually
sure.
a party. Sorry, good.
Okay, Julie, sure.
That's not what I said.
You said kids call on their parents so they can have a party. That's what you said.
I didn't mean.
Now you're making up all this other stuff.
I didn't mean like 5-year-olds. Like, oh my God, mommy needs a section 12.
Lies.
Imagine if that really happened, though.
Imagine falling for someone telling you that because you live in the suburbs.
Poor Julie. You just roasted
still
hard
the city
today.
of Boston.
Oh my gosh.
I know. Could you imagine getting that call as a dispatcher and be like, "Hi, my mommy needs to be taken away so I can have a party with my Legos."
Dude, stepping on Legos really sucks. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Like,
it does. Yeah,
it does.
Stepping on fucking Legos is the worst thing ever, dude. You go pee in the middle of the night and your kid left Legos out, bro. Worst thing ever.
I was doing like 20 things when you were discussing Kelsey pulling a gun and what does she expect and the danger stuff. And I mean, she really muddied the waters for herself.
I know.
She had a reasonable way to fight what was going on before that. And when she did that, she just completely muddied the waters, because what is the first thing about gun safety that you're taught is not to pull the gun unless you intend to use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the first thing.
Don't point it at people. Yeah.
Right.
Make sure you get the safety. Like, there's, plenty of gun safety rules that you should know, but she was an officer, well trained with a gun.
But the interesting thing is that the officer's testimony about where people were, Julie, you know this, right? Like something about a door and but there is no door. So can you explain that?
Yeah. So there was like that's what like Melanie's big thing, and I think somebody else was talking about it too. Like when they took the officer's statement, because again, like Melanie has all of the other hard copies and like was reading through it, and like people started to go through, like, wait a minute, because they actually pulled up, I think, her house on Zillow, because she had sold her house, and they're like, wait, let's look at the bedroom, and they're like, wait a minute, is this the door? Is this the door? Where was it? Because they're like, oh, she ducked behind a door, and then like you look at the bedroom, it's like there is no door. So what are they talking about? But also like the placement of the officers, like, okay, like they show up with 3 officers, and like again, like I didn't do this job. I come from a math and science background.
They're going to show up with 3 officers though, because it's an order for custody and restraining order, and because it went straight to people. I saw people commenting me like, well, why wasn't DCF or CPS there? Because it went straight through the court. They have no authority to be there, nor would they be there.
Well, but they were taking your kid though, so like
it doesn't matter. It does because he went straight through the court. He went straight through the court. If someone goes to the court to get guardianship or custody of a child and goes in and says, this person is dangerous, I need, emergency ex parte custody, and the judge grants it, DCF does not come, CPS does not show up because they are not called ahead of time. That person went straight to a court and a judge ordered on it. They have no reason or authority in that at all. So only officers will show up with that order to exchange custody. They will take the child and exchange custody at the police station or a predetermined place with the other party. If CPS is only going to be called in if they're called first. They don't get called first on every child matter, dude. They don't. They simply don't. That's if someone makes a report. He knew at least to go to the court system first to get custody. And sometimes the judges will say, like, have you tried DCF first? In this case, and in other cases, they'll say, okay, like this rises way above what they can handle. We'll handle it as a court. Done.
Yeah.
So they're not going to show up with them. Not here, not in my state. Maybe
What
other states,
about,
but not here.
Yeah. Okay. What about because the reason why I thought that they would call like DCS is because like I know
Nope.
that when like custody, like when custody changes place, because there's like accusations of like, hey, like like there might be harm or something like that.
Doesn't matter. That's for
don't
the
they
court
have
to
check
decide.
and, like, clear?
No, DCF has no authority over a court order. A court orders something, DCF has no authority to override that order, go around that order, or enforce that order. They are completely out of it at that point.
Okay. All right. So like there's no like welfare check of like the child to say like,
Absolutely
hey,
not.
like,
No.
like
And a custody order comes in, and that's the police's job. That's their job. They're to do the welfare check. When you call in a welfare check, that's who goes, the cops. Like that, the cops will take the custody order straight from the court that they get it from and go and get the child. Because DCF was never called ahead of time. They weren't called to like investigate. This wasn't something that needed to be investigated. This was something that he went straight to the court for. And the court, for whatever reason, and they do it in many cases, decided like DCF can't handle this specific issue. Like this is a specific issue where the court's going to decide on it right here in this ex parte. And then the cops are going to go there. Unless they're called ahead of time to make an investigation. And that's not a custody order, right? An investigation. If you lose custody of your kid's DCF, like DCF is called first. They come out to your house first, and then they decide they're going to go get an order against you from a judge to take custody. If someone goes to the court first and says, I need custody, DCF is not involved in that.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
They're simply not.
All right. That, yeah. Like, like that was the issue I had, which is like, like, well, if, like if they're, concerned about the child, like you need to make sure that the child's checked. But like you said, like if the cops just there, so like, hey,
the cops do that. They do that.
Yeah.
They
Okay,
check.
got it.
And then they exchange custody. So, because that's the thing. Once a court order is in, so a judge ordered that he have custody, DCF has no right over that child. None. Zero. The order was not given to them. It was given to the other party. So they have zero right over that order, that child, or anything that has to do with it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, then, all right. Then that checks it off. Yeah. So like they went into the house and there were two officers downstairs, and then they let her go upstairs. They're like, oh, I need to get close, and the officer went with her.
Right.
But like the other issue was like, well, if she's deemed, like a threat to herself, a threat to others, like why would you let her leave? Like she should have been met at the door, and like
they do that a lot of the times. If someone's saying, hey, I'm wearing shorts or I need socks and shoes, like they will go with you to get them. That happens all the time.
Even if they're considered dangerous, I mean, they just like,
well, that's the thing. There wasn't a dangerousness order at that point. There was a restraining order and a custody order, but not a dangerous order. What's alleged can't just be assumed. It's alleged, and they gave an order on it, but that they can't assume that she's gonna do X, Y, or Z. So if she says, "I need clothes," or the baby needs clothes, or I need socks or shoes. Okay, they go with you to get them. Happens all the time.
Okay.
They don't let you go by yourself. That's the difference. That's why.
Oh God, no.
They let you.
No. God,
so like if she had gone by herself, I would have questioned like why the cops let her go by herself, right? But they didn't.
Yeah.
That they did exactly what they're supposed to do, which is go with her.
Yeah.
To get it.
Yeah. I mean, again, like I know that the standards for protection are so low, and like again, he's making accusations by saying like like hey, she's gonna hurt herself. Like I would have figured that like they would have taken everything and then like taken her. It was like okay, like let's get you checked out. Let's
No, because if she's not saying that she's not going to hurt herself or others, they can't just take her. She has to make that a mission for a Section 12.
Yeah.
She has to make a statement that leads them to believe she's going to hurt herself or others. Like Karen making the statement she didn't want to live anymore.
Right. Yeah.
That was enough. You're essentially saying, yep. So like that was enough for them to get that Section 12 going.
Yeah. Right.
Like if she didn't make us any statements like that, they have no authority to make her do anything. You know,
that's a good point. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, I only know this stuff because I've been doing this kind of work for almost 20 years now, 19 years in advocacy, and I've done every one of these things 100 times over. I also worked in mental health, as you know, so like that stuff is mental health needs better stuff to begin with in every state, not just in our state. Because funny enough, in Massachusetts, it's supposed to be the best mental health in the country, and it's still lacking in big regard.
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, you have social workers who are like,
they just don't like your face, and they'll just write shit that isn't true. So that's the other part of it, which is a lot of the reason why people won't call like child services because say you get a worker that just doesn't seem to like your face. They can write whatever they want and people are gonna, the court included, is just
Yep.
gonna take it as truth, even if it's 100% a lie.
Yeah, exactly. That's
So
I mean, that's
like,
scary too. Yeah.
yeah, it is scary. It's extremely scary, which is why people shouldn't waste their time on fucking calling them for nonsensical bullshit, like swearing in front of your child.
That's I know that's ridiculous and like that's
But they
freaking
showed
ridiculous.
but they in my state, like in our state, they would have
Yep.
screened that out. That would have been automatically screened out, you know?
Oh, for that nonsense? Yeah, they would have
Yeah.
turned around
It
and been
would have
like,
been
"Oh, well,
screened out
I'm
and
not
they would have
gonna
been like,
we're
yeah,
gonna
we're not
gratuitously
sorry, we're
swear."
not
Yeah.
going out to someone's house for that. Sorry, you can go fuck yourself. That's not how we do
No,
things. Like
it's
that's no.
it's Massachusetts, like, like where
Yeah,
we're
no.
assholes for a reason, but like, hey, but like, what? She swore in
Yeah.
front of her
I mean,
kid?
the
F
judge
that,
probably swears on a fucking minute basis when she's not on the bench. You know what I mean? Like we're in New England, dude. Hello.
Exactly. That's par for course, right? Like we have to. If not, we get written up.
I feel like it's against the Geneva Convention if you don't drop a few F-bombs in the day when you're from Massachusetts. I'm just saying. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like that should be,
and regardless of where she's from, you can live like, in areas just like ours, like that are just like that. It's just sad.
Fuck is a sight word in kindergarten.
Yeah, right? Fuck. Fuck off!
Wait, what's the? Oh, see, now I broke my fuck cherry.
Yeah,
I went what, 4 spaces being good?
Sorry. I mean, I popped the finger banging cherry yesterday, so we're good.
Bang,
it has entered the chat.
That was so funny.
I was amped up. All right. Like, listen, I try to tone it down a little for my streams because YouTube will let you swear, but they don't love you to swear like a lot.
Yeah.
So I try to tone it down a little bit with some of the things that I say. But like, if I'm not on a stream and I'm just on a space, like it's flying. Sorry. It's going to fly. I am getting my coffee. I promise you I did it. But yes, New Hampshire Birkenstock is right. It's temporary emergency custody. So that's he still had to go back to court after you got that temp order and like plead his extra case to the family courts about why he should keep custody at that point. And at that point, she made it worse for herself by drawing a weapon.
Exactly, by doing what she did. Exactly. Correct. Because that was even before, because that was even beforehand. It was like, well, I guess there was some truth to what he said. Yeah.
And Birkenstock is right. Like she's saying like I had an ex parte order filed. Anybody can do one. And a lot of the times, like the judges will just do it, even though they really shouldn't do an ex parte order, but like they will based on what the person says. And that's wrong in so many ways. But family court, let me make it clear, runs like a fucking kangaroo court. So you can walk in there and say, this person disappeared a month ago and I'm their aunt, and you could be a neighbor and they'll still hand you over custody without checking. Wow. So that's the way family court runs in this state.
Yeah, family court is ridiculous. Family court, probate court.
It's a joke.
I mean, like decades in some cases.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's an actual fucking joke. And that's half of the problem. Scary. Is you're not getting really due process. You're not getting, you know what I mean? And they're saying like, well, it's not criminal. So like these things don't apply, but you're taking someone's children. So it absolutely 100% needs to apply. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like you're going to, right. Yeah, exactly. Like it shouldn't be willy nilly, but like, okay, I guess we'll do that. But like, no, you're actually like very much disrupting a life right now.
And that's what happens. And that's what happens. The judges just go for whatever they say and go and base it on that. And that should never happen. Ever. No. Ever.
No.
But also congratulations, New Hampshire Birkenstock, for being sober, my friend.
Yeah.
Seriously. And people are like, well, it's not as long as you. I hate when people say that. And it's like, it doesn't matter if it's as long as me. You don't care if it's, I don't care if it's 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 months, 5 years, 50 years. Doesn't fucking matter, dude. It's hard every day. Like I'm not an AA or NA person. So I don't go and get my like 10-year chip, 15-year chip. So I'm not going to get my 20-year chip soon, but I'll give it to myself. Okay. Give it to myself.
Nice. Yeah, exactly. Because that's who you're accountable to. It's like, I'm not doing this for a chip. I'm doing it for yourself. Yeah.
Right.
Good for you.
Exactly.
20 years. Wow.
It's just
that's definitely not nothing.
It's not something either. It's I'm just living like a normal human these days,
Yep.
Dropping some F-bombs and laughing about somebody finger banging.
That's right. That's right. The important things in life.
Yeah,
Somebody reminded me in the chat that when I was going on a rant about Aiden, that he should do better things with his time. Like, why doesn't he take somebody with no legs for a walk?
You know what I was?
Is that
And
like
it's
walking
funny.
children in nature?
I mean, in my mind, I had this picture of, a hospital setting with sidewalks and stuff, and you can take somebody in a wheelchair. That's what I was thinking in my mind, but that's not how it came out.
Take them for
It's all
no,
right.
never mind.
I mean, I say it. My daughter says it all the time. Like she's actually legally blind. My oldest from her disease, she went blind. She wasn't born blind, and so she says to me all the time, I don't see how the fuck people don't realize what a piece of shit Aiden is. She goes, I'm fucking blind and I can see it. Like what?
Yeah.
What in the
for
actual
her.
fuck is going on here? Like I'll never forget the time that Hot Wheels Lorena decided she was going to cry fake assault for the third time, right? On me, and she didn't realize that we had it all filmed from 3 different angles because we are not fucking stupid enough to walk into a place where we knew people like you who had already claimed fake assaults that never happened were there without filming it, right? So we filmed it from 3 different ways. And so when she claimed it on Twitter, she's like, I'm going to file a police report. I begged her. I said, please go down there. I will happily let them slap the cuffs on you for a fake fucking report because that is a crime. And I have it all on camera for 3 fucking different angles, bro. Nobody's even near you. Shut the actual fuck up, bro. Like, and then my daughter goes, Mom, bring me down there. I go, why? She goes, bring me down there in my wheelchair. I'm going to play bumper cars with this bitch. Swear to God. I said, kid, you are
Safety
fucking
third.
right. She was not kidding. She's like, bring me down there in my wheelchair. She wants to fuck with someone and play the whole, well, I'm in a wheelchair, so I'm disabled and people are mean to me thing. Cool. She can play bumper cars with someone else in a wheelchair and we'll see how that goes.
That's right.
For her.
Exactly.
Yep.
Even playing field.
Yep. That was my kid's point is like, if she wants to play that game, well, I'm in a wheelchair. Let's do this. Like, fuck. Let's go. Like, I hate when people do that. She is a vile, vile person that hid for the longest time behind the fact that she was in a wheelchair and it wasn't permanent. I mean, I guess she's not in it now, but the point is like, you do not get to hide behind the fact that you have a disability while being the most vile, reprehensible person on the internet.
Nope.
It's not the way it works.
No, yeah, that's certainly not an excuse. Elise, I have a question. So,
yep.
So I know that you worked at Bridgewater, and that's the state mental facility for what the criminal, whatever you want to call it.
For men prisoners. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Where is so what's Tewksbury then? Is that
Tewksbury is a mental health facility, but it's not for criminals. It's not a jail. Bridgewater is a jail.
Oh, wait. So why is Lindsay Clancy there? I thought that was a
where
state hospital.
Tewksbury?
Yeah, she's in Tewksbury.
So not all state hospitals are. There's only one state hospital that's a prison, and that's Bridgewater.
Okay.
Every other state hospital is just a mental facility. So those are for people like so. There's no women's jail mental facility. We don't have one.
Yeah.
For women. So the only option for women is to put them in a regular facility if it's of that need. And have guards stationed outside, which is what I'm assuming is happening right now.
Yeah, see, that's interesting because, like, I remember reading that. It's like, wait a second, this Tewksbury was like, but then when,
well, as a paraplegic, I don't think she'd get the care that she needs in a jail setting. That's probably why they have her there. Is the jail can't give her the level of care that she needs, being paralyzed like that.
Right. But
everything is dependent on you doing it yourself and at least coming to your cell door and stuff. Like she needs people to help her do all that. You know what I mean? So the jail can't give her that level of care.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, that's not out of the way. I mean, that's like north, like it's not exactly North Shore. It's more inland, but like.
No, I was going to say, it's not North Shore, but it's north, you know?
Yeah. But she's south. She was in, where the hell was she? Was she, not Drake? Was she in, Dighton, something like that? Was she in Pembroke? Like she was.
I don't know. Pembroke's a nice facility, but I'm not sure where she was before that. Maybe Pembroke. I don't know, but I think it was like immediately she was going to be charged. So I think it was the regular hospital that she was for so long.
Yeah, she was in the regular hospital, and then they stuck her in Tewksbury. I was like, that's a ways away, and like her husband is still, behind. I mean, that
might have been the only place that she had a bed, though. That they had a bed that could accommodate her. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to have space to accommodate like someone with that kind of handicap, and most facilities have like multiple beds in one room, and like they're not equipped for dealing with like what she has going on. You know?
Right? Yeah.
So
yeah, like I wonder if there's like a specialty or something. Because
I'm guessing they made special arrangements, or Tewksbury itself. I've never been in Tewksbury, so I'm not sure. But Tewksbury might have, things that other facilities don't to help care for her.
Yep.
So that's what I'm
I
assuming,
gotcha.
because we don't
Yeah.
have a mental health facility prison for women. We only have one for men.
Which is really too bad, because
It
I
is.
mean, again, like when this happened with Kelsey, like they stuck her, like first of all, I didn't realize that they closed Framingham. And it's like, oh, they stick them all in
Framingham's
Chicopee.
a
It's like,
state prison, and we don't have
right.
a county prison in Norfolk County, so you would go straight to state prison. You would go to Framingham. That's where you would go as a woman.
Wait. Okay, right. Yeah, yeah. But
There's no
like she
county
was
jail in Norfolk County like there is in other counties. Like Suffolk County has a county jail and then a state jail, right? Like we don't have a county one in Norfolk County, so I don't know if it's changed in the last however many years, but up until, fucking as long as I can remember, if you got county charges, you went to state jail in Framingham. Like you did, there was no county jail time to do. You went straight to state, which is Framingham.
I gotcha. Well, yeah. I mean, like I know in Essex, I think there's Middleton. That's where you would go. But yeah, like for Kelsey, like yeah, like where would she go? Yeah, I don't think there's a women's.
Yeah,
like,
I'm sure. I'm shocked they didn't bring her to like McLean or the Shattuck, to be honest. But I'm just assuming that Tewksbury had the space or the whatever they had to be able to accommodate her. She probably was in Spalding. After you get out of the hospital, they send, especially if you're like a paraplegic or you're dealing with like rehabbing your legs, arms, like things like that. You will go to Spalding for a while.
Yeah, go to Spalding. Yep.
Yep. And then after Spalding, like in her case, there's again, she's paraplegic at this point, so she isn't going to be able to get the care in the like medical wing of a jail. There just isn't enough care for her there, which is why I'm assuming she is where she is.
Yeah. Yeah, Deirdre was went through the last hearing that Reddington made a motion about like, well, how are we going to transport?
Yeah, I remember that one. Yep.
Yeah.
Ambulance or van, blah, blah, blah. Yep.
Right.
Just
yeah,
give her whatever
and
she
it was
needs.
like,
Why is it even? It shouldn't even be an argument. Whether she needs a van or an ambulance shouldn't fucking matter. Put her in whatever the fuck she needs and call it a day. I don't know why the
just
state
go.
even wants to argue about that.
So ridiculous.
It's
Yeah,
so
like
stupid.
it's making right.
Is Plymouth men only? What, Plymouth County, you mean? Plymouth County has multiple men's jails, but every county usually has a county and a state level of jails and prisons. And for instance, Suffolk, so that's Boston, right? They have multiple regular jails for women and men, and then they have the state, the upper level of after you're convicted. But Norfolk County itself does not have a county women's jail. So you go straight to Framingham, which is state time. And there aren't a lot of women's prisons in Massachusetts to begin with. I think there's 3.
Well, there's Chicopee, and that's it.
Dartmouth, Chicopee, Framingham are the
Yeah.
ones I can think of off the top of my head.
Well, I think they closed Framingham. That's why they stuck Kelsey,
No,
because she had to go
didn't.
all the way out from friggin' the western part of the state to come here.
No,
And
they
it's
didn't
like,
close
wow.
Framingham. They want to
they
close
didn't?
Framingham, but they can't. They don't have anywhere to put anybody.
So okay, wait, did they just not like no room in the inn? Is that why she went to Chicopee? Because that's like that was weird. I thought they closed Framingham.
No,
Wow.
they want to close
Okay.
Framingham. They want to close
Yeah.
it. They absolutely want to. But they have to find a place to put these people. It's old. That's why it's just not equipped anymore. Framingham is like a compound essentially. I've been inside there. I know exactly what the layout is, what it looks like, what happens, what a day looks like all of that. And so they have like these 3 sort of like out, like you'd have to go out of the main building into like the courtyard. And then there's like 3 almost like, they look like little houses, but they're long instead of tall, if that makes sense. And MCI Framingham usually houses their lifers in there. And at one point they ran out of space in East and West Wing, which are inside the main building. And the lifers had taken up all the space in the 3 little houses out there. And then they had the 4th house over there, which was like the unit essentially for people who had like drug or alcohol related issues. And that was like one big, like there was no cells. It was just like one big area where there was just bunk bed after bunk bed after bunk bed after bunk bed. So, they stopped doing that because you can't there's a capacity. Number one, there was mold, and like, so they've had so many issues at Framingham that's why they want to close the entire prison down. So I know that they're still housing people there. I just don't think it's a ton of people because it's the oldest operating women's prison in the United States. I think it was like 1876 or 77 that it was opened in.
Yeah.
It's medium
long
security.
time.
Yeah. But I think it was originally known as the Sherborne Reformatory for Women is what it was originally called in 1876 or 77. And it was the second prison in the US for women. But it is now the oldest operating women's prison in the United States is Framingham.
420 years ago.
Right. 4 more than 100 years ago. It's just crazy. It's bonkers to me. Like MCI Framingham is an extremely old prison with like almost no updates to it. Or the most basic of basic. Nope. I was in Framingham and it's not after conviction. I was pending trial there.
Oh,
so that's back when I was a drug addict and I was in Framingham pending trial. They just don't keep you on the same units. So East and West are two separate units. One you're in before you are convicted and one you are in after you're convicted. So, and you're not allowed certain things in the units where you're not convicted versus they're allowed certain things like hot pots and things in when they are convicted, microwaves, little TVs. You're not allowed those things when you're in the units of people who aren't convicted yet. So Framingham is not for just after conviction. Believe me, I resided there.
Wow. I mean, if that's not scary or like enough to like scare you straight.
Well, I was there for drugs. It was an old possession charge and a violation of probation. It wasn't there for like, robbery or killing someone. I was a heroin addict. Like I possessed drugs and they caught me. Ooh, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, I'm the worst person ever. But yeah, it makes you not want to go back, obviously.
Right.
But you have to wait. Like I was pending a trial at that point, and then I made a plea deal. So I didn't have to deal with a trial, but they keep you in separate units. You're like, they will not put the people who are not convicted with the people who are convicted, if that makes sense. Once you're convicted, they take you off that unit and bring you to one where there are people who are already being convicted.
I gotcha. Do you do like rec time or eat with anybody, or is it just like you're in the unit?
No, your unit. Your unit. Okay. The only time you're with other people is church and yard time. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Your church and yard time, you kind of mixed in with other people from other units, but that's it. And that's because they really only have like one church and they just do different denominations every, hour or every two, you know what I mean? I chose to go to we all sing church. I'm Catholic, but like born Catholic, but I don't practice Catholic and I'm not for this, sit down, kneel, stand up, sit down, kneel, stand up. I chose to go to like let's sing it out church.
Hippy dippy Catholic.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Jesus is good all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we go to that kind of church. Because they only did I think it was 5 denominations at that point. Like this was, fucking forever ago, over 20 years ago. So God knows. But like, I was like 19. I'm 39. So like, do the math. Over 20 years ago. Hey girl, hey. But that's just, so Kathy wants to know if guilty by reason of insanity, where would Clancy go? Nobody has ever gotten off on guilt, like using the reason of insanity in Massachusetts. And she's not going to, she wouldn't be guilty by reason of insanity. She'd just be guilty. If you mean she would be innocent by reason of insanity, that's never happened here. It's not going to. It's just not going to happen.
That's a good question, though. Like,
I highly doubt Reddington goes with a insanity defense. It's very difficult, and almost nobody ever wins it.
But like hypothetically, like where would she go? Like, if we don't have a facility, like would she just get treatment in like just one of the women's facilities, or like be in like isolation or something?
She's not going to go to Framingham. They don't have the capacity to care for her there. I suspect she would probably go back to a place like McLean or Tewksbury or somewhere like that, because they're not going in. They only have so many cells in like the wing of the jail that does like someone who's sick or has like a health issue, and she would just perpetually have to be there. So and they don't have the like equipment. They don't have the staff to be able to care for her in the way that she needs to be cared for.
Yeah.
you know?
That sounds awful. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh
So
boy.
I'm assuming she will not go to like a regular prison. That's just my assumption, but you never know. You never know. They have people in wheelchairs in prison, but they're not paralyzed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So that's a different animal in itself to be able to care for someone like that, which sucks, you know. Blair is totally delusional on his clubber walk. I heard that he was just simping for their Aiden, you know.
Oh, was
Andrea
he? Yeah.
Yates.
I mean,
I remember that case. The Yates
oh
case. You
yeah,
guys remember that one?
bad.
But she's not in Massachusetts. You know, Massachusetts itself. Like can't remember the last time someone won it on insanity defense. I don't think anybody ever has, but let's look.
While you're doing that, word of advice.
Yeah.
If you buy a whiteboard and it bites you 3 times, so you decide to return it, don't
Roll up a
throw
newspaper.
Don't throw the part, because I can't find like 3 pieces of this thing to return it.
Were those the pieces that were biting you, and did you chuck them at the wall?
I
would have.
Yep.
Yep.
Deidre has the actual like patience of an angel, because I would have smashed that thing into a million pieces by now and been like, well, that's that.
I wanted my $70 back.
I would have thrown the thing out the fucking window.
You bought a $70 whiteboard?
I know. How the fuck big is the whiteboard to cost that much? Jesus fucking Christ.
I know, right?
It's double-sided and magnetic, and it came with all these little accoutrements and whatever. But I learned not to throw things at the wall, because I threw my iPad through my wall in the living room. So that had to be patched.
He said whiteboards are out. Chalkboards with chalkboard walls are in. Okay.
I prefer the racist boards.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, they're whiteboards.
Okay, she's being funny. She's being funny.
Of course she's being funny, dude. Yeah, so it says like insanity defense is rarely invoked in court, as I told you guys, with the statistics indicating that it's used less than 1% of criminal cases. Yeah. The defense is subject to strict legal standards here in Mass, and that's why they just don't use it. Too soon. No, not too soon. It was too soon. No, not too soon. But yeah, I highly doubt. Reddington's a good attorney, and he's very, very smart. He was my ex-boyfriend's attorney. We hired him for a lot of fucking money. But my ex had that money because he is a master electrician, and he took over his dad's business when his dad retired, and so he was making, bank. He was making pretty good money. And so he could hire him. And I remember the first down payment being fucking 10 grand and then another of 10 grand. So like, he's not a cheap attorney. He knew what he was doing. And the DUI that my ex was like, which is so funny to me because he wasn't drunk. Okay. Literally not. We were literally asleep. All right. We went out to dinner. I had 1 glass of wine. He had 1 beer. We went home and went to sleep. It was a blizzard. He got called to go do, plowing. And so I lived in Rhode Island. He was leaving my house in Rhode Island to go do the plowing down near the Hingham area. And so he left my house, and was on 95, and a cop pulls him over. And in the thing, the cop writes, it's a well-lit area. We went back to take pictures. It's pitch black. This was at nighttime, pitch black. There's no fucking lights anywhere. Right. And he says, oh, well, you smell like alcohol. Do this fucking dumbass test. And oh, nope, you failed it. Like, we're taking you for DUI. Didn't do a breathalyzer. Couldn't get on the stand and actually answer the questions at all. He fumbled like 17 times. And of course, we bring in the pictures and video of the area. It's not well lit, right? Can't see a fucking thing. And it was snowing, right? Why didn't you do a breathalyzer? So I go in, testify as a witness, whatever. Reddington gets him off. It's done. Not guilty. Like, and it was the cop that fucked it all up, and us showing them like it wasn't well lit. Like, it was fucking snowing out. Like, you couldn't see anything. He had just woken up. Like, my story matched his story. Like, what else do you want? The cop kept bungling the story. Couldn't remember things. Said things. They had to ask him like 6 different times. He wanted to refer back to his report. And he kept saying no, but then saying things that weren't in the report or didn't make any sense or were contradictory to the evidence that we had. So he fucked himself. The cop screwed himself. But nonetheless, Reddington got the job done, you know? So he knows what he's doing. I did see your text. I don't even know what to say about it. I'm just like flabbergasted because I'm like, what does that even mean? I don't agree. Like, I don't agree with whatever nonsense that is. Like, yeah, master magician, you know, kind of like I say things are like magically suspicious or malicious. Yeah, magically suspicious. It's like a cereal commercial.
I loved Reddington in the Turk case. He did a really good
He
job.
did do a good job in the Turk case. See, that's my point, right?
Yep. He's very smart, and he's just a joy to watch. If you
good.
like
He's
watching
good.
trials and you appreciate good lawyering, he's one of them. Bradle,
So,
Federo.
yeah. So Kevin Reddington's name is one of those names that if you say in my state, almost everyone knows who he is. That's like one of the types of lawyers he is. He's a damn good lawyer. People know who he is. Just like if you say Rosemary Scarpiccio or Hank Brennan, people know who they are because they're damn good attorneys. They're good at what they do.
I love Rose so much.
Rose
make a
did
club
such
to
a
her.
great job when it came to the drug scandal, the drug lab scandals, both of them,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact,
Oh
but
my
she did
God.
such a fantastic job with Luke Ryan, the other attorney there who just did not fucking give up. And
Yeah.
I commend them both because that shit was a battle with the state trying to hide shit.
Oh, big time. They're like, nope, nothing to see here. It's fine. She just smoked the standard. It's fine. It's fine. They're like, no, actually, it's not.
Right.
Well, speaking of like,
I give
must-see
lots of hugs to
so
Haley's
good.
fifis. Her fifis were hurt, and I'm giving her fifis hugs.
There's a case. I think Melanie, and like disclaimer, I like to, you know, like I watch everybody to see what's going on, like get a flavor. So there is a case that got moved out of Cape and Islands district and got moved to where the hell is she? Plymouth County, and
Yep.
that's where Judge Bev is, and the attorney representing is, I believe that's also Reddington and Rosemary Scapiccio, and there was a hearing in front of Judge Bev, and so I'm like, oh my God, Bev and Roe, this ought to be good, and it did not disappoint.
I
Oh
bet.
my God. And
I bet it fucking didn't.
Like so extra. It was.
You want to know why? It's because they know they're going to get away with it in front of her, and that's half of the problem. Is she doesn't command her courtroom, and like the lawyers just run rampant. Really?
Oh
you
no,
know?
Bev was extra too. She's like, okay, are we gonna
sure.
do this night? Okay, all right. Can we check? Okay, yeah. And
Yeah.
then Roe was just so extra. Like, oh my God, so extra. Wonderful, spectacular. 10 out of 10.
I just can't. Like the 10 out of fucking 10.
That's
10
right,
out of
10
10
out
has
of
now entered the chat.
So Roe is the lady with the spiky hair, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is the one with the hair that you have described.
Yes.
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
She
Check it
was
up your
really
ass.
good in the Tara Rentel case. She was
Right.
very good.
That was great too. Red flags, Rose red
Right.
flags, and her nefarious purple.
Oh, I think my coffee is going to be available in a second here. Oh, maybe it already is. Hold on. What in the actual fuck is happening right now?
Did you get Mary Lou's?
I did. Yep.
Nice.
I deserve it. I made it yesterday. I'm not going to make it today. Oh, these motherfuckers put it outside instead of in the hallway. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. I'll be right back.
PEMDAS. The orders of operation have entered the chat now. Now we're going to talk mathematics. Don't you woof at me. Sorry.
Breaking news. I found one part.
Yay. Oh, wait, should we do should we get the flashing red lights? Oh, my dear God. Breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. There you go. Marty Kraft. The Illuminati. Yep.
Marty Kraft. What is that? Why does that name sound familiar?
That's okay. So that's so like when Grant does his tweets and like he'll like relate everything to Kate Peter, Marty Kraft, the Norfolk County District Attorney, and like try to make a connection. Which like if you squint your eyes and look the other way, it kind of makes sense.
Also, the CIA, the FBI, me.
Yep.
You know,
Sean, CIA 5 Stone. Yep. The head of the CIA in 5 Stone. Which is like maybe that's like 5 guys. I don't know, but yep.
I mean, it
that's how he
could
made the
be.
connection.
If you
Yep.
say Five Guys in front of my husband, he'll ask you why that many.
Why that many?
Yeah, I'm like, babe, I want Five Guys. He's like, why that many? I'm like, shut
Yep.
the hell up. Shut the actual hell up.
Funny.
That's funny.
Listen, you're just listen. Every joke my husband makes has to be like sexual in nature with me only, but like has to be. If you don't get one, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
That's
I
funny.
mean, right. I did just Matthew. I did. I PEMDASed you. I did. I didn't know if anybody would catch that, but
You did
you
PEMDAS.
guys did.
Yeah, you did PEMDAS.
You caught it.
So I missed the scuttlebutt from this morning. Did anything like ridiculous happen from like this morning? From
I don't think so. I mean, we could do it in Grant Point. Dear Jesus, what have we found? What have
Oh
we
my
stumbled
dear God.
upon, everyone? Everyone, what have we? Oh my dear Jesus, what is it that we have stumbled upon? This is insane, people. This is insane. I can't with him. I don't know how I can't. I simply just cannot.
I mean, I feel so bad, but like I don't know if you.
I do not. I knew him in person. He knows exactly what the
I
fuck
know,
he's
I
doing.
know, I
He's
know.
calculated in the things that he does, in manipulation tactics. Like it just simply is. I'm scared of what's happening, Haley said. I was just doing the Grant. You know, I was doing a Grant. I was giving you what it sounds like to listen to Grant for a second.
That's grande. Yep. Well, have you heard his newest thing? So the other day, I think it was because
Wasn't
I
it
went
Sean
back
runs
to
a big
watch.
CIA thing? Isn't that his newest thing or no? There's a new one.
Well, so that's part of his newest thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
he was, I forget what he was streaming. I think because I went back to go look at like the turtle stuff to see like, okay, like let's see, because I think he was streaming Erica's thing, and I was like, oh, I didn't know she went live. I was like, oh, let me see if there's anything there, because like I wasn't gonna go live from the inside because I don't want to get yelled at and make things
Well, yeah,
worse.
no,
But
you don't want to do that.
it's like I was watching, and like he's doing his thing, and he's like trying to make all these ties, like, oh, it's such a great day, Cosgrove is set up, and he's gonna put a motion in front of the court that's gonna dismiss this whole thing. It's like, okay,
No.
are you sure you're watching the same stuff? But
He's
like
not.
while he was doing that, Wendy,
He's watching
screamed up the stairs
cartoons,
at him.
actually. That's what he's watching. He's watching like
Yeah,
the Mike
exactly. He's
Tyson
watching the
mysteries or
Tweety Birds.
Scooby-Doo. That's what he watches. Scooby-Doo.
Right.
You know?
He thinks any minute now the judge is going to say, biddy, biddy, biddy. That's all, folks.
Yeah, and he's going to
I
take the
mean-
mask off, and we're going to be like, my God, it was Plumber Jack.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Meddling
too.
kids, too.
But yeah, like while he was doing all that, he'd be like, oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, I just hit it. All of a sudden, Wendy screams out at him, and he's just like, oh, hang on, let me, and plays and like goes and does something, and it comes back, and he was like, oh my God, I just caught my mother in the biggest, they were having a crisis meeting, it's all falling apart. It's like, what the?
That's
like,
just a lie,
what?
by the way. Wendy has nothing to do with any of the things that he's claiming. He's just mad at her because she essentially told him to grow the fuck up and to stop with the nonsense and the wild conspiracies that don't exist. And he's mad because like she wants him to adult. And so he's like using that as some sort of like, well, she's in on it. If you say one thing he doesn't like or say something that like he doesn't agree with, you are now entered the conspiracy, just so you know.
Oh yeah. 100. That's I mean he's already called out people who, I mean, like I've been looking at it since the summertime with the federal grand jury stuff, because I met him at federal court.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And like and like people is like, oh, we're gonna do tell trivia. It's like, all right, I'll listen. Or like, oh, we're gonna talk about the Hells Angels up in Canada. It's like, all right, I'll listen to that too. Like, like it's interesting. Like, like doesn't make any sense to like relate it to like the stuff that he relates to, but like it's interesting just to see. And like people in the chat were there, and all of a sudden he's calling them out. He's like, oh, you tried to pull a fast one on me. I called you out. Like, yeah. Oh, I called you out. I called you out. It's like, what are you doing? She's not an op for Kate.
Let's make this clear. The only fucking thing he is calling out on a daily basis is his own goddamn sanity. All right? Let's just be clear about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad.
It is sad. It's sad, but I think that's the whole Wendy's whole point. Like, stop. Stop.
Right. Yeah,
Stop.
exactly. Yeah. Right.
And he doesn't. And he's obsessed with certain people and thinking that like a relationship there is going to happen, and it's simply not. And she couldn't have been any clearer with him, but in his mind somewhere, he thinks she just doesn't want to talk about it and it'll happen someday. And like, no, bro, you've been told no about a million freaking times. Like, absolutely not. It's not a thing. It's just not. I'm sorry, you guys. I definitely shut my camera off so I could stuff my face because I'm starving like a hostage right now. So yes, I'm stuffing my face. In case anybody's wondering why you can only audio hear me on my stream, because I'm stuffing my face with my breakfast sandwich at lunchtime. It's egg whites though. I'm healthy about it. All right. It does have bacon on it though. This bacon's good.
Well, that's all right. I mean, everything's better with bacon, and like you balance that way. You'd be like, well, I
Right?
got egg whites, therefore I can get extra bacon.
I didn't
Win-win.
get extra bacon, but I did get bacon, and it's delicious. I am not gonna lie, and I'm not sorry.
Good for you.
Not
I had
sorry.
dinner for breakfast.
I love
I
doing
had
breakfast
leftover-
for dinner.
Breakfast for dinner is the
Mhm.
best.
I
I
love
had
doing
tri-tip and a baked potato.
Nice.
Ooh. Ooh.
It was delicious.
Did you have it at the ass crack of dawn too?
No, I don't do the ass crack of dawn.
Well, you were up the ass crack of dawn this morning.
Yeah,
At least an ass
exactly.
crack of dawn for me.
I was up before the ass crack of dawn.
Facts.
Oh,
You were
was
up
that
before
like the
me.
mid
Facts.
back of dawn?
Okay, I'll tell the truth. I never went to sleep last night.
Oh
Oh,
my
you poor thing.
God, why?
Listen, I have like really bad. It's not that I can't fall asleep. It's that I don't stay asleep. So I can fall asleep and I'll be asleep, but then I wake up like multiple times a night. Like just wake up. I'll wake up in a pool of sweat. I'll wake up from, night terrors, flashbacks in my sleep, or I'll just wake up because my body's like, wake up, so like from the pain.
Yeah.
So like I'll wake up anywhere between like 3 to 7 times a night. So like by the time I do get up and wake the kids up for school and do all that stuff, like I feel like I haven't fucking slept at all because I've got so much interrupted sleep that my body's like, you're tired, but I just drag myself out of bed anyway because I'm like, oh well, I have shit to do. I have shit to do.
Mine
So
was
that's why
my
half the
foot.
time if I do fall asleep, I'm asleep by like 9 or 10 my time, and that's why I miss a lot of the spaces that you guys do like later at night because it's a different time for you guys than it is for us, and it's because my body's tired, and it's like, yeah, it's 9 or 10 o'clock now, fall asleep.
No, my foot's been bothering me, and unfortunately it kicks up at night. And
Yep, same.
did not sleep last night.
Yep. Just the pain. I'll just wake up and I'm like, I don't like this. This is not fun. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I will tell you though, whoever made my coffee today, definitely know, like, so they've hired like a bunch of new people in the last like 3 months. And like, they all keep fucking up my coffee like royally. And I'm like, listen, you guys are really making it difficult for me. But the people who have been there for a while, who work a little later in the day, like right now, they always nail it because they know what I want on my coffee. They know how I like it. And so like every time one of them makes it, I can tell the difference. I'm like, oh yes, finally.
Nice.
Because right now it's on point. It is on point today.
What do you order when you go to Mary Lou's? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mary.
A funny bone, man. A funny bone with extra mocha.
My husband went to McDonald's the other night and got a fish fillet for me.
Ooh.
And when I opened the container, the top bun was so hard you could knock on it.
That happened to me the other day. I stopped. I think it was the day we went and like signed papers. After we signed the lease, we went and signed the rest of the papers. And we stopped at McDonald's on the way home just because like by that time it was already late. So it's like, I got to feed these kids. So we stopped at McDonald's. I get home and I got a Big Mac. And the freaking bun, it was like the middle was soft, but the whole rest of the bun was like a hockey puck. And I was like, well, what the actual, and it was top bun and bottom bun. Like, what did you guys do to this thing?
Yeah, that was the same. So I thought, oh, okay, well, maybe I could eat this with just the bottom bun. Nope.
So
You
Grammy
cannot go back
Cheryl
to it.
is asking me over here in my chat what Spaces is. So Spaces it's on Twitter. So Twitter has a platform on it where kind of like YouTube where you can go live, except it's just your voice. It's just audio. So people can ask to speak and we can bring them up on panel and they can speak and they can mute when other people are talking. And so it's a good way of people who don't want to use their cameras or who don't want to jump up on a live stream to be able to go into a space. Listen, some people just listen to the space. We have plenty of people who just come in and listen, like some of the people are now, and some people who want to speak and we'll talk back and forth. So it's essentially kind of like one big chat room, if you think about it, with audio and instead of audio and video, if that makes sense, Grammy Cheryl. Because I know not all half my audience has Twitter and half my audience does not have Twitter. So you know, that's why it's like, I feel like if I'm doing something on Twitter and I talk about it on Spaces, I almost have to repeat it or do what I'm doing now, which is simulcast it, because then both places of people who follow me can hear it all at once instead of having to be like, well, go watch my stream or, you know, go on Space. You know what I mean? Like everyone can hear it all at once, even though like you guys on YouTube can see me and Spaces cannot. My phone will not stop going off today, you guys. And there's like all sorts of just like shit happening over here, shit happening over here, shit happening over here. Like nothing I can like announce, but like, I'm telling you, like today's one of those days and it's a fucking Monday. Like I feel like
my
Garfield
Friday.
right now. Like fuck Mondays.
That was my day Friday.
Just what's
One
like,
thing after another.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
What is this? What's happening? I just want to say, I was talking to when Haley was up here with us yesterday and she was watching on YouTube, but like when she was up here with us yesterday, I actually, I applaud her growth on the Jen Altman thing. I do. I applaud her growth on the Jen Altman thing. I think the idea of hearing someone out after they're no longer supporting the turtle is something that she took to heart when we talked about it. And I think that's some serious growth, because if I was her, like for instance, she's me like 10 years ago, like gives no actual fucks, like none, zero, don't care. Like 10 years ago, you get a whole nother me. I was much younger, obviously. 10 years ago, I was 29, not 39, right? And experiences in my life just made me like not like certain things, and certain things would just turn me the fuck off. And I've just like grown, right? As a person, you grow, you learn. And if you're not, you know, you're forever learning. You could be 89, you're still learning, right? You're still growing. My grandparents taught me that if you're not learning and growing, like you're never done doing that, no matter how old you are. And I think seeing what Aiden's doing right now with the whole like bringing Jen's husband into this for no reason, you know, whatsoever, just like throwing his name out there and doing this extra shit, like it just should show everyone who he is. You know, Jen was his friend, not just someone who watched him, but a friend for years for him. And so for me, it's like all she simply did was just like not agree with him on something. That's it. That's it. She didn't do something horrible or terrible, or, you know, she just didn't agree with him. And it's like, here he is throwing her name out there. And it's like, does Jess Machado or Will or any of these people not realize he's going to do this to them too? Like this is that's what's going to happen. And I do, like, people forget, like, do you guys forget what happened to Jen O'Donnell? Like what he did to Jen O'Donnell? Like,
I'll never forget that.
okay, I still talk to Jen, all right? And I remember the first time I reached out to her after that happened, like, I know we were on separate sides of the Karen Reed issue. There had been some nasty things said about me. I'm not one to just say nasty things about people for no reason. So I'm not like, you won't see me on Twitter just like, oh, this person looks like an asshole today. I'm going to go after them all over Twitter for 3 hours. Like, I'm not that person. I've never been that person. I'll defend myself if I see something and I need to say something, but I'm never going to seek people out just to be an asshole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so for me, like, I never seeked out Jen just to be an asshole or anything like that, or just said her name just to be an asshole. But I got to talk to her, and I just wanted her to really know, like, because she had vocalized it. She was like, listen, can you please stop sending your minions after me? I'm like on the brink of like a mental health break. And like, what I can say for Jen is that at least she was honest about it. And she was publicly honest about it, because I've talked to many of his victims who are right there as well. Like they're ready to, like, you know, nosedive off the top of a building to just get it to stop. Not because of anything he's saying is true, but to get the harassment to stop, because it was such a level of insanity harassment from these people that just never stopped, right? Jen didn't deserve that. No one deserves that. And so I just kind of started talking to Jen, and I found, like, okay, we might not agree on the Karen Reed case, but I like her as a person. Like, I think she's a good person, you know? And it's like all of these other people that followed him and might have said some nasty things about people, including myself, right? If you don't bother to hear them out afterwards, dude, you'll never know what they're going to tell you. You know what I'm saying? You never know, like, what their perspective is on it, or, you know, how bad they feel, or, you know, like all of it, you know, like all of it as one. And I was saying yesterday, like, it's not black and white, it's nuanced. There's a lot of nuances to all of this. And, you know, I've been seeing a lot more lately. Like, I think I saw Julie Carpenter commented on Lisa's thing yesterday and was like, you know, I know we don't agree on the case, but like, basically you're a rock star, you know, like what you did to stick up for Alex was like amazing. And like, my heart just fills when I see that stuff. It really, really does. Because these are people who would have never spoken to each other before. Not ever. And Aiden likes to try to frame it as like, well, this is just the hate of the turtle that's doing this, right? And it's like, no, people are coming together now because they see how harmful you are. Like, you're hurting real people's lives, real families, real everyday people with your lies to hide your own shit. And when people sort of wake up to the fact that they were protecting him or hiding things for him, like, they're like, shit, I shouldn't have, right? I shouldn't have protected him. I shouldn't have lied for him. I should, but they're most of it is out of fear. It's fear of him doing it to them. It's fear of keeping their family safe away from that. Like, a lot of it is fear. Some people jump into it thinking that like they're on the right side of it. But by the time they jump out, they realize they're not, it's not the right side of it. It's simply not the right side of it. It's the wrong side of it, right? And so I've spoken to enough of these people privately to know that like they feel embarrassed and ashamed and about some of the things that they've said and done. And it's like, you just hear them out, man. You know what I mean? Like, let them speak and hear them out, because I think it's important. I have done so, and I'll tell you, it's a healing experience, number one. And number two, like, something that you will never do is be able to have a conversation with someone and lift that weight off your shoulders to be like, okay, well, I thought they were a really shitty person, right? Like, but now I can see from their perspective and the way that they explained it, why X, Y, and Z happened. And I didn't know that, right? So now you start to see, especially if you're someone like me who, or someone like some of you ladies who have been in domestic violence relationships and been with a narcissist, you know how coercive control works. You know how like being forced to do things out of fear or not do things out of fear. You know how that works. And I'll say a lot of that applies to the shit that goes on with Aiden. Like, it just simply does. A fear tactics. Deidre, I'm sending you something.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a picture of it actually, and then I'm gonna send it to you because there's a troll in here.
Oh,
who just runs her fucking, comes out the side of her goddamn neck.
Oh.
And I'm not a speaker. I'm not a host, so.
Alrighty.
I don't normally block people, but this one's one of the fucking. One of the two people that ran their mouths the other day when you guys decided to do fundraising for me, because God forbid someone do something nice.
Mm.
You know what I think is so funny about that is that they have no idea what I do for other people behind closed. They have no fucking idea. And it's like, if you did, you wouldn't say such stupid fucking things. You know? And I do it out of the, because it's the right thing to do. There's a reason I don't bring it public. Like, I don't need to. I don't need a cookie. I don't need a fucking pat on the back, dude. But if you knew the things that I was willing to help people with, like on a daily basis, you wouldn't be such a nasty person when someone bothers to do that same thing for me.
Gia's asking to be unblocked.
Who?
Gia.
Can you just send me her @ because I don't have her because since I blocked her, it won't pull up. But I need like the @ and then the name that pops up. Not like the name that pops up at the top like yours. Like, you know how your @ is like Sergeant Deidre or whatever, or Deidre, like, and mine's untwisted, but mine's like @ whatever. Like, it won't pop. I don't have her blocked. I don't. It'll say, it usually says, oh, I do. Hold on.
I sent it, but whatever you sent me, I didn't get.
I unblocked it. It's unblocked. I've never had to I didn't send it yet. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, okay.
I just checked on something that popped up. There was apparently a press conference a little while ago on Enrique Delgado Garcia.
Oh,
I don't know what that's all about, but
do we know where? I can pull it up.
So I just thought on Resisting to Silence, Dana and Tracy. I don't know if you know those guys, but I'm gonna look. I'm gonna check to see if I think Fox might have had it, but let me check.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Gia.
Hold on, I'm trying to hover over this and see. Sorry. Sorry. I'm always like, I'm trying to check text messages, but I have so many right now that it's like out of control. Like my phone is blowing up.
Ooh, sorry.
That's okay.
So NBC 10 doesn't have the press conference, but I guess the AG Andrea Campbell was there, and NBC 10 has the story.
What the why don't they have the press conference though?
4 at Mass State Police Academy facing charges in trainees 2024 death. Wow.
I mean, we all know the story, but I just want to know what the hell the press conference was about, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Weird.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Julie? Did they say what it was about?
No.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
I'm trying to see if I can find out now, like what it was about specifically.
Oh, for Enrique de Garcia, that's what it says on NBC 10. It said 4 at the Mass State Police Academy are going to be charged. I don't know what they're going to be charged with, but and again, I'm looking for the link to the press conference. The Attorney General was the one making the speech, Andrea Campbell. I mean, it's got to be somewhere because Resistance to Silence had it. I don't know where they were playing it from. That's what I'm looking for now.
I'm sorry, Haley sent me something wicked funny. I love like memes, like really funny ones, like, you know, with like the pictures and stuff. Like they're just, I love it.
It's on YouTube.
No, it was on my personal phone, but it was just funny. Also, when we were talking yesterday and she was doing the when I said we should be like Molly Shannon and we should have like spirit fingers, she put the thing that people were putting the gifts in of the things we were talking about. And so when I was scanning the chat afterwards, you guys made me crack up laughing, like literally crack up when I was scanning the chat and spaces after, because like the stuff, and I mean, to be fair to my stream, I think that we did not stop that spaces until like 9 my time or 9:30 my time. It went on for quite a long time. But at least with spaces, I can get up and I can walk around and talk versus being stationary at the desk when I'm here. Hey, you know what I just thought about? I'm going to have a whole different background next week, and I don't know what to do about that. I have a shelf that I think maybe could put behind me, but I'm going to face my desk. I mean, it's an L-shaped desk, so it goes, you know, up against the wall, like in an L. And I think I want it to be the same, you know, way like that. But the new room it's going to be in is that, like, you know, you've seen the color. I showed you the house, Deidre. Like that sort of like a grayish, bluish color. And I'm like, I'm obviously going to have my pink shelf that's like over here in the corner. You guys don't get really to see that often, but I think I'm going to have to like figure out a different sort of background setting for me. I made a wish with a penny the other day that I would get one of those signs so I have the sign over here that you guys can't see right now because I like moved it out of camera because it's too bright. Imagine having a neon sign that's too bright, but mine says do epic shit. And it's super bright and you guys can't see it on camera because it's way too bright and it doesn't allow me to like turn the brightness down. And I love that one, but I really want one that says my channel name. And now we're Untwisted Tragedies, so I guess it would have to say Untwisted Tragedies. But like, I want one of those so bad. And when I went to go look on Amazon to see like to have one made or whatever, I could not believe. So for one that's like this big, they wanted like $50, and one that was like a normal size was like 100 and something, and they were charging like per letter or something like that. And I was like, okay, that's fucking bonkers. No. I have a Twisted Tragedies street sign that's up there and it says Twisted Tragedies, but it's a like literal street sign. And since we've rebranded, this one does not say Untwisted Tragedies, but I guess it's got to come down off the wall anyway because I'm moving. But I had this made a long time ago. I guess I could just like draw a UN in front of it, but it's blue and I couldn't, there wasn't an option to make the letters red. Now I could have just bought like the metal and made it myself, but that would have taken a lot of time that I didn't have at the time. So I just wanted something for my channel. And it's like a street sign. I got some for the kids with their names on it. And underneath where I put my smallest child's like kitchen and her like pretend food and stuff, I put, it says her name and then it says market. So it's like, you know, say her name was Sarah's Market, you know, that's what it says. And it's pink and it's up right above her like fake kitchen and her little fake coffee machine and like, you know, in her room. But I had one made for each one of the kids when I got these made, because it was like such a good deal. But I love stuff like this. Like I am such a nerd. Like the smallest things make me happy. Like this made me happier than a pig and shit. And I think this thing was like $6 or something. Like I am such a like easily pleased person. So Kathy said anyone who followed Banfield, there's a good interview on Grizzly True Crime with a first responder. And Peggy said that this Nancy Guthrie kidnapping story sounds like a hoax to her. And then Kathy also said Google NBC 10. I did, but I don't see anything new, like as in the story.
Sorry, Elise, I sent you the link for Fox Boston Fox 25 has the full interview from Andrew Campbell
in group chat. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, so this is supposed to be like an update, essentially.
Well, I think it's breaking news. They announced charges, so I just don't know what the charges are.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. What the fuck are the charges? Okay, yeah. It says Massachusetts state officials are expected to provide an update on Monday on the investigation into the death. Okay. Massachusetts Attorney General Andrew Joy Campbell and Attorney David Muir, who was tasked with investigating Enrique Delgado Garcia's death, will provide an update around 1:30 p.m. So they already did. Let's see. Let me see if I can find.
Oh, sorry. That's the first one. I found that one first. The second link is the one to YouTube. That's the actual interview.
Oh, okay. Yep. Let's see. The press conference?
Yep. There it is. You got it.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. I can play it. The only problem is any of you who aren't watching my stream are not going to be able to hear it on Spaces unless Deidre wants to enter as a like a guest on the show, and then I just mute her mic so that there isn't. Oh, there would still be a thing on my end, though. I would still be able to hear it twice. I'm trying to think of a way around.
Do you want one of us to play it? Just speakers so we can hear the voice?
If one of you can, yeah. I mean, I can play it.
Okay, I can do that.
Or one of you can play it. It'd probably be best if one of you play it because I mean, I don't need to see the people's faces. I just want to hear the crux of what they're saying, you know?
You got it. All right, hang on. Okay, I got it up. Say when.
Just go for it, my friend.
Okie dokie. All right, let me know if this is loud enough.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Can you guys hear that?
Yep. Can you turn it up a smidgen, or is that all the way up?
Nope, I can go all the way up.
On September 13th, 2024.
Excellent. Okay, this is Andrea Campbell, the AG of Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Massachusetts State Trooper Enrique Delgado Garcia died while training to become a Massachusetts State Trooper. He sought to become a state trooper to fulfill his dream of serving and protecting the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Shortly after Enrique's death and after consultation with Worcester District Attorney Joe Early, I appointed an independent investigator, Attorney David Meyer, to review the facts surrounding Enrique's death. I want to thank Enrique's family, his friends, his fellow trainees, and the public for their tremendous patience as this process unfolded. I know that to some, this process has felt long and opaque. Independent investigations are careful and thorough by necessity. In order to maintain the integrity of their process, certain aspects cannot be shared with the public. That confidentiality is by design to ensure fairness for everyone involved. Enrique was a public servant. He began his career in the Worcester District Attorney's Office as a victim witness advocate. His family has spoken openly about his intention of being someone who made a difference in the community and his dreams of becoming a Massachusetts state trooper. He was a son, a brother, an uncle, and a friend. And Enrique should be alive today. Given the extraordinary nature of these events and the complexity of this case, it was necessary to appoint an independent outside investigator. Death investigations are typically handled by the local district attorney. In this case, however, Worcester DA Joe Early appropriately determined that his office had a conflict because Enrique worked in his office as a victim witness advocate. Following conversations with DA Early, we determined that Enrique and his family deserved an investigation that was completely impartial and devoid of any perception or appearance of conflict. That's why I appointed Attorney Meyer. Attorney Meyer has extensive experience both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney, including 12 years in the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, where he supervised, investigated, and prosecuted death investigations within Suffolk County. He has since served as partner at Todd & Weld. In this case, David investigated the facts of Enrique's death and the circumstances that surrounded it, just as my office or any other district attorney's office and its investigators would have done. My office was briefed about the investigation along the way and provided logistical support. Because of the design of the investigation, Attorney Meyer had his own independent team to conduct the investigation, and he had full autonomy in making investigatory and charging decisions in this case, which he will discuss shortly. I am grateful to Attorney Meyer for his thorough efforts to follow the facts and to seek accountability to those responsible for Enrique's death. In no way is this investigation and the charges it has yielded a condemnation of all law enforcement. The men and women who choose to serve, protect our communities, often in difficult and dangerous circumstances. Our law enforcement members, including those who serve in my very office, are essential to public safety and the rule of law. I know just how much the Commonwealth benefits from the men and women in uniform who serve the public because I see it up close every day. Many officers go beyond their law enforcement jobs, mentoring young people, supporting community programs, actively working in our communities in a very challenging time to build trust. Their service deserves respect and recognition. And just as they protect us, it is our responsibility to ensure that our aspiring officers at the Massachusetts Police Training Academy are protected from preventable harms and to seek accountability when serious incidents occur. There is nothing more serious than the loss of a life. We can both honor the men and women who serve while also still ensuring accountability within a system, especially when someone dies. Lastly, while Attorney Meyer's investigation focused on Enrique's death, there must be serious discussion and action with respect to reforms. I know that the State Police Colonel, Jeffrey Noble, has already undertaken efforts to effectuate change, and I'm grateful to him, and I look forward to supporting him in those endeavors going forward. Because this is an ongoing legal matter, there may be some questions that I cannot answer in order to preserve the integrity of Attorney Meyer's case. We appreciate your continued patience. And at this time, I'd like to turn over the podium to Attorney David Meyer.
Thank you, Attorney General Campbell, and good afternoon. On the day that I was appointed as independent counsel, I made a commitment to the family of Enrique Delgado Garcia, to the Massachusetts State Police, to the public, and to the criminal justice system, that I would conduct the investigation professionally, thoroughly, and independently. I pledge to follow the facts and the law, to perform my work conscientiously and responsibly, and to exercise my independent judgment to reach whatever results the facts and the law dictated. I committed not to permit the speed of the investigation, the length of the investigation, or any other outside factors to influence the investigative process. I owed that to the family of Enrique Delgado Garcia, to the Massachusetts State Police, to the public, and to the criminal justice system. When Attorney General Campbell appointed me, I knew nothing about the facts surrounding Enrique Delgado Garcia's death or about the State Police Training Academy. I had no preconceived notion of the potential outcome of the investigation. With the support of an independent investigative team, my assignment was to gather the facts through any and all available investigative means, taking as much time as we needed to do things the right way, and to follow those facts and the applicable law wherever they may lead. I fully recognize that the investigative process has been lengthy and it has been conducted in silence, without public comment, at least on my part. That silence has been purposeful. It is a direct reflection of the nature of the investigation and of my ethical and legal obligations. At the same time, I can assure the public that the investigative process has been searching, it has been exhaustive, and it has been without outside influence. Given some of the challenges posed by the investigation, early last year, I sought judicial approval from the Chief Justice of the Superior Court to impanel a special statewide grand jury in order to conduct an independent fact-finding investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Enrique Delgado Garcia. The impanelment of a special statewide grand jury enabled us to compel the testimony of witnesses, to memorialize testimony under oath, to subpoena relevant documents and information, and to gather the facts in a formal proceeding before an independent body. At each stage of the process, the investigative team and I met with the family of Enrique Delgado Garcia to update them on the status of the investigation. We met with the family this past weekend, and we spoke to them this morning. Over the course of the past 9 months, the grand jury has heard sworn testimony from over 150 witnesses, the vast majority of whom have been state police officers. And the grand jury has reviewed close to 350 physical exhibits, the vast majority of which relate to policies, procedures, activities, and events at the State Police Training Academy. The evidence gathered by the special statewide grand jury has revealed that in the days and weeks prior to September 12, 2024, members of the State Police Training Academy committed a series of wanton and reckless acts in connection with various defensive tactics and physical confrontation training exercises conducted at the academy. The facts and circumstances underlying the wanton and reckless conduct include both A, affirmative acts by academy staff, and B, the failure of academy staff to take certain actions or omissions that they had a legal duty to perform during their daily interactions with the trainees who were under their care, guidance, and supervision. The wanton and reckless conduct resulted in Enrique Delgado Garcia suffering concussion-like symptoms as the result of unauthorized, unapproved, and unsupervised boxing-related sparring exercises that occurred during academy training activities on Wednesday, September 11, 2024. Wow. The wanton and reckless conduct culminated in Enrique Delgado Garcia suffering multiple blunt force injuries to the head and massive brain bleeding as the result of the failure of academy staff to intervene and bring a stop to a competitive boxing match between Mr. Delgado Garcia and a fellow trainee that occurred during academy training activities the following morning, on Thursday, September 12, 2024. Mr. Delgado Garcia died the following day, September 13, 2024, as a result of the head injuries sustained during the recruit-on-recruit boxing match that Thursday morning. Based upon the facts and the law, the evidence gathered by the grand jury compels criminal prosecution of certain members of the Academy's Defensive Tactics Unit, the supervisor of the unit, and 3 full-time instructors. These individuals engaged in ongoing interactions with Enrique Delgado Garcia on September 11, when he suffered concussion-like symptoms, and on September 12, when he was knocked unconscious. These individuals also had direct management and direct control over the physical training exercises themselves. Factually and legally, each of these individuals owed a duty of care to Enrique Delgado Garcia and to his fellow trainees. Each of them interacted with Mr. Delgado Garcia and his fellow trainees on a daily basis. And each of them committed a series of wanton and reckless acts and omissions that resulted in Enrique Delgado Garcia's death. Given their roles and responsibilities on the Defensive Tactics Unit and their control over the training exercises, the wanton and reckless conduct committed by these individuals violated 2 criminal statutes in particular. General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 40, alleging the crime of causing serious bodily injury to a person participating in a training program involving physical exercise, and General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 13, alleging the crime of involuntary manslaughter.
Wow.
In addition, the evidence demonstrated that when the supervisor of the Defensive Tactics Unit was asked specifically under oath before the grand jury when it was that she first learned about Enrique Delgado Garcia's concussion-like symptoms, she repeatedly responded falsely. Given the circumstances of this investigation and the nature of the information at issue, her testimony before the grand jury violated General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 1, alleging the crime of perjury. Now, each of these charges are merely accusations. Each of these individuals is presumed to be innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. These individuals have not been and will not be arrested. I have requested that the court issue a summons for their appearance at an arraignment hearing to be scheduled in the near future in coordination with the court and with their individual attorneys.
Anybody else would have been arrested.
With respect to each of these charges and each of these individuals, I have intentionally not referred to any of the specific underlying facts that were gathered and considered by the grand jury. Given my ethical and legal obligations, this is neither the appropriate time nor place to do so. Given the paramilitary structure of the State Police Training Academy, various members of the Academy command staff have the authority and the ability to address many of the circumstances surrounding Enrique Delgado Garcia's death. At the same time, the evidence before the grand jury demonstrated that the nature and extent of their personal knowledge, personal involvement, and personal participation in the specific acts and omissions that resulted in Enrique Delgado Garcia's death were insufficient to support criminal charges. Based upon the evidence,
Bullshit.
a reasoned and responsible evaluation of the facts and the law does not support criminal prosecution of members of the Academy's command staff, nor does my professional respect for and commitment to
Bullshit.
the rule of law.
What?
They're not charging the
Insofar as I have
cops.
shared with you generally that certain wanton and reckless acts and omissions compel the criminal prosecution of certain members of the Academy's Defensive Tactics Unit, I want to ensure that certain additional facts are made abundantly clear. Based upon the testimony and the exhibits before the grand jury, there is no evidence that Enrique Delgado Garcia was targeted in any way. There is no evidence that anyone, Academy staff, fellow trainees, or any others, harbored any personal animosity towards Enrique Delgado Garcia. There is no evidence that anyone acted with deliberation, premeditation, or malice.
No, just haze everyone,
One
right?
final comment. I take no personal satisfaction, none, from where these facts have led. But I am confident that the
Shocker.
investigative team and I have carried out our assignment professionally, responsibly, and independently.
Yeah, I can argue with that
And
a
I'm
little.
confident that we have done so the right way and for the right reasons. Thank you.
I take issue with some of that.
Thank you, Attorney Meyer. I'm happy to take a few questions.
Attorney General, a comment on training to involve in this thought exercise. Any consequences?
I can't hear the question. What's
Not
the
in this
question, Julie?
investigation.
And when it comes
And I will
to-
just share what's being shared right now from the team. There's more detail on the charges and those who the charges are being brought against.
Attorney General, when it comes to this investigation, with the cost of reaching $1,000, can you speak to the taxpayers on that investment and the results that were shared today?
So my job in this case, given the conflict that existed for DA Early, was to ensure that the family got an independent investigation that would be thorough, that would be handled well, with integrity, a standard of excellence, and devoid of any conflict or appearance of conflict. By reputation and integrity, David was one of the folks I considered and ultimately hired him knowing he would do a thorough job in following the facts, the law, and of course, reporting to the public where appropriate, where his investigation has led, which he's done today. He gets nothing out of this. He charged below market rate to ensure that a thorough investigation was done, and that's exactly what happened here, and that's what the family deserved.
Do you expect there to be any kind of report issued about non-criminal findings? Like Attorney Meyer mentioned, that there might not be cause to prosecute other folks, but just do we get more information about what all was going on?
So it's an ongoing investigation, and as it unfolds, Attorney Meyer, and where appropriate, either together or separately, will continue to update the public on what can be shared. It's obviously an ongoing investigation, so we have to be extremely careful. That being said, Attorney Meyer was tasked with an independent investigation to look into the facts and the circumstances surrounding Enrique's death, and that is what he has focused on. In addition to that, I also think it's equally important that the administration, EOPS, MSP, which I know Colonel Noble is already doing, look at reforms to bring about. I know that is underway, and I fully support the Colonel in those endeavors as they go forward. And of course, as more becomes public and able to share, I will do that.
What is the current status of these facts? Are they currently on force or are they on?
That's a question for MSP.
Are you able to share where they will be summoned and who will be taking over the case or who will be leading the case?
The indictments were just unsealed this morning. And as I indicated, we just had an opportunity to meet with the family over the weekend and again this morning. And the court process will then undertake. And as I said, I've been in contact with counsel for each of these four individuals, and we will coordinate with the court to schedule an arraignment hearing in the near future.
David, can you expand a little bit on the perjury charge? What I know you can't go into too many underlying facts, but how serious is that in your mind, Sergeant?
Well, I'm not going to offer any of my personal opinions, respectfully. I think I outlined within my ethical and legal parameters and obligations what the allegations are, and everything else will play out in court.
David, how about you? Do you want to comment on a state police sergeant committing perjury allegedly in this case?
I would just echo what Attorney Myers echoed to ensure that this case continues to unfold, respecting the rights of all involved, and of course due process. More will be shared as it unfolds in the courts, and he will share more when that's appropriate.
That's the last question, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Of course,
That's
that's
it.
the last fucking question. So I take issue with a few
Wow.
of these things, and basically what this attorney here said is like, oh, well, the omissions that the cops that were in charge of these trainees made basically doesn't rise to the level of criminal conduct and they're not going to be charged. What that really feels like to me is more cover up, where they don't want to hold any of the officers from the state police who are in charge of these trainees hazing each other, as they always probably do in every graduating class, right? That this one led to a level of someone dying, right? And so there should be no ifs, ands, or buts. That's someone who was in charge, and I really hope that the family sues, because I think that the state police would be found civilly liable in this specific case. But it's under your watch. You are responsible for those trainees and the exercises that they're doing. Okay. He literally was like beaten to death. Okay. Enrique Delgado, he didn't fall, he didn't have a brain aneurysm. Like, this was bad. Okay. So, and again, like, I will defend them when the state police deserve to be defended, like I did in Karen's case, and I will not defend them when they don't deserve to be defended. And what I just heard from that special prosecutor, attorney, whatever the hell they, appointed him as, in
Special
this case,
attorney.
yeah, special attorney, whatever the hell they did in that scenario, is what really stood out is that he had to make statements like, I take no pleasure in blah, blah, blah. Like, you don't have to make a statement like that if you're just coming at it from a independent perspective. What that tells me is that you have always been a steadfast police supporter, and you don't want the consequences of this and what's going to happen and who is going to be charged to let anybody think that you don't still love the police. That did not need to be said. He did not need to make a statement about how, he takes no pride
joy or
in,
satisfaction.
yeah. He didn't need to take a position one way or another on that. The fact that he did was telling to me.
Yeah, she did too.
Yeah, it was. I heard that it was telling to me, and like, people don't even realize when they tell themselves. You wouldn't need to make that statement if you did come from an independent place where you got all the facts out. Everyone who should have been charged was charged. Like, they're holding back something. Something's being held back that they do not want out in the public eye. And even this press conference itself, like, was very roundabout. It wasn't to the point. It wasn't, this person's going to be charged for this person's going to be charged for that, if it was me, you, or anyone else, they would have got up there, they would have done a press conference, they would have said our entire names, where we're from, if we were top, what rank we were, that we were arrested. He specifically said, I want them to not be arrested and have them come in on a summons. I'm sorry, what? Again, if that was anybody else, they'd be up there putting your picture up saying, like, this person was arrested at this time, at this place, after this happened. And, like, what would make this any different?
Again, they're back to wanting to protect the thin blue line. Here we go again. It's all the same stuff.
Well, for me, like, that's exactly what that press conference sounded like to me, which was like, we're going to hold a couple people accountable for some really, like, low things, but, like, we're not going to charge someone with murder or anything. And we're not going to hold anybody accountable at the top who should have been watching these trainees or making sure that other people weren't hazing each other as trainees so that it got to this level. We're going to summons them in instead of arresting them like anyone else would have been. So that tells me right there that you are giving special treatment to them. The fact that none of the higher ups were fired, reprimanded, or charged in this matter is deeply fucking concerning.
Yeah,
and in my opinion, if I'm the family, that's a slap in the face to the family, because you're still beating around the fucking bush trying to protect people.
I think the only thing they did was I think they did transfer some people, but it's just like with the Karen Reed case.
That did nothing.
Move people around. That's all they do. Like, move people around and they'll forget about it.
With the Reed case is a little different, because, like, this wasn't like a state police officer that, like, was, in all that. Like, the Reed case, you can argue that, like, okay, Proctor definitely did, like, his fair share of, like, saying shit that he shouldn't have said on his own device or whatever. But, like, And Buchanan, I think, was his like superior. So like, yeah, maybe he should have reprimanded him and been like, don't do that. But you could also argue that like, if you went through every single cop's phone, like you'd just have to fire the entire force because they are human. You know what I mean? They are going to have an opinion,
I
Like,
think
let's
what
be
I
real.
meant,
Right.
I think what I meant more was like, if you look at all the officers that worked in the Norfolk County DA's office, they don't work there anymore.
Well, there are only I think three. It's either 3 or 4 that are assigned to that office because they're
But
not going
they've
to
been
assign like, a whole.
transferred to other places. So it's
Right.
just move people around and let people forget.
I think that was more like the reason they even did that transfer was more of just for like the public to shut the actual fuck up than actually for a reason. Because I don't even necessarily think like, for instance, Brian Tully was one of those people that was sort of moved out of there, and there was no real reason to move him out of there. None at all. Other than Aiden doesn't like him because he was the arresting officer for Aiden, so Aiden doesn't like him. But other than that, like Brian Tully himself had not a lot to do with the Karen Reed case itself, and there was no real reason to move him out of the district attorney's office other than like for the public so they'll shut up and go away.
I think what I'm trying to say is that they're just trying. It's like a typical what their response is. They just shift people around.
Usually what happens is like it's a punishment to get moved like to the so what happens is if they don't give you some cushy desk job, they move you out to like Western Mass, which is like the worst of the worst when it comes to like the state police. You do not want to be moved all the way out into Western Mass and have these long drives to work. Like, so that's the way to punish you. It's not to charge you with a crime, even if you committed one and you omitted information that could have helped solve this. Like, no. What we're going to do is we're just going to move you. And so that you get the worst job and opportunities possible after this until you quit yourself. That's what they do, is put you in the abyss, give you the shitty jobs.
Right. But then they still don't have to take accountability for firing someone. It's just like, let's move them around and nobody will.
They do it until they quit. They give them the shittiest jobs until they ultimately quit themselves because they don't want them. And that's the whole point, is to put them out there and force them to quit instead of firing them.
Right.
But even in Leah's case, my friend Leah, even in her case with the Massachusetts State Police, like, Aiden tried to ruin her fucking life, dude. Like, state police were well aware. She was a dispatcher before she got on to be an officer. Okay. They were well aware of the fact that she testified against an ex-boyfriend who was selling weed when they hired her as a Massachusetts State Police officer. They were fully aware of all of that. What really pissed me off is they, to protect themselves, pretended that they had no idea, right? Like, so she had to resign from her position as an officer with accolades and never had been in trouble or had any issues at all, ever. She was an amazing cop, but she had to do that because they wanted to protect themselves and pretend like they didn't know when they absolutely didn't know. And what does testifying against an ex-boyfriend who sold weed, okay, not heroin, not crack, but weed, but what does testifying against or being with someone who had sold weed, what does that have to do with her? Why does that make her a bad officer or someone they shouldn't have hired? Or it doesn't. And that's why they hired her. It had nothing to do with that. They were fully aware.
Thing is, there would not have been issues if she wasn't involved with Aiden. He's the one that creates everything.
Exactly.
And you know what? That's his MO. That's what happens.
Yep.
You know, with every single person he comes in contact with and then falls out with. That is exactly his MO.
It is. You know, I think New Hampshire Birkenstock over here on my page just like took the words out of my head and put them on the screen. And she said, someone died, for God's sake. People have been arrested for way less. I've been arrested for less. Okay. I have been arrested for less. Having a quarter of a gram of heroin when you're a heroin addict, when you're 19 years old. I sat in jail for 6 months over that. All right. 6 months on a quote probation violation. Because my probation officer showed up to my house on a day that I had therapy and wasn't home. And so that was, they were able to claim, quote, whereabouts unknown. That's not whereabouts unknown. You didn't call me. You didn't set up ahead of time that you were coming. I don't have to be home when you decide to float on by. That's not a requirement, right? But nonetheless, I had a probation officer that had no problem with lying to the judge of the court to screw people over in numerous instances. There are numerous complaints about this woman, and they allowed her to this very day to continue being a probation officer, even after all of these complaints from people. All of these.
Well, I
Like-
mean, I don't think there's any doubt that you, me, or anyone else would be doing a perp walk.
Absolutely. A perp walk all over TV with our names, where we're from, where
Right.
our jobs
That's
splashed
right.
everywhere. Splashed everywhere.
Yep.
Hi
Absolutely.
guys,
Hi.
how are you?
Oh, you know, same shit, different toilet.
Fair enough. I just wanted to say, like, just as, like, at least I know we don't share the same views on Karen's case, but I don't agree with that Brian Tully was removed for no reason. I think that the sexual messages that they were privy to, they had a responsibility to deal with that, and I
Well,
think that
See, they have this thing called discretion, though, and they can choose not to. And the problem with that is, if you have a witness that's uncooperative or won't testify, a lot of the time they won't bring the charge because it's a hard case to prove if the witness isn't going to be working with you and they're not going to testify. You know what I mean? So when she, when Lindsay first talked to Tully about that. Well, what do you mean then?
Was he not on the text chain where Proctor was saying
I don't
explicit
know.
conversations about?
I don't remember, but I don't believe. I think that was just to. There was one that was just to Buchanan, and then there was one that like a couple people were on. But this is what I say: like he had very little to do with the Reed case in and itself, like very little. So it's like really like they do that, like the moving around, like to move this person out of this office and put it into that office. Like I honestly think it was more like just public pressure from like Aiden's mob, and all that pressure wasn't for Karen. All that pressure was because Tully is the one who arrested Aiden.
I'm looking at the personnel order, and it was for his failure to supervise regarding text messages. So I'm assuming.
Okay, so yeah, maybe it was on that text.
Maybe it's different text messages. I'm not sure. I just think that
it has to be that.
When it comes to.
But I mean, do we really expect the guy to like
inappropriateness?
Yeah, but
does that make sense? What I'm saying? Like
I do, but you have to also remember some of these were on. So you have to remember there's two different things here. Like Proctor had a work phone and a personal phone. So a lot of some of this stuff was on his personal phone that like Tully and Buchanan had no clue about, right? Like, cause that's not his personal phone. They weren't on that, right? So a lot of that stuff that like is pretty bad was on like his very personal phone. The state police is like tisk was like, okay, well, you were on this chain when he said like these two things. And so like you should have been monitoring all of these text messages. And it's like, if we think of it in an unbiased way, right? Do we really expect that like Tully is going to go through all the text messages every day from all day long from his officers? Probably fucking not. Who has time for that? On top of everything else he has to do, all the paperwork and everything else that he has to do for his job, are we really expecting that he does that? Or is he, going to be like, assuming that grown-ass adults are acting like grown-ass adults? You know what I mean? So it's like, I could see where they might want to be like, okay, you should have been supervising these guys better. But to move him, to me, was really more just public pressure from Aiden's mob. And the only reason that public pressure existed was because Aiden didn't like him simply because he arrested Aiden. Like there was no other reason. Like there wasn't like, oh, Tully did this horrible, awful thing and she's so corrupted. It's simply because he arrested Aiden.
I don't think it was a bad thing to move Tully. I mean,
no, I'm not saying it was a bad thing to move him at all. I'm just saying like them moving him in and itself, like really honestly feel like was more public pressure from like Aiden's mob. And I honestly think if it wasn't for that public pressure, that they wouldn't have done anything. There was nothing really
I think it needed to happen. The whole group had to be cleared out, and just based on what went on.
I'm no fan of Michael Morrissey. I think he should have been replaced a very, 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 very long time ago. I am not a fan of Michael Morrissey. I've never been a fan of Michael Morrissey. I never will be a fan of Michael Morrissey. I honestly think that he is a piece of human garbage. and somebody should have ran against him a long, long time ago. But I'm also not going to think that I think this other guy is going to do a better job, because from what I know personally, and this is like not public information, but from what I know of the Deep guy, like he was basically run out of the U.S. Attorney's Office. So like that does not give me faith that he is going to do something like. I agree that Michael Morrissey needs to be replaced, but not by him.
Well, the thing is that Michael Morrissey was nothing but a political figure. The man never really practiced law. He's been in the same office.
Well, I mean, he does put his, I believe he puts his finger on the scale when it comes to certain people or certain names, like where he's like, all right, we're going to prosecute this person. I know who this is. Or if he wants to put his finger on the scale when it comes to like drugs, like for a fact, I know that he goes overboard when it comes to people who have drug problems. Like
maybe, but he was more a political head than he really was.
Well, yeah, that's his whole thing, and to be fair, all politicians fucking suck at life. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's a bad thing to have someone that's running for office, whoever it might be, that has a solid background in legal practice. I mean, that's important.
But I just don't think Deitch is the guy, in my opinion. From what I see from him, it's a fucking one walking red flag. You're just replacing another douche nozzle, one douche nozzle with another douche nozzle, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think anybody.
But I have like non-public knowledge about some things when it comes to him, so that's my personal,
So who else is there that is an option?
Wasn't there one other person that was just? I think there's 3 total that are running.
Yeah, there was a woman who I haven't heard from in a long time.
Me either. There's a woman, and there was one other guy that I knew of.
Another guy that just popped up.
Yep.
What's his name?
Morrissey?
Good. No. The new guy that just popped up.
Oh.
That good or
I can't remember his. I don't even remember. But he just
Greg Connors.
Connor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know anything about him either. But
I mean, that's the thing. You got to see if anybody else is going to enter and what else they have. So,
I don't know what happened to the woman. She just almost disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I'm from Norfolk County, grew up in Norfolk County. Like I've had, run-ins with Norfolk County District Attorney's Office back when I was first got sober. They tried to charge me with breaking and entering to a place I never broke and entered. First of all, I have no history of doing that, number one. Number two, the police report reads where there's a witness who says there's a man on the roof, right, trying to get in a window or whatever. And because a neighbor had seen me using my mother's grill in the area like 3 hours ahead of time, they completely ignored the fact that there was a guy on the fucking roof, right?
That's
like
crazy.
At the time the break-in happened, clearly trying to get into the someone who didn't belong. They didn't live there. It wasn't anybody that the neighbors knew who it was, right? Like, this is a random ass person on the roof trying to get in a window, and y'all are coming for me because I have a an old drug addiction and an old record for possession. Like, that's the kind of like bias. That's the kind of like, oh, well, we're just gonna pin it, here. Because like this person's already a drug addict. Right.
You think it
like
makes
they
it
completely ignored the fact that like the person was there was a man on the roof, right? Like, I'm not a man. So like there's a man on the roof dressed in a hoodie, dark hoodie, right? Like all they cared was that I was in the area like 2 hours ahead of time or something using my mother's grill outside. Like, what's that have to do with anything? Yes, I'm right there, but the house has like 4 apartments in it. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. That all 4 doors are like 2. The way the house is shaped, it's like flat on the back and then 2 little bump outs. And so there's a door on the bump out on each end, and then there's 2 doors in the middle. They each go to different apartments. My mother lives in the middle. So one of the 2 middle doors are hers. Her grill was outside, probably I'd say 20, 30 feet from the house. And I had called her and asked her like, hey, can I use your grill? Because I have friends who live in the area and we wanted to like grill burgers and stuff, but they didn't have a grill. And that's whose house I was at. So my mom was like, fine. So I went down there to use her grill to make the burgers and the hot dogs. And then like 2 hours later, somebody broke into the apartment, and it's like, cool, but there's a police report. There's literally a police report with witnesses that saw a man on the roof. And instead of actually going and checking out any of that, y'all automatically are like, well, she used to be a drug addict and maybe she still is, so we'll just go with this. Like, what?
Right. And that's
Like, no, dude. Like, and my lawyer points all this out, of course, and the DA's office still wants to like go forward with it. And it's like, no, I'm gonna fight you until the end then. Like, absolutely not. And of course, like we won, like they did not win, but like I could have been charged and convicted of a crime I didn't do simply because the DA's office didn't want to take their thumb out of their fucking ass and do their damn job.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
and that has
sure.
never sat well with me. Like, that is corruption.
Well, it shouldn't sit well with
That
anyone.
is trying to have someone take it. And do you know how often it is that someone takes a deal for something that they didn't do simply so they don't
A
go
lot.
to jail? It
A
happens
lot.
all the time because
Yeah.
if you're offered 6 months probation instead of going to trial and letting a jury decide, if you don't have enough evidence to prove yourself innocent, which you by law don't have to have, but if you don't prove yourself innocent, a lot of the time they're just going to say you're guilty, even if you can prove it, right? Like, if you can't prove that you're innocent, like, they're just going to say you're guilty. So people usually will take a 6-month probation or a year probation before they'll take 6 months in jail away from their families, right? Like, they're the breadwinners or like they're the caregivers. Like, they can't do 6 months in jail for something they didn't do. So what's their option? Take it to trial and risk maybe getting jail time on it, or take the plea deal, pleading guilty even though you didn't do it, and take the 6 months probation.
Well, that might be what we see with Aiden, taking the plea deal to get, so he doesn't have to go to prison, but we'll see.
Yeah, but at least he's guilty. You know what I mean? Like,
No, he is. He
Yeah.
is. But that doesn't, I mean, people don't, they can be guilty and not be guilty and still take plea deals.
yeah, that's my point. Is anybody can be, people are like, well, they pled guilty. And it's like, that's great. They pled guilty to not have to like risk jail time. It doesn't mean they actually did the crime. So it just didn't sit well with me, because it's like, I could have gotten jail time and been found guilty of something I simply did not do because the DA's office didn't want to do their fucking job. And
so what ended up happening with it?
It got dismissed. The judge dismissed it.
Oh, that's good. That
Thank
was a
God. But like,
Yeah.
what if I got a different judge? What? Because
Right.
the judge that I had was like well known for being fair and like actually seeing shit and like not being like a believe every cop that says something just because they're a cop. Like, and a lot of judges are, if a cop says something, you just automatically believe it as if it's a fact and true.
So what do we think is going to happen? Do we think Aiden's going to get offer of a plea and take a plea?
I don't think they're going to offer him a plea unless he has something that he brings to them that is extremely valuable. Like, I don't think they have a reason to offer him a plea. Will they, in good faith, try to offer him a plea before it goes to trial, as in like, hey, well, we'll allow you to plead guilty and we will give you 2 years suspended if you take a plea deal now instead of wasting the taxpayers' money? Yes. But in the way of like other people think of like plea deal, where it's like, you're not going to get any jail time and, know this and know that if you exchange information, like that's probably not going to happen. He doesn't have anybody to throw into the bus unless he makes it up.
Right.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting.
I mean, they have to try to resolve it. Like, that's part of the process, is trying to resolve a case before it does go to trial. But if Aiden won't resolve it before the trial, like, that's on him. And I don't want to hear him bitch and whine and cry about being taken from his kids and I can't go back and all his relentless, nonsensical gaslighting if he is not willing to accept responsibility for anything that he does. And I haven't seen him, take any responsibility for anything.
He wishes that other people would be removed from their children regularly.
Right.
I feel zero fucking sympathy for that loser.
Oh, I have no sympathy. No sympathy
I have
for
none
him
either. No sympathy.
I don't want. That's
not
my
saying
point.
that you guys did. That just triggered the fuck out of me. Sorry.
But that's my point. Is I don't have
my
any
rage.
sympathy for him. I don't want to hear him bitch, whine, cry, scream. No one fucking cares, bro. Like, his main gaslighting is to say, people are just trying to take me from my children. People are just trying to, make me go away from my children. And it's like, bro, stop using your children as a sword and a shield at the same fucking time. Knock it the actual fuck off, bro. Because he only wants to bring up his kids when it benefits him. Anyone ever notice that?
Listen, I don't think he's the best of fathers, so he should not.
Oh, well, that's not a shock to anyone. I mean, we're talking about the same man that used pictures of his children in a bathtub to try to set someone else up, to try to prove the lie he had already told about that person. So in order to set them up to be a bad person, he took pictures of his own children to do that.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall and hear stories from his ex-wife about the truth of what really went on.
His ex-wife thinks that he is exactly what all of us have called him 10 times over. A
Yeah.
narcissist, a gaslighter, a coercive control abuser. Like, that is what she thinks he is. Those are her
Yeah.
thoughts, literally.
Did you see my message?
Dee Dee,
Are you alive?
she might be finger banging.
Okay, I'll save my commentary until.
I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that, Haley, to be honest. Like, that's a little like, what? Like, I just don't agree with what was said. Like, I just don't. I'm not.
Oh no, not that one. Not
No.
that one. That Richard Smith guy, the one who has videos of my 4-year-old on his phone, is listening in the spaces right now. Dude in the green shirt.
Wait,
fucking
why does he have
creep?
your
Creep. No idea. No fucking idea. But he has it in his phone and he sends it around to people. He's like an actual creep. He's the dude that was pretending to be a woman online and then allegedly extorting sexual pictures from people and then blackmailing them for money by threatening to send it to their families.
What is he sending
Wait,
around
what?
related to you?
Swear to God, same guy. Jason Broyles did a whole fucking article on him. Dude's a fucking weirdo, but
never saw that.
he has a video of my kids that he like DMs to people privately.
No.
And then he made a comment. He's like, I have thousands of pictures of kids in my phone. Like, he's a real weird fuck. Like,
Has somebody reported him to the police?
yeah. But it's just weird. He's just sitting in here and just.
I mean, I didn't hear any of that, so I had no idea that was like a thing. But
yeah,
I can't.
he's a creepy fuck.
What's his name?
Can't comment on any of that because I don't know any of that, like, behind that story at all.
R.I.T. Smith. Yeah, I'll send it to all of you. Like, I'll send it all of it. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, that dude's a fucking weird ass fuck.
That's creepy. That's like pedo creepy.
Like, regardless of what like side of the aisle you sat on with the Karen thing, like, we should all agree that kids are off limits, and that
It should always be off limits. And this is why, like, I absolutely loved your comment to Aiden Haley. You hit the fucking nail right on the head. I read it earlier. You probably weren't on yet, but I read it earlier where you said to Aiden, like, oh, wait a second, hold on, your kids are off limits, but it's perfectly acceptable and okay for you to go after anybody and everyone else's, right? Like, that's totally okay. But the second anyone even brings up the fact that you're a dad and have kids, you have a fucking meltdown like the baby back bitch that you are, sir.
But see, the thing is, people that have pedo tendencies, kids are not off limits to them, and that's the problem.
But for Aiden, who the fuck is he to bring up anything about kids? He constantly goes after people's fucking kids. Constantly. And if anybody ever brings up he's even a dad and has a daughter, he loses it, dude. Like, what did you...
The crazy thing is like, people will be like, oh, you posted it yourself. And even if it's a private message, which I could argue that all day long or whatever, like, even
other
if it's
people don't
something
have
I
the
had
right.
posted it like myself, like, it doesn't give any other grown adult the right to do so.
It
you know what I
absolutely
mean?
does
But
not.
like, that's their justification for being creepy. They're like, oh, we think she posted it herself, so that means I can store this video of the 4-year-old girl in my phone to try and send around to other people. Like, that's distribution. That's a fucking weird ass behavior. And then watching other moms just ignore it because he shares the same opinion on the Karen retrial.
Has anybody asked him why he seems to navigate towards pictures of children that people have?
Yeah, because because there's, that video of me cursing at Christy Citroni because, like, my response was made, like, minutes after she threatened to hire a PI to hunt down and murder my
She's
children.
also a lunatic, so let's throw that out
she's
there.
a psycho, but, like, it's all about embarrassment, right? So they were like, oh, like, that's all it is like, they don't give a fuck if the kids are in the process of it or, like, or in it or whatever. Like, it's just
I remember telling you guys yesterday, at least some of you who were here, like, I had a picture on my Facebook, my locked private Facebook, a picture of me and a friend of mine and our kids. My kid wasn't in the picture, her two were. And we were just in the car. We were actually going to have lunch that day, and we're just in the car driving, and I took a picture. We were listening to music, kind of just being goofy, listening to music and singing and dancing. And I took a picture of us, and someone from the, like, FKR side that, like, just simply didn't like my face because Aiden said so, went and somehow got that from my locked private Facebook.
Hold on a second. Deidre is yelling in the comments and she's saying, I'm muted, unmute me. You're the host, honey.
You're the
only one
host.
who's gonna
Just
mute yourself.
I'm not.
She's not muted.
Nobody else is co-host, so we can't do anything.
But she's not muted. There's no
mute next to her name. I know.
Oh.
Wait, what the hell?
Deirdre, what happened?
I think this did this to what's her name the other day?
Maybe she needs to make someone else a co-host, then go out. And
That's
come
what I'm
back
saying.
in.
Maybe make someone a co-host and then
go out and come back in.
Yeah, because I don't.
And then they can make you a co-host, or
She's got
or however it
no
works.
thing next to her name that she's muted. Like she's not muted. So I don't like what's happening. Like what
I
is
don't know.
happening right now? What in the
Deirdre,
hell?
try and make Elisa co-host, and then you might have to go out and come back in. It could be something like.
Well, if the
technical.
space goes down, we'll just restart one, me or her. I mean, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
one way or another. I have to end my. Actually, you know what? Let me end my live stream right now anyway because it's 3:10 and I'm gonna have to go outside to the bus stop in a few minutes anyway to get my little. So let me mute here on Spaces and then end my live stream. As you guys know,
Did Deirdre post to the the messages?
I have to go outside and get my kid off the bus.
I'm looking. Hold on just one second.
Listen, listen, the Patriots, all right, like I'm sad that they lost. It's my team, but I am happy that Aiden was a drunken disaster and it was hilarious.
It will go down.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious, YBE.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't
Right? Next year will be better. Oh, I have faith that it will be better.
I was just hard, make it easier.
I never mentioned donations.
Maybe if she tries to mute herself and then unmute herself.
I'll do it before we leave. If you'd like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and Time. And our Amazon wish list is in the description of our video. There's a link pinned to the top of the chat.
It does. Ending and restarting. Yeah, she's going to end and restart.
Remain anonymous.
Okay, we'll come back.
On any of those. I love your stinking faces. You can always hop over onto Spaces and listen to us there and hang out there. But at least with Spaces, unlike a live stream, I can put it on my phone and walk with it and be outside. So I love y'all stinking faces. They've ended it so we can restart it, I guess. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Today's Monday. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And hopefully I'm going to do like the donation goal thing. Cause this is like yesterday was the first time I did it. I'm going to do it again tomorrow. If we meet the goal, I'm going to do an extra live stream this week. And you guys know that I already do usually 6. So what that probably will mean is either I'll do one on a Saturday or I will do one at night. And I'm not sure how Sunday's going to work because Sunday is supposed to be the day that I am moving. So we might have to do our Sunday show on Saturday anyway. And maybe we'll do it like during the day or maybe we'll do it at night. Whatever works for all of you. We'll figure it out and see like what you guys want to do. I don't want to step on anyone else's toes by being live during the times that other people are live. But since I can't do my Sunday show, I'll have to do it Saturday. So I want to make sure that I do that and that I get an idea of who's going to be available when. So I love your stinking faces. We're going to restart a Spaces here. And I'll see the rest of you who are not on Twitter. I'll see the rest of you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Love y'all.